This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
All right, guys, welcome to a very special episode of Somewhere in the Skies. And this is going to be a unique show, one with guests unlike anyone we've ever had before. I am super excited to talk not only UFOs and aliens, but the supernatural and the paranormal. This will be both part of our main show and our Halloween series, a hybrid of sorts. And I am so excited to introduce you guys to the very first time on Somewhere in the Skies, Sybil and Rose, the Ghost Maidens. Ladies, welcome to the show.
Hey. Hello. Hi.
There we go. I got the little graphics going on there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Cosmic Specters. Nice.
Yeah, nice, right? I thought that would be a witty little title for what we're going to be talking about today. But first and foremost, where are you guys joining us from today?
Well, we're in the Netherlands, which is a small country in Europe.
Yes, it is. Yes.
In a partial lockdown, so that happened again.
Partial lockdown. Yeah, I know the feeling well. It seems like every time we think we're free and we're ready to go out into the world, something happens. But
and we're not.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting times we're living in. That can't be argued. Well, I guess kind of to get an idea of who Sybil and Rose are. I mean, this is a first time for a lot of my listeners probably hearing you guys. So can you tell us a little about who you are, how you guys met, and what the Ghost Maidens Collective is all about? Yeah, give us the rundown if you don't mind.
Well, maybe we should start with our origin story.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Or to start comic books. Let's go the comic book route. Let's do it.
The origin story. It's real juicy. Now, me and Sybil, we met each other when we were working in the same restaurant. We met each other as cooks.
Yes.
In a restaurant in the Netherlands, and we were flipping burgers. We were making satay, which is like a colonial dish we inherited from our beautiful past. And so we worked together. And Sybil is an artist, and I just started my studies as a writer when we met, and Sybil just finished in her master's art.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Italy, and then she moved to the Netherlands. And during our work in flipping burgers, we also talked about art, and we made jokes about art. And then she invited me to her house, and she showed me an episode of Ghost Adventures.
Yes.
Because she was like, Rose, you have to see this. This is ridiculous and beautiful. And then I watched it, and I immediately fell in love with the paranormal pop culture genre. And ever since, we have been spending all our free time talking about the paranormal, watching horror movies.
Yeah.
Especially shitty horror movies, because there's just so much to say about those.
And Emily in Paris as well. Another horror category not to be forgotten about.
We started the Ghost Maidens, and I think the Ghost Maidens is basically just a name, a platform for everything that will go under the hood of the paranormal and pop culture. Yeah. So one day we will see each other. We would love to make horror movies, but also we want to do paranormal investigations. We want to make poetry. We're all working on a music album. We're working on a series.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So this truly is a artistic endeavor, a collective, like you said. That's really interesting.
I would say it's definitely that we're creating art, but it's also like an anthropological approach to the whole paranormal phenomenon, because that's kind of like the mirror we like to use.
Right.
Anthropological performative research, more or less, to our own culture, basically.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a minute. Your culture. Now, I know here in America, it's like Ghost Adventures is the prime example of like, oh, yo, dude, bro, I'm going to punch a ghost in the face. Like, they're all about it. And like, Right, right. And Americans are so aggressive when it comes to, I think, covering the paranormal and expecting something from a ghost or a spirit who owes them absolutely nothing. How is the paranormal, or I guess the supernatural, how is it viewed in the Netherlands specifically? I mean, is this something, will you see ghost hunting groups going to homes and investigating things like you would here in America?
Well, definitely not. But maybe it's more interesting for Sybil to answer this question, since she is from the United States and she's spent some time in the Netherlands now. So I think you are the best one to see the difference between the two cultures.
Yeah, I can see the difference, but of course Rose has grown up here, so she has full knowledge on the historical background of Dutch people. But Dutch people do not do the paranormal. They do not do the supernatural. They're very pragmatic, which is why I like them a lot, because they're very like down to earth, pragmatic. Things make sense, very logical. And but then I also feel on the other side that we have like a treasure trove of possibilities, because no one is doing this. Like, no one is talking about it, because it's not necessarily that we need to know if someone believes in ghosts or not. We just need to know a general attitude towards people's mortality and how they feel about living their life, how they feel about their death, what life means to them, what they leave behind. So yeah, it's just like a kind of cultural study, really.
Yes. And like the Netherlands, it has a very Protestant religious background, and in this religion there's not much space for superstition. It's just like our entire history is either non-religious, because we've always been very welcoming to any kind religious. So we're a little bit like, what's the word for that? We don't really care what you believe. Yeah, as long as you can do business. And so we're not very superstitious, and it's also a little bit shameful to speak about non-physical things, because we are very materialistic. I think it's also why the Dutch invented capitalism, pretty much. And but my experience is that every time you open the conversation about anything paranormal, people are first a little bit at their guard, but then everyone is very eager once they feel safe talking about it. We're like, oh my God, I have an anecdote. I think I experienced this once before. So
it comes out. It's very universal.
Oh, absolutely. I think, I mean, even here in America as well, like, it's hard. I mean, I remember when I first got interested in the UFO topic, I mean, I would not talk about it because the fear of ridicule and the stigma behind it. But, once you open that door, I feel people are so willing to share with you. And I think, breaking that barrier and making it more of a cultural acceptance is important. And I think, at least in today's world, the UFO subject has become very popular, with all these military things going on. But would you say that things are getting better when it comes to the supernatural and paranormal? Like, it's almost becoming okay to talk about it? Yeah.
Although the aliens, I don't think in Europe you will find a lot of people who would be like, yeah, aliens are there. Like ghosts, yes. Demons, maybe. But aliens, we don't really encounter them here in Europe.
I think that's too far with that one.
No. Yeah. No aliens in Europe. I know.
Also, I'm like the alien skeptic of the two. It's like, aliens, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely... I've got some alien questions that you guys actually brought to me, because we talked off camera about like how we could approach this conversation. And I was so excited with some of these topics that you brought to me, because I think they're questions that need to be asked of any of these topics, in terms of, history and folklore and pop culture, like you said. So we'll definitely get to the alien questions, but I got to get my ghost stuff in while I have the Ghost Maidens here first. So I guess I've noticed on your Instagram, you go to these very interesting locations, whether it's in the Netherlands or other areas in Europe, and have gone into these places and possibly investigated. Do you do paranormal investigation like what we see on TV? Like, are you going into these places and trying to like communicate with spirits, or is this more of just something you want to go and experience and record, whether it's through images or yeah? How would a paranormal investigation? What does that look like to you two?
Well, for us, just communicating with the dead for us is just studying history, just looking at a painting, reading a book by a person that's passed away. I think that's the most effective way to communicate with the past. In terms of like, yeah, we do go to these places. We are still editing our first episode of where we did like a real ghost hunt with like, you know, some equipment and stuff, but we don't like to get too scientific or technical. We just like to use the basics.
Yeah, we're not looking for proof.
Yeah. So we do go to all these places, but my degree was in art history, so I love just, you know, I think the past is full of things to learn, and we say that being haunted is just being charged with history, charged with historical meaning.
Yeah, and I think like studying art and studying the culture of engaging with like ontological things, engaging with metaphysics, engaging with the spirit world. We still have to find our word for this. I think it's one thing, but I think we are researching the paranormal from different perspectives to get like the most universal perspective on the whole thing. If you see it from different perspectives, like from a socialistic, cultural, maybe even scientific, and anthropological point of view,
and as much
performative,
and as much sometimes you have to look at it as much as you can from outside your own culture, because I think it's really hard for people to understand that like the way you think isn't necessarily universal. So you also have to approach things from a complete outside perspective, and that's really hard sometimes because you're trained to think in this way your entire life. You've been thinking a certain way, and you know, like thinking about a ghost or a spirit, it means something probably quite different for us than most people, because we think that you can haunt yourself. I mean, you can haunt yourself with thoughts, with behavior, participation. I mean, food, you know?
Right. That's a really interesting perspective. I mean, I'm currently living in Hawaii, which is part of the United States, but it's so different when you speak to a local, an actual Hawaiian here. You know, as a white person from the mainland, I have very specific views and I guess preconceived notions about what a spirit is. Yet when I come here, and I actually just did an interview with a local storyteller of Hawaii legend and folklore, and he told me, you know, like it's just accepted that we speak to the dead, or that we speak, and it's not even speaking to a spirit. It's literally like they never left us. Like, the shell, the vessel is gone, but they're still there. And I love the idea that it's an everyday thing for a culture like the indigenous people here. Whereas us, we look at it as an apparition that maybe we can say a word to or use a spirit board to communicate with.
Don't you think it's also really fascinating that here in the West, we think that the best way to communicate with the spirit is by using technology, like using science, which is like actually really crazy to me to use these physical things to speak with something non-physical. And I think Ghost Maidens is also a little bit about like let's use different, like let's get a different approach. Let's just realize that we're from a culture that's extremely materialistic, and let's just realize that and not use that for the spirit world or something.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for it, and I agree with you. I think the approach of art in specific is something that really resonated with me when I learned about what you guys did, because I myself am an artist. I went to school for theater, for live performance.
Oh, I'm a theater girl. Oh, you went away.
Creating stories is my life. Oh,
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Awesome. I knew we will have some technological problems tonight, I'm sure, as we are many miles away. But yes, I am. I'm from the and I guess kind of playing off of that, we as actors were bringing to life characters that may have been actual human beings and have died. Yet here we are, resurrecting them time and time and time again. And it almost creates this energy of like a communion of sorts, I guess would be a good way to put it. And it's us remembering these people through art. So I'd love to get maybe a little better idea of what art means to you guys in terms of if you find, let's say you find a very old painting in a museum or at an antique show. What does that mean to you in terms of what is the story behind this and how can I infuse it into how I approach the paranormal, I guess, is a long-winded question. Yeah.
I would say that the similarities between the paranormal and art is really close because we use the same terminology, like medium, channel, all of these same kind of like the artist has channeling something from above and this creative process that comes through us and we don't really know what happens or where it comes from. Yeah, inspiration is kind of like this thing from beyond, So I think it's the two worlds are very much the same, especially in terms of like psychology and self-awareness and this kind of thing in creation. And yeah, I guess looking at old paintings for me is, Rose says it's like time traveling. It's the closest we can get to being a time traveler because we not only see the past as how it could have been, but we also see how they saw the past, which is really important.
You can see it from their own eyes, which is something else. Is just being a spectator. It's actually being them a little bit.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. I feel like, especially in the world of theater, when you're trying to embody, I guess, the spirit of another person, you are almost possessed. Yeah. It's a living, breathing possession, unlike what we see in the movies.
If you look at the eyes of a performer, like a good performer, and he's really in the moment, he or she, then it's just 100% the same thing as magic. I don't see any difference. You
Absolutely.
can see someone is putting a spell on itself or whatever. There's just something supernatural going on. 100%.
It's not hard to find magic.
We are looking for magic in the wrong places.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I feel like, and this is also a little bit like I think that we're getting closer to the ancient alien.
Oh yeah, we'll get there. We're definitely gonna go there. Yeah,
because I feel like, especially like I'm only speaking for Western culture now, like European American culture, that we are seeing magic as something that is very otherworldly, like something that is just a miracle, basically, that is beyond our understanding. But I think the magic that is just right there always is just an art piece that overwhelms you, or a weird synchronicity or a word that's following you around, or just a strange happening in your life, or an object you lost for a long time, and like every time you feel this meaning in your life, every time you feel that this means something to me, that is
Or also when we're in the restaurant and all of a sudden everyone comes in at the same time and orders the same thing, and they're not sitting next to each other. Like that kind of stuff is like
when we work in the
totally
kitchen.
normal, you know? And then you're like, what is going on?
Yeah,
How does
yeah.
everyone coming at the same time and they all want the same thing? It's totally weird. It's like some weird cosmic string. Like,
And we always need
Yes,
it
yeah.
to be something that it was given to us by higher powers or gods or whatever. Well, why don't we just give ourselves some credit?
yeah.
We're pretty amazing, you know? We don't
That
need
is.
gods or aliens all the time. Sometimes
Thank
it's just
you.
us, you know?
Oh my God, I'm so happy to hear you say that, because that does bleed right into the ancient aliens question.
Exactly.
You know, we have this television show that's been on for almost 15 years, and I must admit, full disclosure, I have been on the Ancient Aliens television show.
I would go
Okay.
too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna take the opportunity when it comes. But you know, it brings up the same point of, you know, we look to an other for these incredible, amazing accomplishments we've had as human beings, and think to ourselves, no, we're not capable of that. We were not smart enough. We were not. Yeah. So I do wonder, you know, these early thinkers of the ancient astronauts or ancient alien question, why do we have to look to another intelligence or advanced race to have intervened? I just, yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on ancient aliens? Let's get the brutal, honest truth.
What's with the shame? Yeah, we were saying why are people too hard? It's too hard for people to accept that we did it. Why do they want to put it on aliens or something?
Well, I don't have the answer to why. Do I have the answer?
You had a
What was
moment.
it?
You had a
What was it?
moment.
Yeah, I get so angry from watching Ancient Aliens. I get so extremely angry. There was this one episode they were talking about the
mana machine.
a mana machine, and they were like, oh, they could only have built these pyramids when they had a mana machine or something. And it's like, oh my God, they're completely abusing a beautiful moment in art history where there was this writer who had a beautiful symbol to express his like, oh, my disbelief on how amazing these people were to make these beautiful things, and this metaphor was just mind-blowing. And then now there are people who are saying, oh my God, like completely neglecting art history, like that it would, and they're just saying it must have been other. It makes me so angry.
I understand, because again, we're putting technology back into the picture when in reality it's just it's art.
Imagination.
Yeah, it's creation, and yet let's put this technological slant or angle to it, because it had to be aliens who used such highly advanced technology to create this. No, it was the ingenuity.
It's us.
It's us. Thank you. I'm glad we're on the same page with that, guys. I'm sure if let's say if aliens have visited our planet, and that's still a big question for me, even as a alien and UFO researcher. I think we have done some incredible things throughout time, and I don't think we need to put aliens onto that all the time, like the show does. But moving back to Ghost, I got one more Ghost question for you, and then we're gonna go full on alien.
All right.
I saw something on your Instagram recently, a question of, can ghosts fall in love? And that really struck me, you know, as like, and my listeners and viewers know this, I'm a very sensitive person. Maybe a romantic, I don't know. But when I read that question, I was like, that's a really interesting question. So first of all, can ghosts fall in love? And second of all, what does that mean? What does that mean to the two of you when you ask the question, can a ghost fall in love? Or can you fall in love with a ghost? Let's go both
Yeah,
ways.
like the other way around. I think that's
Yeah.
all. I think that was our approach to the question. Also, is that I think we all had celebrity crushes, and like me myself,
Rose has some plans. Let me tell you.
like I have a weird, I don't know, fetish. I mean, I don't know if I should share this, but I think I am. Like I like dead men, virtual men, or imaginary men. That's my type. But if you turn that around, like maybe the dead, the virtual, and the imaginary can also like us.
Interesting.
Well, I mean,
What do you think?
I do, because when we're thinking about ghosts, I'm really thinking about the living more than I'm thinking about like the energy left over of a dead person. But I mean, people can fall in love with ideas, and they can fantasize about something their entire life and have it never really come true. So you can be in love with someone your entire life, and it's only a projection, it's only an image, something that's happening within your own head, and it has no place in reality. It's pure fantasy. I mean, everyone does this when they're in love. At first, you completely project yourself into another person. And I think this is the same thing as being in love with a ghost. So I think in terms of the opposite, can an idea be in love with you? I don't think so. I don't think it's a mutual thing. I think it's a one-way street.
Yeah, but you can also ask the question, isn't love always imaginary?
Yeah.
Right. It is this invisible force that I think kind of makes us insane. I mean, you think of when we are in love, we do things that are completely irrational. We have thoughts and feelings that we can never truly interpret or convey. And I think you're right. I think it is so alien or supernatural in a way that we'll never understand what it is, just like we'll never understand what ghosts are or what, possibly what UFOs represent. It's these, like you said, magical things that might not have an answer. And that actually gives me comfort. I think that, yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy you asked that, because I always get asked when I'm a guest is like, do you think you'll ever know the truth of what UFOs are, or if aliens have come to our planet? And I say, no. And maybe that's sobering or depressing for some people, but I don't think we're ever going to find those answers. But I don't care. I honestly don't. I love thinking about it, and I love keeping that those questions in my mind every day. And that's what keeps me going, because I think if I found the answers, I'd be very disappointed, possibly, in what those answers are. They may not be as exciting as I hoped, but yeah.
This is the same thing that drives artists as well. There's never going to be a point where you're like, oh yeah, I figured it out. I'm done now.
I'm done.
It's that you chase for the rest of your life, and you reshape it. It fits into different parts of your life. It changes you. You change it. Like it's a thing that you chase forever. It's never. Truth is never like a solid object. No.
I remember reading a quote recently by a playwright who wrote Angels in America, the very famous play, and Tony Kushner. And this play is something like 30, 40 years old at this point. And he's been asked, like, are you done? Like, is this it? Because he is constantly rewriting the play. And he said, what do you mean done? Like, it's never done. And even a play that's been done all over the world in hundreds of languages, hundreds of productions, he's still rewriting as time goes on. And I think that's what's beautiful about theater.
My poetry teacher says that you should not do that.
That I understand. Yeah. Well, why? Why do you think that is? If theater is a living, breathing thing, you need to move on. Okay.
And I have one question for you also.
Yes.
Where are all the animal ghosts? Why don't people care about them?
Wow.
Only dogs.
I've never even thought about that.
No.
That makes That makes me feel like a horrible person. I've never even thought about where animal ghosts go.
The
Well, what are your
ethics
thoughts on
of
that?
the afterlife.
Ethics.
Afterlife
Yeah.
ethics. We should
What is
write a
that?
book about it.
What does that mean to you guys? The ethics of the afterlife. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Same rules as the living.
Well, we think it's really funny that somehow we expect the same rules in life that to still apply to the afterlife,
Mhm.
and which is ridiculous. Like, why
It
should
is. Yeah.
there be rules when we don't have bodies anymore? Because I think there's only rules because we have bodies.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only
Mm-hmm.
reason why there's rules in the world. Because
Right.
dumb flesh stops things, you know. So
Yeah.
Don't hurt.
if we die, then why would there still be limitations? I don't understand. Like this, like politics, even like no
Mhm.
dogs, but cats. You get to keep your race.
And no
Yeah.
cows. Cows don't matter.
I don't know.
Cows don't matter. Neither do
I-
pigs. Delicious.
Apparently not. Yeah. I totally understand what you're saying.
Shows that the afterlife, how we see it, is only a projection of the living. It has nothing to do with the dead.
Mm. It's a mirror almost. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to get your thoughts on that when we get to the aliens as well. But well, let's move to that. So, I mean, folklore storytelling plays a large role in a lot of what you guys look at in terms of art history and and everything like that. So, in the world of UFOs and aliens, we have both, I guess, ancient and modern folklorists talk a lot about fairies and fae folk and how these could be what aliens are, and like throughout history, that these encounters with these beings throughout history have changed and evolved. So I'd love to get your thoughts on where does folklore play into this whole question of aliens, these big-headed beings with big black eyes that we see now, but were they always like that? What do you think?
I think also this kind of new imagining of folklore in terms of alien stuff is also like the Terence McKenna, you take enough drugs or mushrooms and you also start to see these sorts of like earth spirits, like Google DeepMind, many eyeballed. I think it's just a new development in like techno folklore that's like these things have always been there. I mean, you go to a cave and you go deep enough in the cave and there's drawings all over the walls and like people, with large heads and all sorts of weird stuff. And that's where they went to go think about those things. And I guess it just depends on the context. Also, like, take enough mushrooms and go to the wilderness and you'll probably see some aliens.
I've been on some
Yeah,
mountain hikes
yeah.
where I wouldn't be surprised if I would run into a dwarf. Like in Norway, every landscape looks like there's like a dwarf family living there. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
Completely blends in.
Yeah, I would fit in very good there. I'm on the shore, so I think I would find my place there for sure. For sure, I would probably be mistaken for a dwarf if I went there. Fully embraced. Yeah. There's my self-deprecating moment in the interview, but moving on.
For you on the hillside.
Oh my God, that's like my dream. That's where I want to live out the rest of my my mortal life for sure. But
And tea and cheese. Yeah.
Don't insult them though.
yes, don't insult. Do not piss off the dwarves. Yeah. All right. Well, that kind of, I guess, bleeds into my next question. Religion. I mean, this is, a controversial thing for a lot of people. These dogmatic sort of, I guess, principles, like you mentioned, something we self-impose on ourselves, whether it's belief systems or rules or commandments, blah, 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 blah. But when it comes to the question of aliens, and I have spoken to so many people who have claimed having encounters with aliens or, possibly being abducted by aliens and going up on a ship or, leaving their home and being somewhere else in another realm or plane. And it kind of conjures images of like an out of body experience, or being in contact with something like an angel, or a demon. It goes both ways, I think. So what are your thoughts on the questions of aliens and angels, I guess? Is there a connection?
I think there is. I think
Yeah.
they just deliver a different message. I think angels appear in a more moral context. I think an angel always comes to bring some kind of knowledge that you have to do something with, where an alien has a little bit the same emotion, and like you're always in awe. There's always this what's this emotion?
Sublime,
Like the sublime experience of encountering and a being from above. But I think the alien has a more like it's more science. I think it's less metaphorical. I don't know. Like
I think the morality that aliens tend to bring is also something about like climate change, loving your planet. You only have one.
Yes.
But I would say that if this were the case and aliens were really concerned about like planet resources, that they would 100% want to take the resources they find in the broad expanse of the universe, because there's not that much around. So I would say if there are anything like the species that exists in the universe like us already, that we're pretty resource thirsty. So especially in terms of like water and carbon.
Well, you have a theory about aliens.
Yeah, well, I think they're us from the future.
Oh my God. You ding, ding, ding. You hit like all the alarms just went off for me for that. And I do want to talk about that, but let's, one last thing going kind of off of the messages thing. You're right. I again, all these individuals who I've spoken to who have claimed they were given messages by alien beings or angels or whoever or whatever they believe they communicated with is impending doom, or basically, like we say in America, like fix your shit, like get your act together. You're ruining the planet. You're killing one another. You can't even like talk to someone because they're a different color or a different sexual orientation. Like it's these messages of like, get your act together or you're gone and like you're done. And I do wonder, your thoughts on, would they want our resources if they were here, or do we play some role in a bigger picture of like they're here for a reason? I wonder.
Oh, sorry.
No. I was just gonna say, I wonder if they even care. So yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm also like always concerned about like these abduction stories, and they're also similar to like, angelic kind of like outer body experiences, like you said, but like I just lost my train of thought. But I just wonder like how often these things would happen if there wasn't a culture kind of supporting alien abduction, if there weren't all these movies being made about it, if there wasn't all this science fiction, which only really started, you probably know better than me, but only really started like after World War II, and like when science really, the devastation of science was really seen and felt, and like, dropping nuclear bombs and like this kind of like scientific anxiety. So I'm just always curious about like how much this alien myth would exist, or these experiences would be reported without the culture, without the Western culture that goes with it, because I don't think it's necessarily a completely universal phenomenon in the way that like people in the West report it. But I don't know. I'm no.
Well, like definitely not, because like for here in Europe, for example, I don't know of any a UFO ever being seen. Maybe maybe there have been, but I think in Colorado it's pretty common for people to see UFOs.
I saw something weird,
So we could think that maybe in Colorado there's just more UFOs, or maybe in Colorado it's more accepted to see one.
Yeah, there's a lot of sky. There's a lot of satellites. There's a lot of
And I think it doesn't really matter which one of the two it is, because these encounters, I think, whether they're real or not, I don't really care about that. They're relevant. Because people have seen them and people have got a message from that. And I think that's relevant. It says something.
The stories matter. So.
Yeah.
Yes, every story has value. And I mean, I wrote a book all about the people who have had the experiences, not how big was the UFO or like what did the alien look like. Like, you're right. At the end of the day, I honestly don't give a shit. I want to know how it affected you and how it affected your belief systems or your perception of the world and time and space and everything in between. Yeah. Well, okay, so let's go down the route of us from the future. I love this theory. There have been encounters with UFOs and beings where people have said straight up, they told us they were us from the future coming back to either warn us of something. So yeah, let's go. What do you got for me? Time travelers. Are these what aliens are? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're still fucking up in the future. So I think the technology always comes first, and then we're like, whoops, that didn't really go so well.
Oh my God, Sybil is such an optimist. She thinks we're still going to be here in a couple of thousand years, because that's what it takes for evolution to shape our heads like that.
And then we speak with telecommunication. Like, that's not so hard for me to imagine. We're already doing that through devices now. Like, without speaking, we're thinking thoughts in each other's heads. Like, that's pretty amazing. So I don't really think it's that far of a step until we just like put a little whatever in there, and then we start communicating with each other, and then we're like, you know what? We need to get a hold of some really good, strong DNA. We need to go back in time here and here. I actually wonder if alien abductions decreased or increased during 2020. I'm very curious about that.
Some hillbilly blood.
Yeah, or something. And then they're like, that's a really good, strong genetic material. We got to go back and get it. I don't know what happened in the future, but if it's anything like this here, this is only the tip of the iceberg.
It's like the new coronavirus that like...
Yeah.
Decapitates us.
Tell me about it. I do wonder that, you know, when people describe these beings, they look very, I don't want to say devolved because that's condescending, but they look non-human as we see humans. They look androgynous. They look like their heads are big, but their bodies are small. So like you said, there's probably more going on in the brain than like in the body. And they communicate telepathically. So is it us, you know, 1,000 years from now, coming back to see what we were then?
Probably 10,000.
The thing is,
10,
though, I don't know. I used to study biology for like 4 years, so I've got opinions about this. But it's not a necessarily widespread thing that things are supposed to have symmetrical bodies. You know, 2 eyes. 2 nostrils, 1 mouth. Like, this is very, very central to Earth. So, like, just look at the bottom of the sea, and there's some crazy life forms down there. So,
like 17 arms, like teeth in their ass. Yeah.
I always tell people, like, stop looking for stuff up there. Like, all the stuff is down in the ocean. Like, if you look at aliens,
you know about the fucking universe.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. I'm on the same page with you on that. I think we should be spending a lot more resources and time and money into what's in our deep seas than what's in our deep skies. And that's coming from a UFO alien guy.
Yeah,
so that's
saying
something.
About it.
Exactly. And if the aliens are coming, like, if the aliens are coming to save us, now would be the time, I think. But they have chosen not to.
They wouldn't. Just like waiting for angels. They're like, they don't care about your sports award. They don't.
Yeah. Very good point. Very good point.
Also not saving other planets. So.
No.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Very, very good point. Well, I guess kind of wrapping up here, Ghost Maidens. what would you give advice to those who want to look into these things but are afraid to? Like you said, a lot of this is not embraced where you live and other parts of the world, where, again, here in America, like, we are aggressively proud of every weird thing we do. What kind of advice would you give to those who want to get involved in the paranormal, or UFOs and everything, all this weird stuff we talk about?
Well, first of all, stop confusing it with science.
Mhm.
Ghost hunting is not science.
I would, well, you could, I wouldn't say thinking it is science. I would say maybe using science to get there, because it's totally a biculture basis. Like, every culture is different, and I would look at the factors inside of your own culture and their own beliefs about the afterlife and mortality and the past, because you have to be able to put yourself in a position of knowing about the past and also what you're going to contribute to the future of it. So I'd say that you should know a little bit of history before you get started in the paranormal. You should know, you should have some important.
I think you should just care about philosophy, because
there should be some of that. Yeah.
I think in the end, it's a philosophical hobby. In the end,
it's
like, let's just see. Like, this is a very old tradition of mostly Greek men contemplating the fundamentals of reality, which is it's philosophy. Yeah.
It is. And I know that a lot of scientists out there believe philosophy is dead, which I would argue not a chance in hell. Like, you as a scientist, your job is also to be a philosopher.
Oh my God, artificial intelligence? We need some fucking philosophers for that.
Yeah. Tell me about it. No.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Well, I guess kind of wrapping things up here, guys, tell us about what you have going on. No, I know your Patreon is very popular. This is kind of where you live and breathe a lot of what you do, outside of the music, which I want to hear about as well. But tell us a little about what you do over on your Patreon feed.
Yeah, so we're all, we put basically our full versions of the things that we do there. So we're still in the process of making videos. So we've been doing this for about 1.5 years, and I would say that a good portion of it has been with Corona around. So like that's changed things a little bit. But yeah, we put most of our full-length things on Patreon, and then we also have a lot of other weird categories. For example, you can choose the eternal possession category, and I'm trained as a classical portrait painter, so I will paint your portrait and Rose will write you a love poem. And we have other ones where we do a dream and symbol interpretation of your dream, whatever dream, something weird that's happened to you. We basically listen and give our advice.
But you can also become like what's the name, like the small lover tier?
Yeah, the spooky supporter.
Yeah, and then Sybil, she painted our eyes.
Yeah.
And you will get a small charm with our lover's eye. You can put it on a necklace.
Oh wow, that's so cool. I love it.
We have like these little haunted art objects that we made ourselves. Also, they came from the Georgian period, the lover's eye. So it's like this kind of secret portrait. And that you would wear, and it would be a secret. It would be your lover, or maybe an object of mourning. It could be like a death object.
And we put a little spell on it to make it extra magical.
Yes. So it's both of our eyes. I painted both of them, and then we have we have little gifts or like readings, paintings. Yeah, you can even become our supporter for like $2 a month and just see all of our full length things and inspire us, communicate with us. We'll even make a performance based off of a conversation. So
what is this go on a date with the Ghost Maidens thing? What is this?
Death over dinner.
Yeah.
Death over dinner.
If you become if you become our patron for I think
5 a month,
then we would love to know what your perspectives on the paranormal are, and then we will make you your your last meal, like what you would have for your last meal. We will make it for you, and then we would
work in the
eat it,
kitchen, huh?
and then we
That
would
makes
eat it while
sense,
we
yeah.
get to know each other, so that we can start a
Talking-
friendship.
Talk about mortality. I think that's the most down to earth, exciting, philosophical, honest conversation you can have with someone. You get to know a lot about someone. Yeah.
Absolutely.
We
It's
should
very
talk about
intimate, and it's
that.
also people are afraid to talk about it. Yes, very good
Right.
point. I think
Uncertainty we have. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
it's also the only thing we all have in common, right? I mean, we can have different beliefs, and we may think aliens are real or ghosts are real or not, but at the end of the day, we all die, and it's something we should confront and, I guess, embrace, right? I guess.
Yeah. Just do the dance macabre. We're all going to the same.
Exactly. Well, I know where I'm going after this. I'm going to go join the Patreon because I love what you guys are doing. This has been so refreshing. So yeah, I'm so happy I found you guys. I know this is not the last time. Yes.
I want to know more about aliens.
Well, okay. We're gonna do a part 2 of this, I think, because we
Right.
have so much more to talk about. But I know it's getting late there. We're almost 12 hours apart. You're getting ready to wind down. Are
Nothing
you?
matters.
Doesn't matter anymore. Time is but relative. I know. But before we go, where can we find everything you guys are up to? And yes, where can we find the Ghost Maidens?
Well, we're on YouTube, so just type in the Ghost Maidens on YouTube. We're on patreon.com/the Ghost Maidens. There's a the, very important. People forget the Ghost Maidens. And then we're also the Ghost Maidens on Instagram. And on Halloween, we'll be doing our very first Twitch appearance.
Ooh.
And we'll be wearing our Halloween costumes, and they're going to be completely ridiculous.
It's going to be paranormal pop culture, all right.
Yeah.
With an emphasis on pop.
Pop. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
Consider me there.
If you go to Instagram, the Ghost Maidens, there's also a link tree there. And there
you can find everything there.
You can find everything there.
And also on Twitch, we're the Ghost Maidens. But the easiest thing is if you have Instagram already, you can find all the links in our bio.
The Ghost Maidens.
Boom. I love it. The Ghost Maidens. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me today on Somewhere in the Skies. Happy Halloween season, and we will definitely talk soon.
All right. See you soon.
The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
You've got to pick up every stitch. You've got to pick up every stitch. You've got to pick up every stitch.
Welcome, everybody, to a very special episode of Somewhere in the Skies, where we usually talk about UFOs, but it is that time of the season. You all should know this by now. We do a very special series every Halloween. This is our Somewhere in the Spooky Skies. And today we're going to be talking about something that we have never talked about on the show before, and that is witches and witchcraft. And I thought, who better than someone who is actually a practitioner of witchcraft, but so much more. She's involved with some incredible organizations. She does all types of magic, everything in between. So we're really going to dive into uncharted territories today. And I could not be more excited about that with our very special guest, Sarah Lyons. Sarah, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me on, Ryan. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Again, this is something I am completely foreign to. So forgive me if I'm getting super one-on-one on you here. The only thing I know about witches is probably from Wicked, to be honest, as a theater nerd. So I think we have a lot to expand on from Wicked. So yeah,
don't make me sing. I'm not a good singer, so that won't be happening today.
I promise. Me either. But yeah, we sort of connected through a mutual project we did, which was Mysteries Decoded, which we will get to for sure. I want to talk to you all about that experience. But origin story, comic book time. I have to ask, how did this all come to be? You're probably sick of us answering this question, like many of us are. But yeah, how'd you get involved with witchcraft? When did this all start? And yeah, give us the origin story if you don't mind.
I love giving my villain origin story. So yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of people like in the weird world, like we are, when people ask that question, it's like, well, I've never not been into this stuff, right? There's never been a time in my life where I wasn't into magic or UFOs or Bigfoot or cryptids or like occultism, that witchcraft, anything like that. I've always been interested in it. So it's, I can't remember a time that I wasn't interested, but I remember when I was a kid, it was this kind of, I would read all these stories about legends and folklore and, the paranormal, ghosts, that kind of thing. And I was like, man, I really wish that people still believed in this stuff. Like, I really wish that people still did this stuff. And for me, it was, I was really interested in mythology, like when I was a kid. And that always connected with me a lot more. I've always been very spiritual, but that always connected to me a lot more than some of the spiritual practices that I was brought up, being Catholic and that kind of thing. Especially like being a woman, there just felt like there was a kind of more of a foot in the door with those sorts of things. Mm-hmm. So it was, I was like always just kind of sad that wasn't a thing anymore. And I didn't know why people weren't doing those sorts of things. And then one day I remember I was coming home with my mom from like the grocery store or something, and we always had NPR on in the car. It was like the family that we had. It was a very NPR family. And there was an NPR story on Wicca, and these people were talking about being witches and practicing spells and doing all this stuff. And I was like, oh my God, people do this. And I literally remember I ran upstairs to the computer and I just Googled everything that I could about Wicca and witchcraft. And it was like, from there, the rest is history, as they say. I no longer consider myself Wiccan. I feel like Wicca was like my foot in the door. Like with a lot of people, it was my gateway drug to the rest of the cult. I kind of started there and then branched out, from there. But growing up, I grew up in a really rural area in Massachusetts, like out at the end of Cape Cod, and it's very seasonally based. It's a very seasonally based economy. So things like the wheel of the year and the cycle of the seasons and like kind of living with natural rhythms weren't an abstract idea to me the way that I think they are to most people in kind of the Western world right now. So to me, the idea of, Samhain or Halloween being the end of the season and the end of the year, and then the dead kind of take over for the next few months until Beltane, and then life comes back in. That's just how the economy out there works anyway, because October is really the very, very end of the tourist season. And then things just are dead. Like my town is a town of 2,000 people. There's like 3 stoplights. It's very small. There's one grocery store that stays open all year and everything else closes. And then all of a sudden in May, June, all the people come back and there's an economy again. And so that kind of stuff wasn't very abstract to me. And I think that really helped me kind of get a foot in the door and a kind of initial grasp of what all of this was kind of talking about. And I've had to change my practice kind of, considerably now living in a city for a few years and being at a totally different location and interacting with different spirits than I was when I was growing up. But I think that that's part of why I like witchcraft and why I like magic and occultism and that kind of style of spirituality, because it is very adaptable in its nature, and it's very much, you personalize it to your own experience and to what's going on in your life. And I've always really liked that.
That's so cool. Yeah, I guess I never really thought of it that way. Like your practices will sort of are malleable in terms of your environment and everything, because this is, I guess, at the heart of it, a very earth-based practice. It all comes from the world around us and nature and everything. Again, something I never understood, because all I ever knew about witches was this shit. Like you've got a crooked-nosed person on a broomstick, and that we're going to get to that, because that's always been fascinated me, these archetypes that we've sort of, adjusted throughout history to sort of oppress the sort of things that you do. So I want to ask, what is like a typical day for you, Sarah, in terms of your rituals? Like for me, I wake up and immediately coffee pot on. I start checking my emails, get sucked into these stupid phones that we have, and whatever, I start the day. But I would assume, for someone who's really into something like this, practicing it, what does a typical day look like for you as a witch practitioner?
Sure. Yeah. So for me, the daily practices that I do every single day are, I try to meditate for 10 minutes every day. Sometimes if I sleep in, I don't, but I try to. So I usually do like 10 minutes of meditation every day to start the day. I leave an offering of a glass of water on my ancestral altar every morning, and just kind of like thank them and give it like a kind of moment there. And every night before I go to sleep, I always thank the earth, the ancestors, the spirits of place, the gods and animals that exist in the place that I'm at. Those are the things that I do every day. And then for me, I practice I'm not as hardcore as some people, but I do practice a little bit of astrological magic. So that depends on the day of the week. And for me personally, the way that I am kind of working through astrological magic right now is a process called astrological remediation. So that basically means kind of in the same way that if you would go to like a doctor and they say like, okay, you've got this like genetic, problem of some sort of health issue. Here's a regimen that we're going to give you to, remedy that. This is the same thing, but for me, it's kind of problems in my birth chart and malefic planets and placements that I have in my birth chart that I'm using astrological magic to kind of work through. So for me right now, the days that I do practices on are Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So that would be Sunday is Sun, Monday is the Moon, Tuesday is Mars, and also Friday. Like right now, Friday is a big day for me. I'm going to turn the camera a little bit so that you can see, but I've got actually an altar going over here.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
So this is my Babylon altar. She's the goddess of love and war. It's very hardcore. But I kind of will like leave her offerings, usually of roses, which you can also see behind me here. And yeah, I do that. Those are my like daily weekly practices, if you will. For each planet and for each type of thing, because I'm trying to give it a different form of remediation, I'll typically do something different that matches that planet or something like that. So for me, I have a really powerful sun placement because I have sun in Leo, which you also have. And that's like where the sun is happiest to be because the sun rules Leo. It's the only planet that's the only planet that the sun rules, or the only sign that the sun rules. So it's the happiest place for the sun to be, but it's opposite my Saturn, which is just, it sucks. So for me, like on Sunday, I'm trying to feed that and give that kind of ego a healthy place to go, right? Same thing with like Venus. Like I have kind of like, it's like Saturn is also opposite my Venus, and I'm trying to like remedy that in some way and like feed that. So those are the kind of other practices that I do. And then from there on, it's more based on what I need in the moment. yeah, like if I need to do a spell for this or that, that kind of just depends on when it comes up.
Awesome. Well, okay. So, I as well grew up Catholic and everything, but like that was not my identity. I wasn't like a Catholic, and that was my life. So, I'd love to know if you're willing to share, as personal or not, as you'd like to get. What do you do other than when you're practicing witchcraft? You live in New York City, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, cool.
So yeah,
cool.
I mean,
Is there?
I also
Yeah.
work. Yeah. Well, for me, it's weird because I'm not. For me, my spirituality kind of bleeds through a lot of my life. So I'm not always doing witchcraft, but magic and that kind of, outlook on life. For me, I consider myself an animist. So to me, that means being in kind of a living dialogue with the world around me and kind of embracing the high strangeness of life, if you will. So, just kind of, like seeing life as a conversation, paying attention to signs and omens when they come your way, synchronicities, that kind of thing. And so that doesn't stop. That's the thing that I continue to do throughout the day, throughout my life. But in addition to that, I also am an activist. I'm an organizer with the Democratic Socialists of America. I specifically work with the Eco-Socialist Working Group here in New York City. I do see that as an extension of my spirituality because to me, it's like I can't claim to work with the earth and that kind of stuff and then not kind of defend the earth when I feel like it's under attack. So I do that. I am a writer. I have written a lot for Vice and Teen Vogue and kind of outlets like that. I have my own book that I published on witchcraft, which I'm sure we're going to get to later. But and then, I'm just a 20-something gal in the big city trying to have it all, right?
Yep. Me too. Me too. I'm just a big gal in New York myself. Yeah. So for those who see this background image we have, this is from the cover of your book, which I absolutely adore. It's such a cool cover, but it says so much in the symbology in there as well. So I want to cover that with you. Revolutionary Witchcraft, a guide to magical activism. I just finished reading it. It was so good. I feel like I'm ready to get out there and really get things going. And in many ways. But in the introduction, of course, got to start with that. Witchcraft is the Earth's immune system kicking in the last moment. What does this mean?
So yeah, this is something I actually think that we can dive into a lot here because a lot of people, typically a big thing that I get asked in interviews is, why is witchcraft so big now? Like, why is everyone getting into witchcraft? And I think that there's material answers that I can give. I can look at you can look at socioeconomic reasons. You can look at cultural reasons. You can look at there's a lot of historical things that we can dig up. And I think that those are all good pieces of the puzzle and those are all true. But for me, it's also, I'm like, as an animist and as someone who isn't like 100% a materialist in these things, I think that there is something to be said for the fact that we're in a liminal state in our, like globally in a liminal state. And, kind of like with the trickster and the paranormal and that kind of stuff, I think that, when you enter into a liminal state, weird shit starts to happen. So I think that people are becoming more interested in witchcraft and magic and astrology for the same reason that we're seeing all these UFOs all of a sudden, and we're getting disclosure about UFOs all of a sudden. We're getting, there's been a big uptick in people, talking about stuff like Bigfoot and people talking about cryptids and true crime and like all this weird stuff is happening at the same time. And I think it's because we're leaving one part of world history behind and we're entering into another part. And the doorways are kind of open right now and all this weird shit is coming out. So on the witchy side of that, I think it's because we're in a very crucial time for, magic. We're in a very crucial time for the life of the earth. We really don't have much longer to make significant changes in order to survive climate change. I mean, that's kind of a whole nother dark conversation to get into right there. But, witchcraft historically has always, witch trials have always come about from the early modern period up until today they always come about when there is a significant change to the land and to how people are regarding the land. And that usually ends up being reflected in treatment of women, treatment of queer people, treatment of trans people, that kind of thing. So, so for instance, like the witchcraft trials, of the early modern period, which is like, we can look at the Middle Ages, but things didn't really start popping off until the 1500s. And one of the big reasons I believe that is because it was the first time in Europe that land became privatized. Before that, land was not a privatized thing. And this was for the first time ever, land became something that you actually owned. It wasn't a thing you inherited through some sort of familial thing. It wasn't a land that you conquered and were like, a serf to a prince or a duke or something like that. It was now you could own a piece of land. And that is like, we think of that as very obvious now, but that was a radical change in human history. That had never been done before in human history. So once that happened, people were really mad about it. Peasants were really mad because all of a sudden now you have to make money all the time because you have to pay taxes and deeds and make an income, like a consistent income to a landlord, which we still have today. So you have to, so
love them or hate them. Yeah.
Yeah. People were not happy about this. And there was a lot of peasant rebellions. A lot of these peasant rebellions were led by women because what this did was it immediately devalued female labor specifically. Because when you think about it, if you not to say that this is like a time we should return to, right? I want to not be reactionary with this, but just to display how things got different. If you're a peasant, you have a farm, you have a homestead of some sort. If there's a division of labor in that farm, it's usually that like the males of the household are out cutting the wheat or, doing husbandry, like working with the animals. And the women in the household are taking those products and turning them into bread and turning them into beer and turning them into clothes and that kind of stuff. And, or just running the house, keeping things clean, cooking for the family, raising the children, that kind of stuff. That all gets completely demonetized. So the raising of the kids, the cooking of the food, the cleaning of the house, all of a sudden that's not valuable anymore because that's not making money. It's the bread and it's the grains and stuff that are making people money. So women, all of a sudden, whatever power they had in society, completely gone. And now it's like even more so, you have to become a wife. You have to become married into a family of some sort because that's the only way that you make money, right? That's the only way that you can survive now. There was even female doctors and stuff like that just got kicked out of being doctors because that was just no longer a thing anymore. So, and in that, witchcraft all of a sudden becomes this hugely problematic thing because witchcraft was very much like folk magic and witchcraft, two different things, which we can get into in a second. But it's a way to kind of, how do I say this? It was a very integral part of the community, like having a female doctor in the town, having a female, spiritual guide who kind of knew, for instance, I have a friend whose great grandmother was sort of a modern version of this in her village in Italy. And people didn't call her a witch, but what they said is that she knew how to say the prayers, like she knew how to pray for people. And it's that kind of knowledge that was passed down for a long time. But that butts up against so much of what was economically happening in Europe, about the privatization of the land, about the industrialization of the land, about the pillaging of resources from Africa and North America and South America, all this stuff happening at the same time. All of a sudden what that does is it makes all of a sudden you can't have certain days that you don't work because that's not profitable. All of a sudden you can't have magic because magic is a weird thing that can't really be controlled by the state. If you can make things happen on your own, well, that's a problem because we need you to make stuff for us. And additionally, the labor force is made in the female body, or what was then codified as the female body. So women all of a sudden became baby making factories because that was where the next workforce was coming from. And it's not really a coincidence that there's, a lot of the witchy herbs and a lot of the herbs that women were put on trial for possessing or for using, things like henbane or mugwort or belladonna. These are all abortive herbs. You know, there's magical purposes to them, but things like mugwort are like a way to induce a natural abortion. And there's a lot of stuff going on there about, you know, that all of a sudden that really can't happen anymore because we need workers, because someone's got to fill up these factories. Somebody's got to work the land. And we can't have people not having babies anymore. We need babies. So that's a lot, but I think it's important to look at the history of witchcraft, because this happens to this day. Like whenever capitalism expands into a new marketplace, if you look at things like in Indonesia, this happened in the 60s, I believe. When there was kind of a communist like revolution that happened there that was largely supported by the population. And there was a coup to kind of undo that. And one of the things that people said was that the communist women were witches that were dwelling in the forest. They were stealing men's penises and they were doing all this malefic magic. And it's like, that's not true. But that happens every time this economic system expands, because it needs that. It needs that function. It needs to use witchcraft as kind of a way to get rid of people. And also it's, I think, on the other side, witchcraft comes up because it is the land fighting back. It is the land saying, no, you actually do have power and you should be using it right now because I'm about to get very harmed and that's going to harm you too. So
interesting. Yeah. Wow. That is a lot to unpack, but no, but it makes sense. It seems that, you know, sort of the archetype of the witch throughout history, whether during the trials or now in Hollywood or pop culture, it's to strip that agency from whatever movement the witch represents at that time. And it's incredible to see that, because again, my understanding of all this comes from what we see in Hollywood and stuff like that. And it all seems to be a way to sort of stamp down what the movement and the practice actually represents. And that's amazing. Well, in terms of that power, Sarah, that a practitioner can have and can harness, you did mention in the book about embracing your ancestors and how important that is to becoming a practitioner of something like witchcraft or magic. And I never really thought of it that way. Again, I feel like this is something that you kind of just decide to do and you do it, but your ancestry plays a large role in that too. Would you mind touching on that whole aspect of this?
Yeah. So when I was writing the book, I was kind of trying to think back to when I was first getting into witchcraft and magic and what kind of book I wanted to read. And I think because in writing this, I was like, okay, this is probably going to be a 101 book. Like this is going to be a book for people who maybe this is their first book on magic or first book on witchcraft. So I was trying to think back to when I was younger and I was looking for my first book on magic and witchcraft. And when I was younger, what I thought I wanted was a book with a bunch of spells and demons and spooky stuff. Like I thought I wanted the Key of Solomon, right? And that would have been fun, but I wouldn't have known what the fuck to do with it. Can I swear on this podcast?
Absolutely. Fuck away.
Like, I am like, I swear like a fucking sailor. Okay. But yeah, I didn't know what to do with those things. So I, looking back, what I really needed was a compass and kind of just a compass to go through all these other books and all this stuff, like kind of a guide. So for me, I don't think that my book should be the last book on magic that people read, but if it's your first book on magic, just kind of look at it as a starter pack. This is your it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. This is your starter Pokemon.
Yeah.
So there's so for me, starting off with an ancestry practice is a really great way to start a magical practice, because first of all, your ancestors are the spirits that are probably going to be the most probably the easiest to listen to you. Like they're probably already listening to you. They're probably already around you. They probably already know who you are. So you have the most buy-in with them out of any spirits, because some spirits just like don't give a fuck, like they don't care. And so you're like, I want to talk to Baphomet. And I'm like, well, Baphomet doesn't care about you. Like you have to make Baphomet care about you, but you don't have to make your grandmother care about you, right?
Good point. Yeah.
Right. So so there's there's that immediate buy-in. So like that's a good thing. They also have your back if you're engaging in spiritual work that is like dangerous in some way. They're there to help you out. They're there to guide you through dreams or through divination, that kind of thing. And it's also, I think, very it's very needed right now, because I think a lot of the problems that we're dealing with politically, magically, in every aspect of our life has a lot to do with ancestry and ancestor problems. I think that America especially is a very haunted land because we don't know how to deal with death. Like, we don't know how to deal with loss. When we talk about things like all this stuff with racial justice that is going on right now, the Black Lives Matter movement, there is a huge ancestral component to that, because we never really dealt with the ghosts of slavery. Like I'm talking like the literal ghosts of it, right? Like, there are some literal like racist ancestry that is hanging around and is gunking up the works, right? And I think part of ancestor work for me is to talk to those ancestors and be like, okay, move along now, like, get out of here. So I think that there's also there's a lot of trauma on every side that needs to be dealt with. I in my own practice, there's a lot of trauma that gets dug up through ancestor work, and it is painful. But when you work through that, it has real benefits in your life today. And so I think that ancestor work it's one, very simple, so it's easy to get started with, but it is very rich and very complex when you really start to dig into it. So that's why I think it's a good kind of first step for people.
Absolutely. And I like you said, I think, again, like, having that support from the start is very important. I mean, we look for that in our everyday life as well, as someone to have our back, or someone to sort of solidify that we're doing the right thing, or whatnot. So no, I completely understand that. And like you said too, I think sort of it's kind of you're buffering into talking to a spirit, or a someone from your past, other than like you got to start small. I guess that's the way I could put it in a way, and work your way up to the more powerful people in the spirit world, I guess. But I guess sort of moving to modern day when it comes to witchcraft. You mentioned this a little bit earlier, and it's the same in the UFO community as well. You see kind of this insidious thing happening where people do this in every community, every subculture, taking advantage of people's belief systems, or latching onto something and commodifying it. And I mean, I see this in the world of metaphysics, astrology, but for me personally, it's with the UFO community. When I go to conferences and speak, I'll get up there and talk for an hour about military witnesses having encounters with things they can't explain, and military officials backing them up, and this and the most serious, credible stuff you can think of. And then next is someone who comes up there and says, I have channeled 10 different races of aliens. They told me this, they told me this, and I'll give you the answers if you buy my book, or if you take my 10-week course, which is $7,000. So yeah, I'd love to touch on this whole aspect with you, because it frustrates the hell out of me trying to legitimize what I'm doing. Does this happen in your world as well, where like you can see the commodification of witchcraft or certain practices happening? And what do you make of all that?
Yeah, I absolutely do. It's interesting. So I am not as in the UFO world as I am in like the occult world. But so this is maybe a thing we can get into later, but that's interesting because I come from UFOs and aliens from a very kind of I don't know if it's like Jacques Vallée kind of standpoint, where I'm like, oh yeah,
totally.
For me, it's like I think they're all spirits. Like personally, I hear this stuff and I'm like, okay, maybe some of them are craft, but like I think most of it is spirit stuff. So there's like, to me, that it, like hearing about that person at that conference hurts me on a couple levels, because I'm like, first of all, there are like real victims and real people that you're kind of profiting off of that pain, and then two, it's like, yeah, this is just like, yeah, just a grifter. Like you're just grifting off of spirituality. I don't know, but yeah, I definitely see. It's been a minute since I've seen something quite that on the nose and like quite that insidious as like somebody who sounds like they're literally trying to start a cult, like a Heaven's Gate 2.0 or something. But
it's happening, trust me. Yeah.
It went so well the first time.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Nikes. But there's so in the occult world, the grift is quite easy, but I think that people are a little bit wise to it. Like so I don't see people coming out and being just straight up cult leaders like that so much. But I do see, I think the problems with witchcraft are a lot of the same problems with kind of feminism right now, where there is a lot of great stuff there. And it is like, I think it is a net good that these things are becoming popularized. And I think it is a net positive, and I'm happy to see it. But it's very easy to, like, under capitalism, to just say, like, great, you want a witch t-shirt now? Like, you want this stuff that you can buy. And in my book, I tried to make it very accessible, not just in the way that I write it, but I've made it very purposefully made it so that all of the magic in it involves things that you don't have to buy. Like, you don't have to go and buy a bunch of accoutrements and buy a bunch of stuff to do this. Like, you already have this stuff probably in your house, or it's like very cheap to get. You don't have to get a bunch of really expensive things. I think personally, if people can gather their own herbs and, like, know their own landscape, have a working relationship with these things, that's really where magic comes about. I think obviously there's stuff that I buy. I love, occult bookstores. Those are like community centers for me. So I'm not saying that people shouldn't buy anything occult related. Buy my book. But there's a, please buy my book. But I don't think that people shouldn't buy anything occult related, because there are, like, there are specialty items, and there are people that I know who are, pour their heart and soul into jewelry and to, oils and incenses and things like that. So I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think what happens is when it is divorced from magic and you kind of just commodify things. And it's part of the same process that kind of destroyed witchcraft to begin with. It's the same kind of mechanistic, capitalist model that sort of drove that out of the land to begin with. And so I do push back a little bit against that sort of commodification, because it feels the same way that that like feminism has been commodified, where it's like, no, this is actually a very powerful political idea. It actually has some very revolutionary potential in it, and it's capitalism's way of neutralizing these things by commodifying them, like the way it did with punk, and the way it did with very kind of radical movements in the past, where it's like, now instead of being a 60s radical, you can just dress like one, right? Now instead of embracing the revolutionary power of magic and how, like, you can make things happen for yourself, like, you just with your mind and with your belief, like, well, now you can dress like a witch, right? Mm-hmm. And again, I fucking love witch fashion. Like, you see how I'm dressed. Like, I don't hate it. It's just, it does concern me a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that is such a good point. And I mean, again, it goes back to that commercialization, and capitalism is the constant, I guess, obstacle here. Is every time the individual, or let's say community, feels empowered, there's always that thing to stamp it down and to quiet its voice. Mm-hmm. And I mean, and we're going to get into the more political aspect to all of this as well, because that fascinates me just as much. But kind of rounding out this idea of pop culture, I guess, in witches. Like I said, Wicked for me, Wizard of Oz, all these ideas of a green-skinned witch, or someone who's evil and snatching up children. I think I've watched Hocus Pocus about 10 times already. It's on Freeform every single night, if people don't know. Hollywood, they are a big component in all of this and how we as the mainstream perceive witches. So do you have any reckons to give when it comes to how Hollywood deals with all this stuff, Sarah?
It's interesting because I think, so people ask me that a lot, and I think that people want me to be like offended by the Hollywood witch, right? Like they want me to be like, that's a stereotype. I'm not green, obviously. Like, and it's like, I think that people realize that there's no green people out there. Like, right. I think that I personally, for me, I'm able to separate out the kind of myth from reality. And I think I kind of have a little bit of faith that most people do feel that way. That most people know that these are embellishments and exaggerations or artistic kind of representations. So I'm not actually that mad about Hollywood representations of witchcraft. I think right now there is, to me, witchcraft has a very rich history. And to me, witchcraft is, its power lies in the fact that it's very hard to define, right? And I think ever since it kind of happened, like ever since people have been doing this, there is this very intense desire to define what witchcraft is. Going back to the trials, there's a codification of witches meet with the devil on these days, and they do these rites with the devil, and they leave these marks, and this is what happens. And it's like, sure, I'm sure that there were people who were doing that kind of thing. Like we know that that's true. If you look at the trial of someone like Isabel Gowdy, in Scotland, that's a very important piece of history to me, because that's somebody who wasn't, she was not coerced into giving her testimony. She gave it freely. So when she talks about her consorts with the devil, when she talks about meeting the man in black, all this kind of stuff, it is, it's something that we're getting probably from someone who did this stuff, and not somebody who is just, saying whatever the judges want to hear. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying that these practices didn't even exist, but there's this intense, from the very beginning, it's very, people really want to codify witchcraft into being like, it is just these practices and it is just this stuff and that's it. And witchcraft is very hard to define. It's the hardest aspect of the occult to define. It's not like, druidry or Solomonic magic or, Thelema or things like that, where you can look at the history. There are these certain books you have to read. There are certain historical figures that you can point to as like people who started the practice, and it's that. Witchcraft is really weird, and there's a lot of old documents you have to go through. So to me, I think that there's always kind of a rush by Hollywood to be like, well, witches are only evil, or witches are actually only misunderstood very good hippies, or it's like witches are actually all feminists. And it's like, witches have been really bad. Like, historically speaking, like being a witch was not a good thing. Like it was considered a very bad thing, even if you were a folk magic practitioner. There were witches, like if you look at something like the Bell Witch in Kentucky, or if you look at the people who were accused of witchcraft in the Salem witchcraft trials, they owned slaves. Like, those aren't feminists, right? So it's not as simple. But then on the other hand, it's like, well, yeah, it was a way to attack women, and it was a way to take power away from the poor peasant women. Like, so it's very complicated. And I think that, to me, it's not so much a problem of like, listen, Mr. Hollywood, this is what witches are really like. To me, it's more like, I want more witches, and I want more diverse, interesting representations of witches. Like, I loved that movie, The Witch, that came out a few years ago, because to me, I was like, oh my God, somebody finally did a real folkloric representation of like what Puritans would have thought witchcraft was. And that's so rare in films now to see, because I feel like there's such an intense, like, no, it's about good women. And I'm like, yes. I love it. But give me one bad witch. Like, I want mean witches again. Right.
Yeah. That's a good point. Again, it's about, giving it a agency, giving it individualism, again, like, yes, you could find strength in numbers and in a community, but at the end of the day, like, every witch is going to have their own perception, their own rituals, their own way of dealing with it, and their own reason for having gotten involved with it to begin with. The Witch, I'm so glad you brought that movie up, because that was, I guess, sort of my gateway into witches being a symbol of feminism. I mean, again, from my simple, I guess, kind of male-centric mind, it never really spoke to me until that last scene in that movie, when I was just like, whoa, I just had like my perception shattered on what this is. And now we're seeing like a reboot of The Craft. We're seeing that new Anne Hathaway movie coming out, I think, Witches, which I think is a remake as well. It's kind of having a resurgence, I think, in Hollywood, hopefully in different ways. But I mean, I think it's interesting.
Like, it's to me, what I liked about The Witch, and like what I like about some of those movies, is that to me, magic is scary. Like, I think there was this long attempt for a very long time to be like, witches are actually all good, and we just, we worship Mother Goddess and Mother Earth, and we would never harm anyone. It's like a very Wiccan kind of idea, like do no harm, and it's all about peace and love. And it's like, look, at my heart of hearts, I am a hippie. Like, I really do believe in peace and love. Like, I am, I do want us to all get along, right? But it's like, I don't know, witchcraft is scary. Magic is scary. When you do this stuff and when you do it for real, and I to me, that's what kind of keeps the magic alive, is every now and then being like, whoa, I just did that. Like, oh my God, this is real. And I think it's similar in the UFO world too, where it's like people who have these experiences with UFOs, people who have these experiences with like beings from a different dimension or other planet, like whatever you want to take it, like that's really terrifying. And like, I think the thing that people forget, because they're like, oh yeah, aliens are probably real, or like, oh, they're probably not real. It's like, well, if they are, that's a big deal. Like, that is a earth-shatteringly big deal, and that's something that changes everything about how we know reality works. Especially like if they're from another planet, that's one big thing, right? But if they're like an interdimensional like spirit being, if it's like reality is this veil, like that kind of weird shit, if it's something like within our own psychic understanding of the world, like, that's actually terrifying, right? That's like, if you sit with that, that's scary. And I think with magic, it's kind of the exact same thing, where like, yes, okay, our thoughts are causative, spirits are real, this is all great. And you can have fun with that, and it can take you to a very peaceful, loving place. But I think sometimes it's important to sit in kind of the Lovecraftian terror of it and be like, oh my God, there are beings behind the stars. Like, there's like, the world is so much weirder than I thought it was. And it continues to get weirder the more I do this. And I personally love that. Like, I personally think that's great. But so I guess maybe that's another thing I push back on, is kind of the attempt to defang magic and make it very palpable. And I'm like, okay, it can be used for very lovely and nice things, and I do that all the time, but it's scary at the end of the day to me. And I think that's fine. Let it be spooky.
Let it be spooky, somewhere in the spooky skies. That's why you're here today. No, that you bring up so many like sort of roads we could go down, and I agree with you. I think that that concept of, if we like to attach the alien to the UFO always. Whenever I do UFO interviews or whatnot, it always starts with, so aliens are visiting the planet. And I'm like, no, I never said that. Like, but you're a UFO researcher. Yeah, so what? Like, I'm not saying aliens are visiting our planet. People have reported that, and they assume that, because where else could these things so non-human come from another planet? But yeah, like you mentioned,
like the reality just tears open. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
And then all those doors are open. And again, I think that's scary for a lot of people. We want to think it's just aliens visiting our planet, or that a spirit is just the energy of a loved one. But once you start like stripping back those layers, it's so much more complex. And I think that scares people, that fear of the unknown, so I totally get it.
Yeah, to me, so I just finished reading the Mothman Prophecies, which I love.
Nice.
Oh my God, so good.
Yeah.
And to me, it just like struck me so much that these were like fairy tales, like, what people were going through. I was like, oh my God, this is exactly what you read about when you read about old folklore and people having encounters with the devil and stuff like that. And there's so much in that book and in encounters like that to me as a magical practitioner, I'm like, yeah, there's no way that like there's no physical being that makes this stuff happen. Like, this stuff only happens when you encounter the Fae or you encounter the devil. And like, the devil is called the Man in Black, and then the Men in Black show up to people's doors and like do weird stuff and are wearing shoes that aren't the right size and are eating sugar pills. And I'm like, that's not a fucking Fed. That's the devil. Like, get the fuck out of there, like to me, it's like, oh my God. But yeah, so I mean, and I think that's where people that's why I think there is a kind of concerted, I don't know if it's a concerted effort, but why there is a huge resistance in like a very, very staunch materialist branches of science and research against kind of the work that we do. Our research will someday be seen as legitimate
in the science books. Yeah.
But like sometimes it's just like, because if we're right, you have to change everything about what you're believing and about how your world works. And you don't want to do that. And sorry, I think we are right. Get on the weird train.
Get on the weird train, the crazy train, as Ozzy Osbourne would say. No, but that's such a good point. Like, institutions are what keep things in place, and there's some good institutions, obviously, in history, but I think you're right. Once that's there, that's the answer. And I think, up to a month ago, they might have detected Earth, what am I trying to say? They detected possible life in the clouds of Venus. And if we look at something like the Drake equation, this super complex, massive equation that life probably does not exist in our own galaxy because of this and this and this and this. And now all of a sudden it's like, hold up. There might be life on Venus, or there was life on Venus, or there is life thriving there now. And it just shatters everything. Mm-hmm. So now it's a matter of, are we going to change everything we thought we knew for so long, or are we going to take that step to the next paradigm? And I think, again, that goes with so much of what you do and what's going on in the world right now, where a lot of, at least here in America and other countries, people want things to go back to what they were before and keep things status quo. And then another part of the country wants things to change dramatically. And that divisiveness, I think, is what has gotten to us to where we are now, in probably the most tumultuous American election in recent history, which we will definitely get to. I think we need these things right now. We need witches. We need UFO people like Tom DeLonge, changing the entire landscape of the conversation. No matter what you think of him or his pop punk music, I mean, this guy for us has opened the doors wide open to break down those institutions who have tried to tell us nothing exists, and UFOs, we can explain them away. So interesting times we're living in, I think.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, the UFO community needed a bank, and Tom DeLonge came along and decided to be the bank, that's great. I think for me, it's like, so what you were talking about with like the paradigm shift, I think I kind of write about this in my book, but I think we're at a time where we're not just going through one paradigm shift, right? Like if you think about just 2020 alone, or just the last couple of years alone, all right, it'd be one thing if like there was just UFO disclosure, right? Like that'd be one thing if like that happened. But that happened on top of a pandemic, on top of bombshell after bombshell report from everything that's happening, on top of, the rise of QAnon and, cults and NXIVM and Epstein and all of this, everything's happening at once. And it's like, to me, I think that like that's consensus reality in a crisis. And it's, there's no longer like, so in magic, there is this term called consensus reality. Basically, it's like the reality that we can all, or most of us can kind of hang our hat on and come to agreement over. So like the sky is blue is consensus reality. New York City is in the United States of America is consensus reality, right? These are things that just like, don't have to question it. And previously things like, America is the greatest country in the world. That was consensus reality to a lot of people. Or, capitalism is the best economic system. That's consensus reality. We fixed racism. With the Civil Rights Act and Martin Luther King, like it's over. Certain things like that were just like consensus reality to a lot of people. And all of a sudden those are getting broken down. Or like, okay, like Earth is the only place where there's life in the universe, like getting broken down. And whenever there is a shift like that, there's a moment of initiation where your scope of reality gets bigger, because now all of a sudden you are you're privy to information that was always there, but you just couldn't see. So you're kind of leveling up magically when that happens, if you lean into it. If you don't lean into those initiatory moments, if you don't lean into those paradigm shifts, you could really fuck yourself up, because it's like you're trying to wear the kid's shoes when you're an adult. you know, and it's like, no, you grew out of that. Now you have to step into the new shoes. Even though you liked those light up sneakers a lot, like you've got to step into the bigger ones, right? And that's happening to all of us constantly right now. And I think that that's one reason why so many people are talking about like civil war in the United States of America, because I think to a lot of people, it's the only way that they can see this reconciling in some way. It's just like things are like, you know, like my consensus reality is not the same as a QAnon believer's consensus reality. Like, and to a certain extent, that is going to become incompatible at a certain point. That's just like, that just doesn't get along. You know, people who believe in abolishing the police and people who want like Trump being like a law and order president, that's incompatible. Like that doesn't get along. So there's, I think people look at these irreconcilable realities that we're dueling with here, which is what I think kind of like magic is as a tool, like to understand politics. Like it's a battle of realities and it's a battle of will. We see this and it's like, oh yeah, obviously there's going to be a civil war, because how else is this going to resolve? I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's going to be a civil war or not. I mean, astrologically, we're not going to a great place, but it's, you know, I think that it's just a sign that we have to kind of lean into this a little bit. We have to lean into that weird, we have to be, at least in the short term, we have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable and not knowing what is real right now, right? Like, okay, like for me, I'm a big believer in the kind of spirit or non-material belief of UFOs, right? Like that's where I come from. But then I hear about stuff on like this gas on Venus, or I see that video that the Pentagon released, and I'm like, well, fuck, maybe there are people in spaceships. Like, I don't know. Like, that's fucking weird. So it's like, even then, for me, I'm like, I don't know what to make of that. And it sucks, but I think that if you don't lean into it, that's when you actually have problems, right? Just leaning into the not knowing.
Yeah, the not knowing. And again, I think that's what keeps us so stamped down, is people are not willing to sacrifice their beliefs or, you know, everything they think they are owed or deserved, and not willing to accept that we don't know what comes next. And we don't. Like, this is the most uncertain time in my lifetime, probably in many people's lives. We have absolutely no idea what's going to happen in a few weeks here in America or across the world, or where this pandemic is heading. Like, we've put so much trust in governments in the past. Again, these systems that are there to keep things in check and keep things the way they are, under the guise that it's for the people and it's to protect you and this. But now we're seeing everything like witchcraft and UFOs and magic kind of pushing back at that more than I think they ever have before. And that's, like you said, for us, very exciting. But we also don't know what's going to happen.
But we also live in America on top of that. It's like,
exactly.
I don't know, a civil war. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, if the Proud Boys have anything to say about it, we are. But that's a whole other story. But no, I think you're right. I think this is a time where everything you and I have spent our lives looking into and embracing, and our listeners and viewers and people in our communities have been doing, is finally standing up and saying, like, I'm here. Like, you can't keep us quiet anymore. And
sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sarah. Sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. No, this is to your point, but I actually in the history of witchcraft and like being a witch, like that was something I always kept very quiet from people. It was always, I used to joke, now it's the first thing that people know about me, but it used to be the last thing that people knew about me. It was I kept very private. And until you came to my house, and it's like, why is there that goat skull there? And I'm like, just ignore. But anyways, but for me, it was very much, I had to couch it in a bunch of like science, and I had to know anthropology, and I had to be like, well, you know, the experiment where the things don't go through the two slits, and like all that shit that we all know about, like the greatest hits folks at home know. So I had to like memorize this stuff and have it ready to go if I was ever to talk to people about magic, because I had to prove that I wasn't a crazy person, which is like a whole other conversation I think to be had about shame and these things. I think people who are into magic, paranormal, UFOs, we feel a great deal of shame that we're like still dealing with today, that I think we need to just get over, because we're right. But there's I'm adamant about this, but there's so to me, for me, once Donald Trump got elected, all of a sudden, like literally overnight, people didn't question magic the way that they used to. If I told people I was a witch and I was like, oh yeah, like I think that reality is a malleable thing, and I think that thoughts are causative, and I think that we can shape reality how we want to a certain extent, all of a sudden people were like, all right, that checks out. I believe that. People who I've known my whole life who are atheists and skeptics and adamantly not about this kind of thing, because I think they saw someone basically pretend their way into being president. Like, whatever you think of the guy, I certainly have many, many negative opinions. I think Donald Trump is doing chaos magic very well, or has historically done chaos magic very well. I don't think he calls it that. I don't think he knows that that's what he's doing, but he is a textbook example of really bad, malefic magic kind of run amok. And I think people can kind of see that. And when you explain what magic is to them, all of a sudden it's kind of a way to explain like how Trump happened and how the last 4 years have happened,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I look, when he was first elected, look at what happened. I mean, you had the Women's March directly after that. You one of the first things I saw as kind of like a rebellion was witches all over the world were putting hexes on this guy. So like, you're right. Immediately when this man was put into power, you started to see magic rising, and that's fascinating to me to think like that's what happened. And the fact that, well, let's unpack that a little bit in terms of the current president. We something's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, but the last 4 years have been.
I'm going to ask you to make a prediction. Like, here's your Halloween prediction of the 2020 election.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm terrified, but that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It changes every fucking week for me, man. Before Trump got COVID, I was like, I was spiritually certain he was going to win re-election. I was like, no, this is going to happen. I don't know anymore. I think that it's so there's astrologically there are two things I guess I will point out if your listeners want a little bit of like a prophecy to come. So there's two things. Let's do it. Two things to watch out for. I believe December 12th there is going to be something called the Great Conjunction. And this is something that only happens every 20 to 30 years. It is going to be Jupiter and Saturn are going to be sitting right on top of each other in the skies in the sign of Capricorn. And every time that this has happened in U.S. history, ever since William Henry Harrison, it's something called Tecumseh's Curse. And whoever the sitting president is either is assassinated or has an assassination attempt against them. So, or dies in office. The only exception to this rule is George W. Bush, and 9/11 happened. So December 12th, mark it in your calendars. It is very likely whoever the president is will die, or something very bad will happen to them. Historically, that's what has happened.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's one thing to keep an eye out for. And the second thing is on the 4th of July, 2021, America is going to have its Pluto return. And no country makes it through their Pluto return without a revolution or a civil war or an invasion or a massive change to the government. It happens every 250 years. It is going to be America's first Pluto return. And I think that everything that we're seeing now is kind of the buildup to that, because obviously we are astrologically due for a huge change to occur. What that change is, I do not know. I was a big Bernie Sanders supporter, just to put my tarot cards on the table, because I was like, okay, that's how you square the circle. That's how you have a revolution in a peaceful way. That's how you do revolution by the ballot box, kind of. So I was like, all right, thinking with that in mind, this is the thing. The guy talking about revolution, but doing it in a electoral way. That's how we do that. That's not happening anymore. So I don't know what's going to occur. But those are the two dates I would say to look out for and to kind of keep in mind while all of this is going on. I think the Pluto return is kind of anchoring a lot of these shifts that we're seeing in American culture right now.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah. What were the dates again, Sarah? December 12th?
December 12th and July 4th. The 4th of July. So it's the Pluto will be in the same place in the sky it was when the Declaration of Independence was being signed. So that's
how ironic.
So
Yep.
that's America's birthday, right? So that's what people are. Yeah, this is what's going to happen. But
Astrology has a good sense of humor. I love it. Okay, well, you mentioned Bernie Sanders, and you mentioned earlier in the conversation your work with the DSA. So I'd love to talk a little about that. I've been to events in New York with the DSA, very powerful, amazing movements going on there. And how does this play into your life? Now, this is where we really get to politics and magic and how they are intertwined. And how do you deal with both of these things in your life when it comes to your work with the DSA?
Well, it's very interesting, right? Because historically, I mean, I don't think anybody's like, I think if anybody knows anything about communism or Marxism or socialism, probably the line that they know is like, religion is the opium of the masses, right? So they will know that, and they know that like historically, they're like, or at least they have a perception historically that the left, like leftism, has been antagonistic or unfriendly towards spirituality. And I think that that's definitely true when we're talking about Europe and when we're talking about a lot of parts of the United States. It's not so much the case when you look at places like Latin America, where there's been a really huge embrace of socialism by indigenous people, including like indigenous like spirituality in that. If you look at like the Zapatistas, or if you look at Evo Morales' Mas Party recently in Bolivia, that kind of thing. There's also a huge embrace by socialism, by Catholicism in Latin America. Like liberation theology is a really big like socialist movement, and something that actually the current Pope came out of, which is why in his encyclicals he's very adamant about calling out capitalism in the encyclicals that he gives out. So like they're not as incompatible as people think. But historically, at least in like the West, capital W, there has been some like animosity towards religion, right? But again, I think this is really changing recently, and I think that it's really been that has not really been my experience. I think especially with witchcraft, I think witches are very in socialism right now because of the work of people like Silvia Federici and other writers like that. I'd like to include myself in that, but who knows? I don't know. But where, you know, if you look historically at like what witchcraft represented, like I kind of went into earlier, witchcraft was like the witch trials were the cauldron out of which capitalism came. You know, it's if you look at it, it has all the ingredients of what was to come later, and all of the things that, like, so in Marx's, you know, philosophy, he has this thing called primitive accumulation. So it's whenever a economic system forms, the way that the economic system forms repeats itself kind of in the DNA code of that economic system whenever it expands. So for capitalism, people have always been very interested in finding like what was that primitive accumulation, like where did it actually start, because that will give a clue to like how it functions as an economic system. And increasingly, I think a lot of people have really come around to the idea that the witch trials were the primitive accumulation of capitalism, that and the subjugation of indigenous peoples in Africa and the Americas, that those two things happen simultaneously and actually are very connected. A lot of the technology that was used in the witch trials came from the oppression of indigenous populations, and you know, whether it's the consorting with the devil, the actual measures, and like the dunking, the burning at the stake, the executions, like that all comes from tech that was used on indigenous populations that was then brought home to Europe. I think a lot of socialists and a lot of people on the left have really come around to seeing that as the formation of capitalism. And so it makes witchcraft kind of, I think, a very in thing in a lot of ways. But it's very interesting, right? Because, and I don't know if you ever encountered this in UFO land, or in talking to people who maybe don't do the work that you do. But there's a part of me where it's like, yes, you know, witchcraft is about the subjugation of the proletariat. Yes, it is about women's empowerment. Yes, it is about, you know, the land and the commodification of the land. Yes, it is about these things. It's also about fucking witchcraft. Like, it is also about the devil. It's also about spirits. It is about soul flight and leaving your body and doing magic, and like it is about the spooky scary shit too. So like while I think there is a political dimension to it, I'm very adamant to be like, yes, and like you cannot separate the two from each other. Yeah, and so that's kind of something that I kind of bring to the table, I guess, in my own organizing. I think also just again, I think it's an understanding of magic to me has really helped inform my understanding of politics. And so, if I can bring that to an organizing perspective, that's always a positive for me.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I feel the same in the UFO world. Like, yeah, we're talking about like the possibility of life elsewhere. We're talking about breaking down science that has been like ingrained into our minds throughout history and shattering that and starting anew in some ways. But at the end of the day, like they're fun stories. They're weird. Like when I hear that like someone was taken aboard a craft and brought to Mars, given a tour, and then back to Earth, like that's cool to think about, you know? Yeah, it gets your imagination going. Whether it was real or not almost doesn't matter. It's the fact that like it's challenging your mind to think about something other than just like, no, could never happen. Can't bend time and space to get there, whatever. Yeah, so I understand that aspect of it as well. And I also understand, like, again, this UFO world we're living in where people are forcing the government into a corner to be like, give us some information on UFOs because you can't, we're gonna find it and and it's happening, and military witnesses are coming forward and telling their stories, which we know you don't want them to do. Like, just tell us, and it's working. Like we're pushing back against that bureaucracy that has kept these things secret for so long. And this isn't even like conspiracy theory. This is a fact that the government investigated UFOs secretly for 8 years and nobody knew about it. And now we know about it because someone in that program said, fuck it, I'm done. I can't believe we're not telling the public about what we're discovering here. And I can't believe no one is also taking it seriously. I'm out. And the dude quit the program and then started his own thing to force them to come out with those answers. That, he was a part of the problem and now he's hopefully part of the solution, I guess is a way to put it.
Absolutely. And to me, it's like just a big old middle finger in that fucking stupid line that was said for so long that I feel like when I was younger, I don't know if this is like the line that was still being used more recently, but like, oh, well, if the public found out about UFOs being real, there'd be mass panic. People would freak out. And it's like, no, like have a little bit of faith. Like, I think there's a lot of, this extends to the political arena as well. But I think there's this, sometimes I really do think that people's politics can be like, do you like people? Like, do you fundamentally like people? Like, do you fundamentally trust people? And like, if you can fundamentally trust that people are going to be able to take information and like digest it and be okay with that, that's fine. Like that's, to me, that's just like, that's a big part of my politics is I'm like, I just like people and I just want people to be happy. Like, I'm sick of all this shit getting in the way of people just being happy and living like fulfilling lives, And just this stupid bureaucracy that we have to live under every day, like just how warped and twisted it is. And to me, like UFO disclosure is to me, it's very affirming because it's like, yeah, people didn't lose their minds. Like we didn't all run out into the streets. Like it was the broadcast of the day, not the day, so still War of the Worlds. And
War of the World,
it's like War of the Worlds where like we're all just gonna run outside and think that aliens are attacking us. It's like, no, people can digest this stuff and people can be rational about these things,
Good point. I mean, and that goes for like, I don't think we give our fellow human beings enough credit. That goes for the whole ancient alien theory as well. Like, yes, we were brilliant. We are extremely capable of building the pyramids and these beautiful, incredible things throughout history, especially people of color who built them. And let's strip them of all of that by saying aliens helped them, So, yeah, I think it goes, there's a lot of ways you could look at it. And look, I know I have listeners and viewers who are either right-wing or a supporter of the president. And I have people on the other end of the spectrum. And I think what that says truly is that there are things beyond politics that we can all connect with. And like you said, you just want people to be happy. Of course, that's what I want too. I may be more left-leaning than a lot of my listeners and everything, but that doesn't mean like I want this person on the right to like have a heart attack and die. It just means like we have different idealisms, and that's the way that politics, I think, the more evil side of it, creeps in, and they divide us instead of bringing us together. And what brings us together? Witchcraft. UFOs.
Like, brings us together, yes.
Totally. These are the things, these magical things in our world that we deny that could actually bring us more together. So I think there's so much to unpack there too.
Yeah, and I think it's about also staying humble to a certain extent, where it's like, like I consider myself like a socialist or like a communist or whatever, and I'm sure some people are like, oh, what? But it's like, even then I say that and I'm like, I say that because it's the closest political definition I can come to what I am. But I don't think like Marx was necessarily somebody who had every single thing right. Like, I don't think that any philosopher had everything right. I don't think that, any of these guys like Bakunin or Luxembourg or any of those guys like had 100% it down, especially nowadays when, there were certain historical things that they just couldn't anticipate. Like, Marx didn't know that the internet was going to be a thing one day. Nobody anticipated drone technology or UFO technology or any of that kind of stuff. So it's like, to me, it's about doing magic and being engaged in the paranormal is about staying humble, because whenever you think you have things figured out, whenever you think you're on top of it and you're like, no, okay, I've got politics down. I know what the answers are. I know exactly what we got to do. And then it's just like again, that door opens up and something else fucking weird comes out. And you're like, well, back to the drawing board because I don't know shit, I guess.
Yeah. And welcome to anarchy. I mean, it's about breaking things down and building them back up in a whole new light. And again, that's where these things we do, that's where it lays. I honestly believe that. Well, okay. So I guess moving away from politics, not really, actually. This actually has a lot to do with politics. And this will be my last question. Yeah, I know.
Right now, so.
Yeah, especially American politics. Like we said earlier, super tumultuous. I have a pit in my stomach, and every day I wake up. And like you said, we're in the middle of a pandemic on top of that, and UFO disclosure and genocides around the world. It just like everything all at once. And it's always there in some form, but I think it's been amplified tenfold by technology, the internet and everything like that. But let's talk about the election in America in terms of voting. Now, I remember you saying, I believe it was in the book, or an interview, voting is just a tactic. So I voted, I assume you voted. Millions of Americans voted earlier than they ever have before, which is amazing and awesome. Please go vote. Please vote. No matter who you vote for, just do it. Just do it.
Mercury is retrograde now. So I actually haven't voted yet because I'm voting on election day, because Mercury will be direct then. And I do not, this particular Mercury retrograde is very intense, and I do not trust it. So I am waiting until I'm actually going to stand in line on election day and vote, because I do not trust this Mercury retrograde. I'm waiting until it's over. But yes.
Good for you.
Yes. It's weird. So like, I guess for me, like tactic versus strategy, right? Is that the question? Yeah. Okay. So this is maybe like, check out the book. I go into it more there, but something that I think is, for anybody, for any political delineation that's listening to this right now, one thing that's very important to understand is that there is a difference between political tactics and political strategy, and people confuse these two ideas a lot. So, and people do it on literally every side of the political spectrum. I see people do it on the far left, far right, center, liberal, conservative, whatever. Like, I see people confusing these a lot. So, a tactic is something that you use in the service of a greater strategy. So like for me, let's say like I'm a socialist organizer. I want to build socialism eventually, right? That might not be what you're trying to do if you're listening at home, but like for me, that's what I'm out here trying to do. That is the strategy for me is like the long-term narrative and goal of how I make that happen. Then there are tactics in between how I do that. If you want to break it down even more simple than that, let's say the long-term strategy, like I'll use a personal example for myself. So I live in Queens in New York. There is a bunch of power plants here that pump out most of New York City's energy. And they're incredibly dirty. The neighborhood that I live in has the highest rate of asthma in all of the state because of these factories. And it's not necessary, right? There's a lot that can be shut down or should be converted over to more renewable energy. And my working group right now is in the process of doing a campaign called the Public Power Campaign. So we believe that energy and power should be publicly owned and operated good. Like it should be seen as a public good and not a commodity. So basically what we're trying to do is break the grid in New York City down into smaller microgrids that the community would have direct control over and direct ways to vote on how the energy is used, the places that it comes from. This has already been done in places in New York City, like in Sunset Park. This group Uprose recently created the first solar co-op in the country, I think. So it's that this place in Sunset Park, literally the whole community has a buy-in, has a democratic buy-in to the grid, and they voted to do green energy and to do have a solar co-op. So now this whole area in Sunset Park is 100% renewable because of democratic control. So that's where we're trying to give back to people, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the goal, and the longer strategy of the goal is things like, okay, we have to get electeds, we have to get electeds put into place that are sympathetic to our goals. We want to shut down certain power plants that would stand in the way, that would set us back on our timeline when we have to fix global warming by. We want to implement certain laws that would make this organizing easier, that kind of thing. Those are strategies within the service of this larger goal. And then tactics are like the individual things that you do. So that could be engaging in a protest, voting, letter writing, petitioning, doing direct action of some sort, door knocking and canvassing. These are all tactics. And there is, within a movement, there's always a debate to be had over whether tactics are effective or not, right? Mm-hmm. So for instance, you can have, people might have a lot of debate over, if shutting down a highway is an effective tactic in a protest or not. Does that actually help that movement or not? I personally think that's kind of a case-by-case basis sort of thing. Some people might get mad at me for that. I've been stuck in traffic and hate it too. But that's what I mean is that is not a criticism of protesting. It is a criticism of that particular tactic of protesting, right? Mm-hmm. So kind of to me, it's I like to get very specific with these things because I think a lot of political arguments come from a lack of specificity. So being specific with our language is, I think, very important in what we're talking about. So it's you can agree with the goal of a protest, but maybe disagree with the tactic and how they go about that, right? So for me, voting should best be understood as a tactic towards a greater strategy of change. And I think that this is where a lot of people have feel very hopeless and very lost right now. I mean, me personally, it's Joe Biden, super not my first choice, probably one of my last choices, to be honest, right? And I remember when he was first nominated, I was like, fuck this. I am not voting for this man. Fuck this shit. Fuck everyone. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're okay. Fuck you. It's, I was so mad about it, right? And I think what I've eventually come around to is I think what upset me at first was neither voting for Joe Biden, not voting for Joe Biden. Neither side seemed to have a strategy, right? A coherent strategy where it's to me, it's if you want to not vote for Joe Biden, that's cool. But what's your strategy after that, right? What is the tactical reasoning behind not voting for this person in the service of a larger goal, right? And you can make that argument, but I just don't see it being made in very satisfactory ways a lot of the time. I also don't really find it very satisfactory to vote for Joe Biden and then hope that he'll move leftward. However, I think that there's slightly more weight to that argument. I think that there's just slightly more weight to that strategy and that tactic and saying, okay, we don't like either person, but Joe Biden is at least going to give a passing to the left in a way that Donald Trump will not, right? and he'll at least be like, at least on a surface level, more respectful of our goals than Donald Trump will, right? He's not going to jail all of us probably, right? So there's like I see the strategy there slightly more than I see the strategy for not voting. And I'm very sympathetic to both because it's like, I don't like the situation we're in either. But I think when you break it down and you think about voting as a tactic in service of a larger goal and a larger strategy, it becomes a little bit easier to understand what you're actually doing. And I think, yeah, like it's moving beyond just the vote, don't vote discourse, right? That's just like, vote, don't vote. And it's like, you know, like, let's just actually think about what we're doing for a second, right?
Yeah, totally. And I mean, it's putting what you want, you know, in your mind, in your heart, in everything into action. And that's why, you know, we've talked so much about activism in this conversation and politics, which I'm sure a lot of my listeners and viewers weren't expecting, but like too damn bad. Like that's what this is about. And again, that idea of politics and magic and, you know, this weird dance between the two is extremely eye-opening, and I hope people will be open to that watching and listening to this. And for sure, like it's extremely interesting. You know, I'm doing this Halloween series, so there's a very surface level to that, and that's pumpkins, owls, witches, and all this fun stuff. But at the core of it, this is about a movement. And a movement that's been seen throughout history in many different ways. And I think that's amazing. And again, no matter what side of the political spectrum you lean on, you can find something empowering about what I think witchcraft represents. So I hope people will embrace that. But here's my back to Hollywood for you, Sarah. Before we get to some listener questions, if you're willing to stick around for that.
Absolutely, yes.
Cool. I had more than I ever expected, which is awesome. I'm super excited. Let's end with Mysteries Decoded on the CW network, a show you and I are both a part of. I don't know about you, but when this first came about, I was like, what? Like, it just like happened, fell out of the sky. But what was the experience like? What was your episode about that you did of Mysteries Decoded? And what was that whole experience like working, I guess, with Hollywood on trying to get the word out about witches and witchcraft? Yeah.
Well, for you, it literally fell out of the sky because you were talking about rock.
It did.
So, like, for you, it was like actually
fell and crashed, right? Yep.
Yeah. No, it was great. I mean, it was kind of a dream come true in a little bit of a way because I grew up in Massachusetts and I grew up going to Salem every October. It's like going to Salem was what made me want to be a witch someday because I was, you know, it was like the place I would go and I didn't feel so weird, right? Like that one time of year I was like, okay, yeah, people really do this and people really practice this stuff. And like, there's a world out there for me somewhere. And there's going to be a day where I could be part of that. And so, you know, Salem is it's a big part of my heart, you know, a big part of like who I am comes from that place. And so actually getting to go there and talk about the Salem witchcraft trials and talk about the history of that place and, you know, actually getting to hold historical documents in my hands and go to these places, like get an all access pass to places that I normally wouldn't be able to go to was incredible. It's like a dream come true for someone like me. So I was super into that. And it's very interesting. Like I had done some smaller scale things from that before. So I did some work with Vice. Actually, I don't know if you've ever talked to the queer paranormal people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I did a documentary on them for Vice when I was working with them a while back. Yeah, that's so Shane and all
Go
of that.
check them out, everybody. Yeah, go check them out.
They're great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I got to hang out with them in Ohio and then in Seattle at this film festival they were at. So I had done kind of smaller scale things like that and like a video, like, you know, like October is the season of the witch. So I had done kind of videos on like, what is witchcraft before? But that was my first kind of larger scale TV appearance. And I don't know, I'm a Leo. So anytime I get treated like talent, I'm like, I'm in my element.
Yeah.
But yeah, just as a witch, it was like such a dream come true to just like visit those places, talk to people, really get into that case on a very deep level. So I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that brings up a good point. And full disclosure, we're both Leos, which we connected on earlier, and also we live like blocks apart in New York City, which is insane. Even though I'm like thousands and thousands of miles away right now, we probably could have done this in person, but we would miss the season of The Witch. So, Hollywood, I guess. I hate using that word, Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Television.
I like it.
Yeah. Hollywood. Weird. Television affords you resources that you might not otherwise have as an independent researcher and stuff like that. So, embracing those aspects of it is amazing. Like you said, like you touched documents. I put my feet on the ground of the impact site where a UFO might have crashed, a place I never in my life thought I would be. And that was life-changing for me, no matter what happened back then in 1947 when something crashed in Roswell. I was there, and you can just feel the history and everything around you, which is awesome. So I'm sure that was a really defining kind of journey for you as well. What did you come out on the other side thinking about what you guys looked into? You kind of looked at like the witch trials and then like stuff going on in modern day, in terms of like, paranoia and hysteria and all these other things. What'd you come out on the other side thinking after that?
Yeah, paranoia and hysteria, thankfully not very relevant topics to today in our lives at all.
Not one bit.
No one's losing their minds over anything. Very calm times, very normal. So it was interesting, right? Because at first, I was actually a little bit afraid that I was going to be made to be like, demons are real and they were all possessed by demons, and these girls are also possessed by demons. And, like, that's what's going on. And that's like not what I think happened in Salem. So I was a little bit afraid I was going to get put into a corner where I was going to have to be like the weirdo that's like saying, that's like to be the counterweight to Jen, who's very skeptical and very like not a believer in any of this stuff. I thought I was going to have to be the extreme other. Like I was going to have to really be the Mulder and be like, well, what's the devil? And like, I didn't have to go that far because I think we kind of did agree on a lot of the sort of socioeconomic maybe reasons behind the Salem witchcraft trials and what was going on historically at the time, that kind of thing. I think if I was going to get a little bit weirder with it, right? Like if I'm going to talk the lines now that got cut maybe for the episode.
Yeah.
It's weird, right? Like, so the whole thing, if people haven't seen the episode or haven't seen the show, the two things that we're investigating are the Salem witchcraft panic, the Salem witchcraft panic of 1692, and this mysterious occurrence that happened in this town, Danvers, which is Old Salem Village in Massachusetts, where a bunch of girls on this soccer team suddenly fell into fits that were very similar to the fits that were experienced by the young girls in the original Salem witch trial. So obviously it's very weird because it's basically the same thing happening 300 years apart in the same exact place. So it is a very weird, thing. I hesitate to say coincidence because people in my line of work don't really believe in coincidences, right?
Same,
so,
yeah.
So we call that a synchronicity, not a coincidence.
Yeah.
So to me, I guess what I would say is that beyond the, obvious, socioeconomic, like scientific reasons that we can talk about how stressful it is to be a teenager, and especially being a teenage girl, especially in 1600s. I don't know what was going on at this high school, but it certainly seemed like maybe a stressful time period for like a lot of these people. For me, it also speaks a little bit to just the spirit of that land. Like, I think that that's just something that we're not really comfortable talking about. And that I get why it didn't really make it onto the episode, because it's just hard to talk about. Like, how do you counter that? How do you make sense of that? To me, it's like, okay, well, maybe the land around Salem and that place just lends itself to hysteria. Like, this is just something that's there. That's just a spirit that exists in that place. And kind of talking about the devil as being not a guy and not a literal spirit, but as just chaos, like as the trickster element in the paranormal, which is how I kind of think of the devil, as just that that weird shit, right? The fact that, going off, sorry, I'm just plugging my computer in because
Oh, no worries.
My computer's about to die. Okay. Sorry. But yeah, like, I think if we're talking about, the paranormal, and we're talking about things like how the gimbal footage for Bigfoot was faked, the fact that some people fake alien sightings, fake Bigfoot sightings, and how that's part of it. Like, that is the devil. Like, that is the trickster in that thing. And to point at that and say, see, that makes everything fake is kind of missing the larger phenomenology at hand and like what is going on. So to me, with the girls on the soccer field, with the girls in Old Salem, I think it might have been a very similar thing at play, where I don't know if there's an explanation, like a physical explanation beyond, like the spirit of that place just being home, to being very at home with things like that happening. Salem is a very hysterical town. Like, there's a lot of weirdos who live there, and I love them with all of my heart and soul, and I love Salem. But like, you can't say it's a normal place. You just can't
right.
say that. And it's just part of the DNA up there, and I think that that's fine. Like, I think that that's good, and it's yeah.
And I think it's really important for places like that to embrace it instead of denying it. I mean, Roswell is a small town that honestly probably wouldn't have survived up until today without that UFO crash having happened. And of course, you're going to find locals who don't ever want to talk about it or be known for that. But they have a festival every year that draws thousands of people in, and it supports the communities for the entire year. So like, there is a good thing to come of an event that we will probably never know the answers to. So like, just embrace that. That's how I feel, whether it's Mothman in West Virginia or the witch trials in Salem or Roswell, what have you. Like, embrace the weird shit.
That's
we are
I embrace the weird. That's it.
Good. I'm glad you agree. Let's move on to some listener questions. These should be fun. Again, I didn't know what to expect when I put this out there, but man, people were really excited to hear from you, Sarah. So let's start with David. David on Facebook asks, Sarah, thank you so much for being interviewed. How compatible is witchcraft with organized religion? We didn't really touch on organized religion too much. What are the challenges of your practice with those in your family, friends, work, in terms of all that? Yeah.
Interesting. That's a good question. Fortunately, my family has been pretty cool. I really wasn't out to my family about the stuff that I did until I got a book deal, and then was like, surprise. We have a witch in the family. But having said that, they've been really supportive and really, really cool with everything. So that's been good. For me, in terms of religion and in terms of everyone else in my life, like, I live in New York City. I think you throw a rock and you hit a witch at this point. Like, it's, like, a lot of girls are into witchcraft these days, and the witches of Bushwick are very real, right? So it's I think becoming far more accepted at least in my community and like where I live. In terms of organized religion in witchcraft, it's a very good question. Historically, I would say like witchcraft and kind of folk magic. A quote that I heard a while ago that I like is, witchcraft begins where the priest ends. So kind of where organized thought, organized religion, mainstream thought ends, that's when you enter the domain of witchcraft, or the dominant of witchcraft. We're going to get like Charles Fort up in here, right? Like that's everything that we do beyond that is what is witchcraft. So so while there are things like Wicca that try to kind of make witchcraft into a religion, I do think that witchcraft is fundamentally kind of an undefinable thing. It is a very fundamentally weird, eclectic sort of thing that doesn't really fit into being an organized religion itself, right? Having said that, I don't think that, like historically, if you look at it, if you're trying to maybe make something like witchcraft compatible with something like Christianity, historically, folk magic practitioners use the Bible a lot and used saints a lot. If you look at the Psalms, the book of Psalms is basically a spell book. There's a lot to be had for that. So if you're trying to kind of synchronize or put those two parts of your life together in terms of Christianity and witchcraft, there's a lot to be had there. There's a lot of really rich history. If you look at old grimoires, old spell books, especially if you like the Pendle witches and Isabel Gowdy, these types of people historically were using the Bible and we're using biblical texts and magic that references angels and gods and or God and Jesus and these types of figures, right? So they're much more compatible than people might think that they are. In addition to that, I think, there's obviously, I don't know as much about the history of, witchcraft and things like Judaism or Islam, other types of organized religions, but I know that there is a history there, and I would definitely look into it. And so definitely, I know there's a lot of Jewish folk magic out there. I know that there's a lot of Islamic folk magic out there. So do a little digging, and you might be surprised at what you find.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interrelationship too, I think, is an important part too, for sure. Let's move to spells. Connie on Facebook asks, what do you find to be the most effective way to gather energy for use in casting a spell or charm?
Oh, okay. So for me personally, I find this fairly easy for myself, like kind of gathering energy to like charge a spell or charge a thing. The visualization that I usually do is kind of like taking a second, taking a breath, visualizing kind of like a ball of energy, like within myself, like within my core, and then having that emanate out from my hands or from whatever. That's usually the kind of visualization that I do. For me, it's pretty easy to get into that mindset. It doesn't take a lot of like chanting and meditating and magicking to get there. But for you, I mean, if that's like, if you're trying to latch that onto something or to, further that, I think doing just like a solar, like a middle pillar kind of exercise is a very good and like tried and true way to sort of bring that energy up through you. Sometimes what I'll do is if I'm trying to like refresh myself, I'll maybe cleanse a little bit, like burn some rosemary, visualize like kind of light coming down on top of me and like soaking that up in some way, or like coming up from the ground, like a root system. That's kind of, if I feel like I need a recharge, that's what I'll sometimes do. I'll have like visualizations that I kind of go through. But the basic thing that I do if I'm trying to bless something with energy is kind of, ball of light emanating out, going into the object. That's what I basically do.
Awesome. Visualization is key for sure. This kind of plays off of that as well. Nikita on Facebook asks, do you have a favorite banishing spell, or is it faster to just tell some people to fuck off?
It's definitely faster to tell some people to fuck off. I'm a New Yorker now, so I just tell everyone to fuck off. For a banishing spell, depends on what you want to do, and it depends on how you want this person out of your life. For me, so like one of my favorite protection spells to do is something called Fiery Wall of Protection. It comes from hoodoo and root work. If you look up online, there are recipes you can find. I have a recipe I like myself. In terms of banishing, so I mean, look up Fiery Wall of Protection oil. Consider buying or making some of that and like lining your property or your phone or your computer, however you're because what that will do is it won't harm people unless they try to fuck with you, and then if they fuck with you, then they will get fucked with. It's like them, it's a tripwire. So I like that because I don't want to directly harm people, but it's like keep back. Maybe try the good. There's nothing wrong with a good old fashioned binding, like wrapping someone up in black tape, taking a picture of them, taking black masking tape or a black ribbon, and coiling that away from you over the picture, and then putting that in the back of your freezer and just getting rid of them that way. That's a very effective way to go about that. So I would say if telling them to fuck off isn't working, maybe try those two ways.
Nice. Yep. I love it. Okay, Mike on Facebook asks, what are some misconceptions people have about witchcraft and magic? We kind of covered that, but yeah, anything specific really coming to mind?
I feel like I talked a lot about it, but
Yeah.
I'd say, I mean, just going back into what I said, like trying to make it either all evil or all good, to me, that's oversimplifying it in one direction or another. Witchcraft is really complicated. It's really old. It's really, it's sometimes annoyingly complicated how much stuff there is out there to learn, but I'm a nerd, so I love it. But yeah, it's don't make it so simple. It's a very complicated and very weird thing, and I think that that's part of the beauty of it.
Yeah, embrace it. Chris on Facebook asks, as an Anglo-Saxon Brit, I specifically interested in the relationship to the history and culture of witchcraft in Europe and in England specifically, he says. I know a little about the Green Man culture here, but I would like to know more about the history of our cultural beginnings, and more particularly of green women. Is this something you're familiar with, Sarah?
Yeah, absolutely. So
Yeah.
I would say if this person is living in England and is trying to get more into kind of cultural, historical, maybe practices of witchcraft, there's a couple sources I would look into. Gemma Gary is one of my favorite authors when it comes to traditional witchcraft. She lives in Cornwall, so she's mostly concerned with Cornish witchcraft. And I don't know if that's where this person is living, and I know that Cornwall is kind of, ethnically, culturally a little separate from the rest of England. But I would say that's a really great place to start, is looking into Gemma Gary and her writings. I think Traditional Witchcraft, Cornish Book of Ways is like her biggest book, but then she has a lot of other books about, like The Devil's Dozen is another really great text. She's someone to check out. There's also the Museum of Witchcraft in Boscastle, England, which is like I want to go to so badly. I am not sure if they're open right now, but the people who own that museum have a lot of books that they've published. There's a Graham King, I believe, is a big person who works out of there, and Graham King has written a lot of great books on English magic. This is kind of my wheelhouse too, is English magic specifically, so I feel you. So you got Graham King, Gemma Gary, check out Scarlet Imprint. They're not only witchcraft, they're also, paganism and occultism in general, but they're a book publisher out of the UK, and they're one of my favorite book publishers. They've written some of my favorite books. So the Scarlet Imprint is an amazing resource to check out. And I think they do events there. I don't know what events are going on in England right now, but they might be doing events in the future. So keep an eye out if they do, because Peter Gray is amazing, and Kistis is amazing, and Apocalyptic Witchcraft that he wrote a while ago just kind of blew witchcraft wide open. So check those out. And in terms of green women, it's very interesting, right? Because it's like the green man archetype is very much kind of like Pan, or the generative force of like the male generative force of nature. I'm not as familiar with green women being a thing historically, but I think that that's because there's historically been kind of a dichotomy between like Mother Nature and then the kind of more active characters of Mother Nature, like the Green Man, the Devil, that kind of thing. Witches, kind of are the green women in a way, because they're the ones fornicating with the devil and that. And there's probably other local spirits and local legends where you live. So check out the local historical society in your area and poke around and see what you could find.
Awesome. Yeah, green women. It's a myth in the making. We're starting it right now. I love it.
Your own green woman.
Yeah, exactly. Be your own green woman. Okay. Sean on Twitter asks, is the practice of witchcraft different than someone born into a family of witches? In other words, is witchcraft a learned ability, or do you just have it? I guess kind of like, being born with a superpower or something. The understanding of witches is starkly different throughout the world, and I wonder if there are any deeper connections. So yeah, can you be born with these abilities, or is it something learned, or I'm sure it's everything?
Yeah, I like to liken it to music, and how some people are just naturally very talented at music or any sort of thing. But like if you use it as an example, some people, they pick up a guitar and in a couple minutes, even if they haven't been taught how to play it, they'll just be naturally very good at it. And some people have to practice so hard and have to go to a million classes, and then they can barely make like one tune out or one melody out, but they can technically learn how to play the guitar. I think the magic is kind of that's me. I'm terrible. Oh my god, I'm awful. So yeah, like that's also be with math. Like anything math related. I'm like, I got into magic because I'm not good at math. Like don't.
Yeah, we are definitely
Yeah.
both Leos. Yeah, same.
So yeah, for me, I think magic can be done by anybody. I think if somebody tells you you can't do magic, pay them no mind, because they don't know what they're talking about. Anyone can do magic. We all do magic all the time without knowing it. It's about learning how to do it. It's about like, for me, the fundamental thing about magic is thoughts are causative. It's like the fundamental truth that I think we can say across magical disciplines, right? And across the world, thoughts are causative. And once you understand that, there's a lot of ways that you can practice that and come into greater understanding and strength in that. So for you, meditating for 10 hours a day might be your flavor, but also maybe that does nothing for you. And maybe you're more ecstatic and you have to dance and you have to get out and do stuff. Or maybe you're more of a bookworm. Maybe you're more experiential. Like whatever it is, like find the way that works for you to learn this stuff. I definitely don't think you have to be born into it in order to do it. In terms of global things about witchcraft, yeah, it's historically, witchcraft is not a good thing. Witchcraft is bad. They are the women, the harpies in the forest who are coming to steal your baby and curse your crops and lay siege to your village. Like it's not historically been a good thing. And in most of the world, it is still not a good thing to be a witch or associated with witchcraft. So that's where I do sometimes differentiate witchcraft from folk magic, because historically there was that divide. Like a lot of the people we look at historically and say that's a witch, like they're doing witchcraft, they probably wouldn't call themselves a witch, or very rarely call themselves a witch. But I think that there's a lot to be said for, like I said earlier, like the witch begins where the priest ends. All spiritual and medical and scientific and cultural knowledge that is not stored in kind of the mainstream is stored in the witches and stored in folk magic practitioners who keep those prayers and the stories and the knowledge alive. So that's, I think, a very common cultural trope across the globe.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So our last listener question here is from Brian on Facebook. And this is something we didn't touch on. I completely forgot to ask you about this, is dream magic. Have you ever done any magic work that involves visiting people in their dreams? Or have you ever been visited in a dream by someone that you were sure was projecting themselves into your mind? And then sort of the second part of the question, what are the mechanics of this as far as you know? And how do you view the ethics of projecting yourself into someone's dream without their prior consent? Wow, there's a lot to unpack here for sure. The ethics of dream magic.
Magic. Oh, that's a whole conversation right there. Get my tea ready to sip. So, in terms of magical ethics, what I was saying earlier about how magic is not, or like the witchcraft has not historically been seen as a good thing. I think that sometimes there are ideas about like consent being violated that go along with that, right? That you're doing magic on other people without their consent. That's historically what witchcraft has kind of been about, for better or for worse, right? Like, if you're healing somebody without their no knowledge, like, is that so bad? Like, is that a bad thing? Sending them good vibes without them knowing, or without them consenting? That's like a whole bigger conversation to get into. But a lot of magic is done without other people knowing that you're doing magic to them. That's part of like what a lot of witchcraft is the secrecy of it. That you don't want your boss to know that you're binding them so that they don't fire you. Like, you don't want them to know that shit. Because it's none of their business, quite frankly. So, right, but it's like, so there's degrees, right? And then when it comes to love magic, that's like a whole other conversation, right? But with dream magic, so I do a lot of dream magic, but for me, dream magic is, I record my dreams. Like when I wake up, I try to keep a record of my dreams, and I try to keep a dream journal or a dream log of some sort, because I do think that there is usually like wisdom or like spirit guides, other people that are coming through in my dreams. And kind of like there's a texture difference that I think I can tell. I don't know if people know what I'm talking about, but for me, there are dreams that feel like just dreams, where it's like, okay, I watched this movie last night and now I'm dreaming I'm in that movie. Like that's what that dream is. I can understand that. But then there are dreams where you just know that it's different. Like the vibe is just completely different. It's like touching silk as opposed to touching velvet, right? That's how I liken it. So I think dream magic can be very difficult to do because you're doing it when you're unconscious. But I think that the more conscious you get, like the more you write down your dreams, the more you will be able to remember your dreams. Therefore, the better that you will be at lucid dreaming, the better you'll be at doing active magic in your dreams. I'm still not at the point where I'm completely lucid in my dreams, but I have gotten to the point where in my dream, if I don't like something, I can know that I'm dreaming and like go over to a different room or go to a different scenario. So that's, nice. I can, from personal experience, I can attest that you can get better at dreaming by recording your dreams and being conscious about it. I believe that I have had people project into my dreams without getting too into it. I have definitely had some like bad breakups where I have like I've like, get out of my fucking head, you ex of mine. Like I've definitely had that happen to me before. And I don't know if they're meaning to do it. I don't think they were, but I'm just like, oh my God, you're still here. So there's parts where I'm like, I can definitely see that that's kind of happened. I have not really projected myself into other people's dreams. There is, at least I've never consciously done that. What a big thing that occult practitioners, like friends of mine and myself, will do is this is kind of just an unspoken rule that we have, but if I ever see any fellow witches or anybody in my dream, I always tell them, I'm like, okay, you were in my dream last night and this happened. I think you need to know this, because to me, that's kind of a sign. Like, that's just a good thing. It's just good to tell people that they were in your dreams, because what if that's important? Usually in my experience, it is. Like, I had a friend who was a practitioner down in New Orleans, and I had a very weird dream where he was there and there was a like serial killer outside the door who wanted to talk to him. And I was like, this just feels weird. And I literally woke up in the middle of the night and I texted him and I was like, don't trust anybody you talk to right now. Like if there is a guy, if you're like walking around and there is a guy like that like wants to talk to you, do not talk to them right now. Like this just happened in my dream. And he literally called me and was like, the second you texted me that, somebody came up and asked me for a light and like on a cigarette. And like later when I got back home, like that guy like started a fight with someone. And like so talk about your dreams with your friends if they're in your dreams. Sorry, I'm totally rambling now.
No. That's really interesting.
Yeah. I'd say a good tech to check out if you're trying to get better at dream magic is look up Icelandic runes. There's a lot of Icelandic runic magic to do with dreams and lucid dreaming and seeing people in dreams and projecting into dreams. It's all pretty available online, but there's a lot of resources out there about that. But there are runic staves that can be used for dream magic that I have been looking into a lot recently. So check out Icelandic magic if you are looking for a good way in for dream magic, because there's a lot of it there.
Interesting. Yeah, I know. We could do a whole, probably another 2 hours on that. Yeah, I'm sure it would lead to Freddy Krueger somehow too. I don't know.
God. Well, that's the whole conversation. Like he's a tulpa probably, and like that whole thing. Yeah.
Well, let's do it. Let's start with another 2 hours. No, I'm just kidding. All right,
man. I'm something else in a couple hours, but like, let's go.
Let's do it. The marathon.
Are we not creators of
content? That is so true. Okay. So Halloween. I mean the pumpkin in the room, I guess. While it's going to be a weird Halloween for a lot of adolescents and whatnot, not trick or treating, and a lot of traditions are going to change.
Just say it's gonna suck.
I'll just be honest. It's going to fucking suck. But that doesn't mean that there's not other ways. And I'm sure as a witchcraft practitioner, there are certain things you do during this special time of the year, seasonally. What does Halloween mean to you as a person who practices witchcraft? Do you have any special like rituals or traditions?
Yeah, so this is one of those things that very much changed when I moved to New York, right? Because again, in the past, it was so a lot of people will say that Samhain or Halloween is like the witch's new year. The way that I kind of look at it is that I don't think of it as the new year. I just think of it as the end of the year. Like I think of it as the actual like death of the year. And I don't see things kind of starting up again until like May. I just think that the winter months belong to the dead. That is not the time for the living. Like that's just time for other beings kind of take over the world for those 3 months, and then the living take it back over with Beltane. That's how I always kind of historically understood it, because that was what was happening in the land. Like there's nothing is alive right now, right? And all of a sudden, you have to kind of get used to that and like have to work with that in a different way. In New York, it's become much more about ancestry. It's not so much about the harvest, the death of the year, the embrace of kind of, the kind of winter spirit. It has become a little bit more focused on ancestor practices. I do a daily practice, like I said, with my ancestors, where I leave like a glass of water for them. I kind of have made Halloween into more of a time where I do a bigger kind of honoring of my ancestors. Like I'll leave out bigger offerings. I'll say, longer prayers, that kind of thing. That's what I do personally, and how I kind of reckon with it, of like a holiday for the dead. I think for people this year, death is very close to all of us now in a way that it has not been maybe in a very long time. The Red Death has come upon the land, and there's a lot of people this year have lost something. It doesn't necessarily have to be a loved one or somebody that you know, but we've all lost a job or money or time or a relationship or a dream or a loved one. Like we've all lost something this year. So I would say, though it is not fun, maybe take some time this Halloween to embrace the dead a little bit, and make some time to actually actively mourn the dead and mourn what you have lost this year, because we've all lost something. So I would say this Halloween, really make it about the dead, because that's what this year has been about. And if there's no one to pray for the dead, they hang out and they linger. And we don't want that. So make some time to say a little prayer for those things that have passed and get them to move along, because we're entering into a new world and we want this old one kind of rushed out.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I mean, I'm recalling there was a quote from the play The History Boys, where I believe it was the professor at the time said the best way to forget something is to commemorate it. And I get that. It's like, yeah, it's a way of sort of symbologizing a person, but it's not that person. So you're not really remembering them as a person who had been immortal at one point and now isn't. So I like that idea of taking the time to mourn and actually like work through that and remember someone. I mean, I saw a photo you posted recently on your Instagram of a child, and this photo was in an antique store and like was just cast away to be forgotten and then bought. But that was a person.
Him. Yeah,
you found him. So and that's what it's about, like the person. We've all, if there's anything we all have in common, it's we're all gonna die. So I mean, let's look at it that way. Yeah.
The thing I love about Halloween is, you look at other holidays and you look at other times of the year, and not only are the emphasis is very much on be happy, goddammit, like it's Christmas time, why aren't you happy? It's not only is it very like toxically happy, but there's a modernization that I think has happened with a lot of holidays. Like it's very easy to bring other holidays and other traditions into the modern world. You look at Halloween, it's like we're carving gourds and we're putting out skeletons, and there are witches and there are crows and there are vampires, and it's all these like legends and demons. It's like all of the things from the past suddenly come back in this very real way. And to me, that's like what makes it so special, right? Is it's all the spooky, creepy, dark, eerie stuff has its day, right? Where it's like, no, we're here all the time, but this is our time. Like this is our time to shine. Like you're gonna be dead one day. You're gonna be in this one day. Life is not all happy. It is filled with monsters. There are monsters all around us, and this is like the day to celebrate that. And I think that there's like, I don't know. I hope in this time of COVID, we can maybe look around at these symbols of Halloween, where Halloween comes from, maybe embrace some of that traditional sort of looking at the holiday of like, yeah, this is a fucking holiday of death. And we just went through a fucking pandemic and we're still in it. Like it is a holiday about monsters. And my God, are there monsters out there right now? Like there's something I think that Halloween teaches us to embrace about all of this and reckon with that I think could be really powerful to tap into for people this year.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, just embrace it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do the skeleton dance. Come on.
Do the skeleton dance. Do the sexy lipstick. Like it's our time. Like if you're listening
Yeah.
to this, you're a weirdo, and this is our time.
Get it going on. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome, Sarah. Well, hey, we can't let you go without talking about where people can get the book and I guess kind of wrapping up with both the book and your work. What's like the one thing you want to get across to people when it comes to looking into witchcraft? If they want to get involved, whether it's through witchcraft or activism or both, what's the one thing you want people to really take away from what you're trying to put out in the world?
I think that's a good question. Wow. I think that for witchcraft and magic and those types of things, don't listen to the gatekeepers. You can do this. Like, don't feel like you have to buy a bunch of stuff or you have to take 1,000 classes or you have to follow a guru. Like, go and read the books that you need to read. I'd say if you can't get your hands, if you're like maybe young and you have to have your parents buy books for you, or if you're like, I don't know, if you don't have access to a bunch of like witchcraft books or you don't know where to start with those, go read a book on folklore, go read a book on mythology. All the real shit is going to be there, and you can branch out from there. Read books on herbalism, on geography. Like that's just as witchy as any actual witchcraft book that is out there. So go out and find that stuff and just let it, like, find something that you like and that are passionate about, and let that guide you on the path, and just go from there. I think when it comes to politics, I mean, I would say the same thing with politics that I would about magic, that you actually have incredible power. Like, we have incredible power. The world can be very different. It is very we do not have to settle for the world the way that it is. Through magic, through politics, through both of these things, we truly can change the world, and we truly can demand the world that we deserve. And I think that we all have to become a lot more comfortable demanding that the world that we exist in meet the expectations that we have for it inside of ourselves, and making that a reality. So go fuck shit up with magic, kids. You crazy kids.
Yeah, crazy kids, get off my lawn. I love it. Well, okay, so the book really, really hit me keenly, Sarah. I have to admit, like, I knew nothing about it going in, and now I feel like so much was demystified for me in terms of what this plays in the grand scheme of things. So I have to thank you for the book. Where can we find the book? And I'm not letting you go before talking about the podcast that you're starting back up. So go for it.
All my stuff. So the book is Revolutionary Witchcraft, A Guide to Magical Activism. You can buy it through the publisher, Running Press. You can buy it through Bookshop, which will help support your local bookstores, IndieBound. You can buy it through, there's this very small company called Amazon that you may have heard of. You can buy it there. If you don't want to buy it on Amazon, just buy it somewhere else and leave me a review on Amazon, because that really helps small authors. But you could. It's done really well in local bookstores. So check out your local bookstore and see if it's there, because local bookstores are really hurting right now. So try to buy it through. So support your local bookstores. If you don't have a local bookstore in your area, buy it through Bookshop and give the money to a local bookstore somewhere that you like. For myself, you can find me on Instagram at City Mystic, on Twitter at _Sarah_Lyons. Or Lollapazuzu is my Twitter name. I'm funny. Then what else? I am starting up my own podcast. It is called Pop Cults. It is Pop CVLT. So the U is a V. It's my friend Owen and I, and we're just going to be talking about magic and paranormal stuff and culture and politics, but from a practitioner's perspective. So not just talking about magic as if it's like a thing on a shelf somewhere, but actually people who do it. And I'm really excited about that. So check out Pop Cult. And in terms of other things, I am also going to be doing a fundraiser with Sacramento DSA on October 30th, where we're going to be talking actually about UFOs and witches again. So if you've liked this, we're going to be talking about the Sacramento UFO flap of 1897.
Wow.
Yeah, so apparently there was a big railroad strike that like changed California history, and all of these striking railroad workers saw a bunch of UFOs while they were striking, and it was like a huge
Wow.
thing, and it was reported in the local paper, and yeah, so we're going to be talking about that, and I'm learning a lot about it. I had no idea this happened. So if you want to learn more about Victorian UFO flaps, tune in for that on October 30th with Sacramento DSA.
Oh, that's awesome. I definitely want to see that. Yeah. I'm not familiar with that one. That's pretty cool. I feel like I've failed as a ufologist, but that's so cool.
Well, apparently it's very, I mean, this is a whole other thing, but apparently they saw them as zeppelins in the sky. They didn't see them as
airships. Yeah.
They saw them as airships. Yeah. So very fascinating. So if you want to learn more about unidentified flying airships, then UFOs, then
yep. All you steampunk aficionados as well. Yep. I'm going to end here, Sarah, with a quote of yours that probably kind of encapsulates everything we talked about. And that's, quote, "The earth is under attack. As witches, we must speak the words the dying earth cannot." And I think that says so much about what we've been throughout history and where we are today. And I think with people like you fighting that fight and getting involved and actually putting action to words or spells or rituals is where it's at. And I think if people can take anything from this today, it's go do something. You know, we all talk, we all get trapped in these echo chambers, but like have the conversation, but then go do something about it. And I think our earth, literal earth, needs that now more than ever. So I have to thank you for everything you've done and for coming on here today and talking extensively about a topic that completely blows my mind and something I want to continue pursuing. So thank you so much for coming on Somewhere in the Skies.
This was so awesome. Thank you so much for having me on. Happy Halloween, everyone.
Yes, happy Halloween. And this will not be the last time, I'm sure. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
You got to pick up every stitch. Oh no, must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch, yeah. Must be the season of the
Spectrovision Radio.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Let's just dive in then. Like, this is so cool. It's like one of your first spooky talks here on a UFO podcast of all things. So we'll dive into that aspect a little later because I want to get your thoughts on other stuff too. But guys, I should mention I am here with Alex LeMay from Living for the Dead, a wonderful show that came and went. We will get to that, Alex, because I think we got to get a little campaign going. But thank you for joining me on Somewhere in the Spooky Skies, I'm calling it this month.
Thank you for letting me be on this podcast. I mean, I love your work, so I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Well, look, I'm sort of I would say the amateur when it comes to the paranormal and ghost hunting. So I'm looking at this interview more as a learning process for me, to be completely honest. So this is cool. This is October. Every October, I like to do at least 1, 2, 10, 30 episodes where I interview ghost hunters. I shouldn't call them hunters. Let's start there. I think that's an interesting way to start. Ghost hunting. For me, that kind of conjures a bad image of like some guy in camo in the woods, like trying to shoot an entity or something. But
Yes. And I think we should remove ourselves from that because,
okay,
I mean, when I was a kid, I used to hunt bugs, but I didn't kill them, you know?
yeah,
That I think
yeah.
the word hunting people assume is like a violent thing, but it's just a way to capture something. And I think the word ghost hunting is cute because it's kind of vintage. Like it sounds vintage to me.
That's true. That's true. And I feel like the first kind of mainstream, I guess, paranormal television show was literally called Ghost Hunters. So it's kind of like
Yeah,
everything followed from there.
hopefully.
But let's get your origin story, if you don't mind.
Okay,
Who is
sure.
Alex? How did you get interested in the paranormal, the esoteric? Yeah, if you don't mind, as much as you're willing to share, what is sort of your origin story with all this sort of stuff?
That's a really good question. And people have asked me that. And I think because abnormal, strange things have been happening my whole life that I don't really have like an entry point in my life that I could remember started it all. I was born into the world kind of seeing spirit since I could remember. And my parents, well, my mom tells me these stories where I would be at my like little table that they put kids at, and I would be laughing and talking to something that was like off in the corner. And she always was very weirded out by it. And like, I guess that would be creepy if your kid was doing that. But I've done stuff like that my whole life. And I've been able to describe, whatever spirits are in the room with me at like 5 or 6. And I think a real defining moment was when I was having a sleepover at my best friend's house. I was like 10. And I think it must have been 2 a.m. We were dead asleep. And I remember hearing some rustling in the living room. And her mom works night shifts. So she wasn't home. We were asleep. Everything we thought was locked up. But being kids as we are, I believe we forgot to lock the front door because we were young and silly and it just happened. But I got up and heard this rustling and I came around the corner and I saw the outline of who I thought was her mom. I thought maybe she'd gotten home at 2 a.m. And I watched her mom, like clear as day. I saw that every hair on her head walk to the front door through the hallway and lock the door. And I was like, oh, we forgot to lock it. I didn't say that, but I saw her mom and was like, oh, that's sweet. Went back to fall back asleep. Couldn't fall asleep because I was feeling kind of like, oh, her mom's home. Let's go get a snack. I'm awake now. I woke her up and we went to the kitchen to go get a snack and say hi to her mom, thinking that her mom was home. And her mom was not home. So we got in the kitchen. We're looking for snacks. We're looking for her mom. Nobody was home. We were completely alone. And about 10 minutes into us discovering that we were completely alone, somebody tried to break in through the front door. It gives me goosebumps now thinking about it. Because they shook that door so hard. They were trying to break in. And I saw this ghost, the spirit, whatever this was, lock the door. And it
Okay.
stayed with me because it wasn't just something visual that happened. I didn't just see an apparition. I saw it physically and heard it lock the door. It gives me goosebumps even on my cheeks every time I think about it because of how, I've never experienced anything quite like that since. It was really amazing.
Wow, Alex, that's crazy. I got goosebumps too. Like I'm a big wrestling fan, and The Rock, he always goes like this. Like, oh
I love
yes,
WWE.
yeah. I'm pretty sure we chatted wrestling a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gave me goosebumps too. So I have to ask then. Clearly, this spirit that locked the door was protecting you. I recently lost my mother, and I have this beautiful bracelet that she gave me. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see it. It's sort of these links of mother and son. And she gave it to me about a year before she passed. And every day, Alex, we would say good morning, good night, our whole family. We've always been very tight knit. And she would always ask me, because I do these live streams every Sunday for the podcast, or, I'm always posting whatever Instagram videos. And if I didn't have the bracelet on, she'd be like, "Where's your bracelet? Where's it? That's supposed to protect you."
Yeah.
And since I've done this season of my current haunted television show I'm doing, I wear this for true protection. And I do honestly feel like not only the spirit of my mother being here, but that this is a source of protection. So I love that sort of your initiation, I guess
Yeah.
I would say, with like a spirit was a positive one, but also a little scary. So my question is, the thing on the other side of the door, was this legit like a burglar or someone trying to get in, or do you think that was
Yeah,
another okay,
it was.
an actual human being? Okay, okay.
Yes, and I know this because her brother had just gotten out of jail. He was stealing cars, and from what I know, we believe it was one of the brother's friends.
Okay.
And they almost broke the door down because there was a crack in the door. And I remember them having conversations on how they were going to fix it and reinforce the frame, because the frame of the door had come unattached a little bit, not enough to open, but enough to where there was evidence of someone trying to break in. So I know it was something that wasn't paranormal. Somebody truly was trying to break into the house.
Ah, that's so
It was
scary.
so intense. And her mother came home eventually. We did not go back to sleep, by the way, because we were like, what in the hell just happened? It was wild to have a sleepover like that.
Yeah, what a sleepover, yeah.
Yeah. So her mom comes home and we're explaining it to her, and she's like, oh, that sounds just like your grandmother, or my friend's grandmother. They
Oh,
looked
wow.
exactly the same. They had the same haircut. She showed me a picture of her, and I was like, that was her. It's like, yeah, that was her. She was protecting us. And somehow, I don't know how, if that's even possible, if she knew that our house was being targeted from the other side, whatever the other side is, and came to protect us from whatever harm was on our way. I just can't believe it. Like, when I think about it, it's truly one of the most intense experiences I've had. Yeah.
Wow. Gosh, I don't even know where to go from there. That's such a powerful story. You know, sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, I saw a ghost hunting show and I wanted to give it a try, or like, yeah, demons are cool, man. Let's go punch a ghost in the face. Like I love that yeah.
I yes, I have been known to say that I will punch ghosts, but it's it's only the ones that are being creepy. I have done that in my YouTube where I'm like, it's an energy, it's like a movement. I'm creating energy by saying I'm gonna punch you.
Mhm.
So I have been like, if you don't get out of my room, I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna start throwing hands and I'll do this. It's so stupid,
I love it.
but I
Ghosts
swear
are
it
creepy.
works. I swear
Yeah.
it works.
I
Yeah.
think you're right. I think there's something to be said about like shows that sort of go that route are very aggressive and will
They're
try
aggressive
to
in the
provoke
wrong
things.
way. Yeah.
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 But yeah, ghosts can be creepy. Like I can attest to that.
You've been
I
exposed
guess
to a lot of creepy ghosts.
yeah, I'm sure well, that's kind of where I want to go next, Alex, if that's cool.
Yeah.
We will get to Living for the Dead. But had you had any prior experience investigating the paranormal before the television show, or yeah, what was life pre Living for the Dead, I guess, when it came to all this stuff?
So after that experience with my friend's grandmother who protected us, it kind of set the stage for my whole life in being absolutely obsessed with the paranormal.
Mm.
I never got over that experience. And already being able to see spirit, I was walking around the grocery store and seeing what looked like, someone's grandmother standing next to them, and then they would disappear within an instant. It was like I got a 1 second frame of somebody there that wasn't there anymore. And I was trying so hard to like maybe debunk it within myself and try to understand why I was seeing this, because I had one half of my family, my aunt and my father, who were very open and cool about it. They were like, oh, your father sees ghosts too. It's totally in the family. Just don't be afraid of them. They were very sweet to me. And then my mother, who got a little weirded out by it and was like, let's get your head examined, make sure you don't have schizophrenia. And so there was a little bit of shame on one side of the family that kind of like, I wouldn't say I carry with me now, but it definitely set the stage for me being more into trying to capture concrete evidence and second guessing everything that's happening or that I'm seeing with my own senses, which I think is in my favor now, because I'm very skeptical of what I'm experiencing.
Yeah.
And I think that makes me a good investigator. So this has just kind of been my whole life. I had sleepovers with friends coming over, and we would light candles and we would have little seances, and my house that I grew up in was haunted, so it was very easy to initiate contact in some way. And my friends were like, wow, you know? And then it kind of snowballed into, I think I must have been, oh shoot, I think I was like 30. It must have been
Okay.
30. It was like around 2018. I entered into this little video thing that Zach Baggins had about his new museum, the haunted museum he has now.
Right.
He he had a contest at the beginning where people would submit videos, and he was going to lock these 3 winners into the museum by themselves and just let them experience it and video it as a Halloween special for Ghost
Wow.
Adventures. So I entered my video, and in my video you can see like this weird anomaly in the side, and I wasn't meaning for that to happen, but I think because that happened, it made my video stand out. And then I actually wasn't chosen, somebody else was chosen, and when they got on the plane broke, and then they called me.
Oh God.
Yeah. So like the one other person that took my place ended up not getting on the plane, so they called me, and it was like a 12-hour heads up. We want you to fly down to Vegas, and we're going to lock you in and strap you with cameras. So that was my first experience with the more malevolent side of paranormal, because I had not been exposed to that. It was mostly just ancestors that I had been surrounded by, or history, and like echoes of that history still living in the walls. The situation with Zach's museum, though, that was like a whole nother monster that I had not been prepared for, even though I am a practicing witch and have been my whole life. So I think that's what launched my career when it comes to entertainment anyways, because I think I handled it really well considering how scary everything was. Nothing really scares me. I don't get very spooked by things. So I was, chatting with this malevolent entity. On the episode, you can see it's the Annabelle's Curse episode. He brought Annabelle in and touched her, and that whole controversy that came with that.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a few hours after that I came in, and they strapped a camera to me, locked the door, turned all the lights out, and just like pushed me in. And I had a blast. I didn't think I'd have so much fun. But I sat in Kevorkian's van, and that was all positive. Absolutely loved that experience. When I got to the parlor where they had the Odd Fellows, I got goosebumps. There's so many weird connections in my life with the Odd Fellows, and I don't really understand why yet, but I was in the Odd Fellow room most of the time, and I was having a conversation with an entity in there, and suddenly it all changed. And over the Ovilus, we got run, and we got all these other words as the mood started changing, and this like dark figure mass came into the room and like was slithering on the floor, and I could visibly see it, which I don't think I've experienced since, that like slither. Ooh, it gives me goosebumps thinking about it again. I couldn't talk about it for a year because so many crazy things happened after that. But we captured it on camera. You can see it moving frame by frame in the full spectrum camera. And I handled it really well. I was brave about it. Like nothing can scare me is how I really feel. I feel like I have a good spiritual backing with my ancestors and my protectors. So I was like, oh, this is fine. But I went home, because this is my first experience with malevolent entities anyways. I went home, and the next day, the tree broke in my backyard, came through the roof.
Oh my God.
That's weird, right? 4 days later, the trash man, we had an alley. The trash man backed up into our block fence and destroyed the block fence, like took it down. Another crazy thing.
Yeah.
2 days later, the neighbor across the way in the alley, he has this, I feel so bad for him. He had this beautiful like 1969 Chevy Corvette that he was selling. And he went to reverse it, and the gas pedal stuck to the floor, went flying through his fence, my somewhat broken already fence, and ended up in my tree. Like totaled. So all these crazy things were happening, and I was like, oh, I need to do some banishing. Like I need to do some stuff here. And that experience, I think, set me up for really understanding how dangerous the paranormal world can be, especially with people who like to provoke and who like to invite those more negative energies.
Yeah.
But I think that helped set me up, because I was invited back to house calls where I did an episode in Florida with Ghost Adventures team. And then after that, I think because I had already been on television a couple times at this point, when Kristen Stewart started doing casting, she, I don't know if it was specifically her, but I think it was Scout who called my agent that I had at the time and was like, hey, we'd love to invite her to cast for the show. And I guess the rest is history, because the casting experience was really fun. And that show was so much different than what I had experienced with Ghost Adventures. And it was all about, positive experiences and uplifting history and understanding it and not being judgmental of the experiences that were happening. So it was more of like coming, listening to the stories, kind of having a holistic view of what's happening in the location and why it's happening and how we can help, versus, just trying to do anything we can to have paranormal activity happen. It was more about like, if it does, it does. If it does, it doesn't. And it was more about people-based, like the people that were being affected by the hauntings themselves. And the evidence we got was really quite amazing.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to say about that when you walk into a place without any expectations other than to just listen and experience, because I think there are a lot of maybe like whatever reality outside of our own consciousness, like whatever it is that's happening there, I think wants to be interacted with in a way where we're just listening and being observing of it, versus trying to explain it away or trying to put it into a box, more so just experiencing it and letting it be what it is.
Absolutely. So, I mean, my UFO work, Alex, is primarily focused on witnesses and observers of UFO phenomena and how it affects them, how the aftermath, I guess, of an experience, and how that ultimately changes a person, whether it's their beliefs, emotionally, mentally, physically. I mean, I've interviewed hundreds of UFO witnesses at this point, and there are small and distinct patterns I have found with observers of these type of phenomena, who some of them have something like unlocked within themselves, whether it's they pick up an instrument for the first time and they just start learning an instrument, or I remember one guy who was like one of these tech savvy like startup dudes who was all about the money and the numbers and the stats. And after he had this really dramatic, like almost orb like thing happen to him on several occasions, he started drawing and like painting. And this was something he'd never done before. And he felt like it was because of that experience that he now had this new passion. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, do you think these phenomena, or if we are communicating or having some sort of communion with something on the other side, what is that message? Why should we listen? What are they trying to tell us? I'm kind of fast forwarding to like
Yeah.
the bigger picture.
No, I love that. I
But, yeah, what do you think?
personally think about that a lot. I do. I think that I was maybe born into a situation where I was already very creative and was already very connected to death. Like, not to be too like creepy or anything, but like I overdosed when I was 3, and I had quite a few brushes with death that made me very obsessed with the idea of death.
Oh, wow.
Like, compounded with the ghost experiences I was having, it made me almost very obsessed with it. And I thought about what that unlocked within me and who I would be if I didn't have those experiences. And I've met a lot of people like you have too, where people have kind of changed their perspective on life because of these experiences. And I can't say that I've met that many people with UFO experiences particularly, but I think anything that helps remove us from our like small sense of self, like we're very, we have this one perspective that we walk around. Well, most people have this one perspective that we walk around with, and our reality is built off of just that. And when you are having these otherworldly experiences where something is happening out of your control that you can't make any sense of, I think it kind of expands your lens. And like people that have close experiences with death, I feel like when you're faced with your own mortality, or you're faced with the idea that like life doesn't live, like you don't live forever, life doesn't go on, at some point it's going to end. And I think when people embrace that, they're able to kind of take a step back from that seat that they're in, of that one point of view that they've been stuck in for a while. And they're able to like ask themselves, well, what else do I love to do? Like, what else am I capable of doing with my time that I would be sad I wasn't able to explore if I continued living my life the way I currently was? Like creativity, being able to draw afterwards. I think there are like different areas of our brains that light up when we have experiences that take us out of our own perspectives.
Right.
Like it's really important to have different lenses brought into our worldview so that we can expand on ourselves and what we're capable of doing and what makes us happy.
Yeah.
I also
Absolutely.
think there might be something to people being abducted and coming back different. I'm
Okay.
kind of I don't believe or not believe in anything, but I've seen and heard a lot of experiences about people being abducted or having alien experiences where they come back with almost like more parts of their brain are working, and I think that's also that's like really cool. And if it does happen, that's even cooler.
Right. Yeah. Like, I'm with you though. I think when I first got involved with the whole UFO thing, I was uh, a very hardcore believer because uh, I had seen a UFO. I really no longer had that luxury of disbelief, as many people say. And I think as time went on, like you start to you know, hone in on what your quote unquote beliefs are. But I think now in like 2024, after having done this for God decades at this point, that's awesome. Also a little depressing in terms of age. But I don't believe in anything anymore either. I think I've actually told people this recently. Like I just go where the evidence leads you, go where the facts lead you. And also, like, I wasn't there when you had that experience when you were a kid. I wasn't there when someone claimed to have been abducted by aliens. Like, who am I to debunk or to try to find a, I guess, conventional explanation for something that happened to them? If that happens, like, cool,
Yeah.
awesome. Like case solved, I guess, if we're really trying to go like a Sherlock Holmes route. But for me, I feel like you said just listening is enough for a lot of people.
Mhm.
It can be enough for closure, I think. And I think that's what you guys did really good on the TV show, which we'll dive into a little bit here, is helping people. Again, the people who are having the experiences feel lost, feel like not in control of what's going on in a situation. Whereas someone like you, or I guess me, I'm slowly learning how to control a paranormal situation. Um, let's dive into it. Living for the Dead. You mentioned the casting, and that was a fun experience. Would you mind
Yeah.
maybe giving us the Cliff Notes version, I guess, of how casting went, how you guys
Sure.
found everybody, and what was the show? Because it was truly unique. It set itself apart from a lot of these ghost shows out there. So yeah,
It
a lot of
did.
questions thrown at you, but yeah.
Yeah, and people ask me that stuff a lot. Living for the Dead was a really cool thing that CJ Romero and Kristen Stewart got together and created with Scout, who is the same makers that brought you Queer Eye. It's kind of like Queer Eye with ghosts, a lot of people have said, where our goal isn't to go in and, provoke anything. It's just really to go in and actually, I should back up a little bit because the casting process was for a show that was just supposed to be funny and lighthearted and ghost hunting with queer people, and it'll be fun. And I don't think anyone expected it to turn out the way that it actually did turn out with so much heart. Because if you watch the show from first episode to the last, you'll see in the first and second episodes, it's kind of set up differently. The first one's it's at the Clown Motel, and it's very casual, and we're like, there's a ghost here and we're kind of investigating, but we're not really talking to the people who own the place or talking about the history as a whole as much as we do with the other locations. That first episode, I think, unlocked something within us. As soon as we all got together, we were realizing like, oh, we have much deeper perspectives on some of these locations that a lot of people have brought in prior. And the producers saw that and they were like, let's really dive into that. Let's, start unboxing some of these very real experiences that these people are having and talk to them about it, because a lot of these experiences were tied to paranormal happenings in the locations themselves. Because we get to say, like the last episode, Lemp Mansion, there was a lot of history and trauma in that location, and a lot of stories that paralleled the people who currently owned it. And they were trying to figure out how those connections were, we were trying to figure out how those connections were affecting them today, because a lot of things that happen that are paranormal do tend to frighten people, especially if you don't understand it. If it's happening, there's like books falling off the wall. Like a lot of that can be scary if you don't know what's happening. And so us coming in and investigating, I think we were able to say, oh, it's actually the family here, and they're getting your attention because they want to say this or they want to say that. And he wants to be able to coexist with you in a way that is harmonious for everybody. And we're able to get to that at the end of the episode, where everybody feels comfortable. And there's real magic happening when you're able to go from being afraid, and the unknown does scare people. It scares me too, going from being like an unknown thing to something that is more calm and understood, and it has a name. Like being able to name it is also very powerful. They're able to sit down and be like, oh, they know that it's the owners of the house, and say, hey, good morning, I know that's you, let's have a chill day today. Like there's no need to be doing all of this. Or take a second and listen and see if there is anything that they need. It changes the vibe entirely to where you can coexist with whatever it is that's living in the house with you. It could be residual, it could be intelligent, who knows, but you respect it either way, regardless of knowing what it actually is. And I think that was the power of Living for the Dead, is being able to kind of like remove fear from the situation and remove the unknown, so that people felt like they were in control again. And they felt like, they were able to get their lives back on track. Because if you're going through a lot, I think if you're coexisting in a space where there's spirits, you going through a lot can kind of feed it negatively. And if you kind of get into this mindset where it is negative and you yourself are going through something negative, it kind of like spins out and echoes a lot, to where it'll kind of mess with your point of view, where you're seeing it as something negative and it isn't actually negative. But it's nice to have someone like a third party come in and be like, look, it's okay. Let me help you understand this better. Let's put it on the table and understand it, so that we can have a different lens and we can see this as something positive and use it as something positive and not negative. And I think the show just naturally became that because of us, of who we are, and our natural inclination to be more like that than to investigate the other ways. And I'm not saying that the other ways are bad. Like people are looking for evidence in whatever way that they get that. That's fine. I have no judgment towards other people and how they do what they do. But I personally believe that I am going to be respecting every energy, if it's real or not. And I think that was the magic with Living for the Dead. Sorry, I kind of rambled on about the show, but we can get to casting, because casting's really fun.
Yeah.
It was the Cliff Notes version. I got the call and was like, cool, okay. And then it was like months later, I did a little video that they asked me for, where it was just like who I am, how I got to ghost hunting. And they only wanted like 60 seconds, something to put down. And then I got the call a couple months later after that, where they were like, we want to fly you out. Everyone's going to stay in Glendale. And then we're going to do like a 3-day casting process, where they brought us in with a bunch of cameras in this really cool house that was haunted. And there must have been, if I remember, I might have the numbers wrong, but there were quite a few people that were at the last cut of the casting process that they flew in. I think there was probably 30. So we were all staying in the same hotel, having a blast. And like the people who do Queer Eye Scout, all incredible human beings. They're so much fun to be around. So the energy was high and it was fun. And it was like, if we get it or not, at least we're having this experience. And then it got really intense, where we were all at this house, and they would call 5 of us up, 4 to 5 group at a time. And they would have all the cameras rolling, and they would be asking us questions about how we feel about paranormal things. We would be doing different exercises. We did like a 2 truths and a lie. I think that's what it's called, where you say 2 truths and a lie, and then you have to guess which one's the lie. We did silly things like that. And I think it was just to see who meshes best and who they could see being on the show. I messed that one up and ended up lying to everybody. Like,
Oh no.
if you want to hear that story, I'll tell you. But like,
Yeah,
it's
please.
short. But I haven't told anybody this. And Kristen Stewart, if you're watching, I'm so sorry that I lied to you. But like,
I hope she's watching. That'd be awesome.
like if this gets clipped, I never know.
Yeah, true.
But during the 2 truths and a lie, I guess maybe my little dyslexic brain just didn't understand. I thought it was 2 lies and a truth. So when I walked up there, I told lies. I told 2 lies and a truth, and then I couldn't back up with the other lie. I had to be like, oh my God, I'm living this forever, because the other things I
Right.
said were so intense. So my first lie was that I was related to Obama, because it was last minute and I didn't know what to say. And I was like, that one's going to be a lie. And I love Obama. So like, of course I'm going to say I'm related to Obama. So then that was my first lie. And then my second lie was that I was bit by a shark surfing, which should have been a truth, but I have a scar on my lower back that's like this big, because I was born with this cancerous, it was like a melanoma. So I had like 6 surgeries as a kid and had this massive scar. So I could play it off as being a truth. And for some reason, my brain just lied and told everyone I was bit by a shark. So I was like, oh, that'll be so good, because they'll believe it's real.
Badass, yeah.
I totally short circuited. And then my third one, which was true, which was also very unbelievable, is that I burnt down a man's house, which I did because I found out he was a pedophile. I burnt his house down. I was 12 at the time. So like, I don't think I can get arrested for that anymore. It's like,
I think that's vigilante justice right there, Alex. I'm going to say that was justified. Yeah.
I think so too. And it was really more of a shack than a house. It was very small. It was about to fall over.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, I'm going to win this for sure. But then like, the alleged burning, people were like, that's the truth. And it was. And so I was like, yeah, you're right. So wait, no, I'm sorry. I said that I didn't want to say that that was the truth, because I was scared I was going to go to jail, because I don't know if that was going to be what it is. I was like, wait, am I going to be filmed and then they're going to come after me because I burnt this house down? So I had to say that was a lie, and then panicked and said that the shark bite was the truth.
All right. So we're clearing the air here for the very first time. The truth is Alex burnt down a house, okay? She went total TLC on this person. Who was that? I think it was Left Eye. I'm showing
I love
age
Left
now
Eye.
from TLC, who burned like her ex-lover's house down or something like that. That's the urban legend. Yeah. Okay. Got
Panicked
it.
and lied to everyone. All of the producers, Hulu, and everyone else thinks that I was bit by a shark. I was not bit by a shark. I'm sorry.
That's hilarious. Okay. So love the casting story. Love sort of the premise of like focusing on the people and whatnot. I guess the LGBTQ plus elephant in the room, Living for the Dead, that's what really set it apart, I think, from, I mean, again, I'm a UFO person. When I think of ghost hunters, it's always like the neck beards with the black t-shirts and, kind of looking like I am right now, to be completely honest.
No, don't say that on yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just the truth. But I mean, times are changing. I feel like television is becoming more inclusive when it comes to things like this. And your show dealt with that in a very unique way in terms of the team members and everything like that. I want to fast forward to one of our Patreon questions, because it actually ties into the show, if that's cool. So,
Sure.
Cool. Thank you. They get priority to ask guests questions. Patreon.com/somewhereskies, guys. I had to do it. So Corey T on my Patreon, he wants to know, Alex, your show was very inclusive concerning the LGBTQ community, and it truly made someone like me feel seen. Do you think that queer investigators are able to communicate stronger with queer spirits or entities, or does that even matter?
So, like I was saying earlier about our perspectives and what we brought to the show when it came to different locations includes the queer aspect of it and the LGBTQ aspect of it. I think that we carry a different perspective in the way that we've been treated through life and our experiences that are able to resonate with the people that we visited and the hauntings themselves. I think there's a lot of queer history that a lot of places like to hide, and they like to keep it kind of buried a little bit. And us coming in and being like, we have no reason to hide any of this. It's, it's 2024. We're not living in shame anymore. Like, we need to come forward with who we are and our truths and live that way to be an example for other people too, especially with this show. We want people to feel safe. We want them to feel seen. And we felt the same way towards the spirits themselves too. And there are things that came forward that didn't make the cut. A lot of the, because we in no way want to like out a ghost, by any means, especially because it's a spirit and nobody knows if that's factual or not. But we did have a lot of evidence come forward where we were speaking to spirits who were like, we feel safe here with you because we are also one of you. And it gives me goosebumps thinking about like how magical that was and how needed that is in this space, in the paranormal world, especially because it is a very male dominated world. And I think it's important to bring more perspectives in that can maybe dig up and get some more, I don't want to say evidence because I'm not evidence-based, but maybe just like do a little bit more healing when it comes to listening and truly understanding what it is that's happening in these spaces. I think it's important to have a crew that has a little bit of everything, and a lot of different perspectives are important in this world. And I think people are starting to see that, and the media especially is like, oh yeah, we should expand who it is that we are allowing on these platforms, because it's not a true representation of the world at large. Like, there are a lot of queer ghost hunters out there that are doing their thing that, we need to be uplifting them in their voices so that people at home and the people in the real world are seeing a reflection of themselves on the television, in media. I think now we need it more than ever so that people understand that, like, we are here. Like, there's no reason for us to be hiding anymore because we've been here since the beginning of time, as it's shown even on our show through history. It's not going anywhere, and we deserve to have a safe space in the world of the paranormal and in everyday life. And I hope that the show has brought some people at home that feeling of maybe being seen and feeling safer in who they are. And it makes me get choked up thinking about it. I'm not going to cry. I just know, like, 6-year-old me had like that Waverly episode where we brought out the picture of the boys, where it was people who were assigned female at birth that were nurses at the place that were dressed up as the boys afterwards, after work. Like, really struck a chord with me. I was like, why is this being hidden? This is so magical. This has so much history that people don't talk about that would help a lot of people feel seen and feel safe in who they are. And I hope that they bring the show back, because I feel like it is a very important piece of media that doesn't, I wish they would bring it back. I don't want it to be lost, I hope they bring it back because there are a lot of people that resonate with that. And I think that voice is needed more now than ever.
For sure. I know when I first I'm 3 seasons in now with our show, and I have become more of a part of the paranormal community. I'm getting new like friend requests every day of like people that normally would never follow my work because they see that I'm now not only involved and curious, but I am appreciating the work that people like yourself do and continue to do. And it's so cool to like find a community like that. Like you said at the top of the show, a lot of us, the stigma and ridicule when it comes to all of this can be overwhelming. And for me as a UFO person, it's almost become vindicated in terms of like the US government is now acknowledging UFOs exist and they're officially investigating them. So all of us are like on our high horses now being like, I told you so. I told you so. And I have gotten the question, is gotten a word?
Yeah.
I've been given okay, cool. Let's do it. Yeah. When is it our time? When will the government officially investigate ghosts or Bigfoot? And I'm really rambling here, but I swear I have a point. The government has investigated Bigfoot. When it comes to the paranormal, like, look, we had an entire remote viewing section of like the CIA and Department of Defense in like the 80s and stuff, or maybe earlier. I don't recall, but like this stuff has been intrinsically linked when it comes to something that we consider official, the government. So I guess from there, what I'm saying is it's beautiful that like people who have not seen themselves represented on television before are now seeing that they hopefully feel more seen now more than ever. And the way I kind of look at it too, Alex, is I live in Scotland. I'm in I'm in New Scotland right now, Nova Scotia. I live in Old Scotland. And I was with my director of my TV show. He happened to be over in Europe visiting. And we went on like a fun haunted pub crawl down the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. And
Wow.
of course, the night ended in a cemetery. Like we went into this kirkyard and we're like kind of joking around. We're like, let's see if anything happens. So like, I think I may have even messaged you because
Yeah.
you had introduced me to a new technology that I wasn't familiar with, and that was the SLS camera situation. And I was like, how does this work? I just downloaded an app. Like, what do I do? And you were like, dude, you just point it. Like, that's all you got to do. It does everything for you. And we caught something which was super fun and exciting.
Cool.
But it wasn't even like the tech evidence sort of thing. It was Paul, our director, said to me, look at that grave right there. And it was like the grave of some super rich, almost like royalty person of Scotland. And then right next to him, juxtaposed, was like a baker, one of the poorest. There was like a section in Edinburgh just for bakers who were so poor and, couldn't really afford anything back then. And Paul just telling me death is the ultimate equalizer. Like, this is where it doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, trans, heteronormative, whatever, black, white, you name it. We all die. It's the one thing we all have to face eventually. And I think all of us are born into insanity. Like, we're born, we don't know why we're here. We've been trying to figure that out for thousands and thousands of years. And then, boom, we're gone. And the real question is what happens next? And that's what people are trying to figure out. And if we can get these like small glimpses from something on the other side that has seen that, is experiencing that right now, like, why wouldn't you want to listen? Why would you brush that away when you are spending your entire life just trying to figure out why I'm here? What is my purpose? Like, that could be a purpose right there. So
for
I don't
sure.
know. That's me. Okay. Off my
No, I
soapbox.
love this. No, I love
Yeah.
listening to that because I think a lot of people don't want to face that because it kind of reminds them of their own mortality, like that death is going to come for all of us eventually. And I think people need to be reminded of that more often. I have Memento Mori tattooed on me for that reason. So I truly believe that if you spend your days being conscious of the fact that this isn't forever, like you could potentially pass away tomorrow. I mean, it happens to everybody all the time. We're constantly surrounded by people passing. Like, this is the reality of being alive, that we're able to live our lives more fully and let go of the small things. And I think judgment is in that cluster of small things that people hold on to a little too hard. And when it comes to LGBTQ and our little community, so many people like to put judgment on that, and they like to really, I know it's very religion based and people have these biases towards other people, but in the reality of the world, we all end up dying at some point, and that is what relates us all. And I hope that people can go forward and kind of remember that enough to where they see that there are more important things to worry about than being judgmental towards other people or like removing certain people from your like point of view or your scope because you're nervous that the Bible told you otherwise. There are so many layers to it to why people believe that they don't want to see representation on television. They think it's going to, like, not to get too much on that like soapbox, but they're like, oh, if my daughter sees this and she's going to grow up to be a lesbian too. And it's like, that's not how it works, first of all. And I think it's fine that everybody is exposed to different experiences through life. Like, that's what makes you who you are, and you're supposed to feel safe and not judged, and you're not supposed to carry shame in your life based off of who you are. And I think that remembering that we're all going to die one day brings us back to the reality that this is a very short moment in time, and we need to be living ourselves without shame and without judgment, and loving others in the same sense. Yeah, I agree with you about the whole, like, it's the great equalizer, because it is.
Yeah. It really, like, we hear those things, but then when you actually, I think, for me, I'm a very visual person. So when I see it represented on two gravestones right next to each other, like, I just remember standing there. It's like 2 a.m. It's like Scotland is, everything's haunted. The bathroom in the McDonald's is haunted. The library is haunted. My apartment, whatever, the shower is haunted. But it really put things into perspective for me. So that's cool. I want to ask, if I can, God, we could talk forever. Hey everyone, Ryan Sprague here, host of Somewhere in the Skies. If you've ever thought about supporting us, we have great 2 easy options for you right now. If you listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, you can click the subscribe button at the top of your Apple feed. Or you can join our Patreon at patreon.com/somewhereskies. Both of these options give you the same benefits: early access to the main show, bonus episodes and content, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. So, to help support Somewhere in the Skies, click that subscribe button on Apple or visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you so much for your support, and keep looking up. The show. Is there, like, we won't go through every episode because obviously when it comes back, I'm always an optimist. People will be able to see it. But what are some of your?
I was told by somebody high up in Hulu that is coming back. They just don't know when, because they're having layoffs and stuff. So
Okay,
we just don't know
been
when.
there. I know what that's like. You heard it here first, guys. It's coming back. Hopefully.
I never know though. Like, they could have told me that. I don't know.
I know. Welcome to the biz, as they say. What are some of your most memorable moments from the investigations? Like, maybe 1 or 2 you'd be willing to share with us here that had sort of the biggest impact on you. Do any come to mind?
Yeah, I mean, there were so many. I didn't even, I could make a list and the list would go forever because it would be every episode. Like, it felt magical the entire time. I think the experiences I had at Waverly was probably one of my favorites. I went by myself into the morgue, and just there's an entity there that has attached to hundreds of people. They say that it's at like 500 or something. I can't remember exactly, but there's an astronomical number of attachments that have happened from Waverly Hills, and they have a haunted attraction in the morgue area where they would, with the bodies. So I think the fact that they're having an attraction that's meant to scare people in a place that's already so energetically charged with all of that, especially being Waverly and all the deaths that place has seen, created something. And I had an intelligent conversation with whatever this something was that gives me chills thinking about. But you'll see it in the episode. But I'm there by myself, and I have my REM pod with me. Well, it's a Mel meter with the built-in REM pod. So I have it above my head, and I slid into where they kept the bodies. And it was just, dark in there, chilling. I wanted to ask the entity, what its goal was. What was the whole point of attaching itself to people? Why was it doing this? And I got really straight, clear answers from it. I asked it, I believe I asked it, let me think, I can't remember exact wording, but I was asking it how it was created. I asked if it was feeding off of the fear of other people. And what I basically got was that the reason it was attaching to people is because it was feeding off of the fear that these people were carrying with them. So they were kind of coming into places a little more vulnerable, maybe. They were coming into this haunted attraction a little bit more vulnerable and ending up with an attachment where it was kind of siphoning that energy from them. And this is what this entity was claiming. And it gives me goosebumps because the way it was interacting with the REM pod was very odd. Instead of it just being like an erratic response, it was very well timed. Right after I asked the question, it would be about 1 second in, and I'd have the exact strength on the REM pod every single time it answered. So it would go to like the first little notch and it would stay on for about 5 seconds and then turn off. But it was so rhythmic. It was absolutely wild to experience because normally if it's like an entity that's kind of like intense and it's making things go off and it's never quite the same and it's all very erratic and chaotic. But this one was very, very calculated feeling, and the energy was always consistent, even though I was there for about 30 minutes. And that was the first time I've experienced anything like that, or having an entity that most people would say is like non-intelligent. It was like a thought form that was formed through, you know, a bunch of people being scared, and having it respond and be self-aware to where it was telling me like, yeah, it was formed out of the fear of other people. That's what's feeding me. It almost gave me the impression that it was scared to not have that source anymore. Like it was a little nervous to no longer be whatever it is that was created. And that's why it's craving that fear from people, because it's the only thing it feeds from. And so those attachments were continuing. And I mean, we gave advice at the end of the day, just saying, hey, maybe move the haunted attraction to a different area that isn't so charged, and maybe people won't be having this issue anymore, or giving people protective ambulance or something afterwards to take home with them so they're not experiencing these attachments. Because personally, I don't think attachments happen that often. I don't think it's something that happens a lot. And for it to happen that often from that location was really unique. And it expanded my idea of what an attachment is anyways. And my second favorite part didn't make the cut, but the second episode, Julia and I have such a special relationship, and everyone's like, listen, you two lovebirds, like, and I know that, yeah, we might've been flirting a little bit, like me and this ghost, but I, at the end of the night, when I fell asleep, I told Juju, I was like, I'm going to let her possess me and just see what happens. Like, the camera crews, everybody was asleep. So I was like, let's just see what happens, you know? So it turns out that I had my phone on me blasting Lana Del Rey, and I was skipping through the hallways singing it, like hand in hand with her. And I don't really have much of a memory of this other than Rod telling me the next day. She's like, I thought you had lost your marbles. You were literally skipping up and down the hallways singing Lana Del Rey with the ghost. And I was like, I barely remember that. Like,
wow. That is, I love that.
Yeah. I had some light possession. It was fun. I wish it made the cut. Yeah.
Light possession. That has to be a first in terms of like a first date with a ghost, I would say. Right? Oh man. Yeah. How do you explain that to HR? Like, I was totally like really buddy with the ghost. There might have been something there. I'm not too sure,
light
but
possession.
light possession happened. So you don't remember any of that happening at all?
I have a memory of, I don't remember playing Lana Del Rey specifically because I had a playlist from the 20s that was approved for TV that I could play.
Gotcha.
I don't remember that. I didn't remember it until Roz told me, and then I remember the skipping part, but I don't remember for how long it happened. I have no memory of holding hands with a ghost. Like she said, it was so loud that she like opened her door and saw me skipping down the hallway the other direction. Like, and it was only on the floor that Julia has been seen. So I was staying in Julia's room that night, and I guess I went back to bed in her room and like woke up the next day to find out that I had done all that.
Wow. That is so interesting. Well, you recently came out with a video on your YouTube channel where you investigated, I believe it was a hotel. Am I correct? In sort of your hometown. Okay. Is that something you're willing to share with us? What happened there? I watched the episode and I told you, like, oh man, like it gave me the feels, and any good investigation should give you the
Yeah.
feels, not just like, oh, my hair's standing up, but like it should resonate. It should stay with you. And I've had so many of those on my investigation. Some no, like there's some that are just truly duds. Like for every one good ghost investigation, there's like 10 that nothing ever happens. And that's clearly not
Yeah.
the stuff that makes it on TV or on like our whatever content providers. But
I
it
just
seemed
not
like,
to interrupt you, but I
yo,
think that
please,
proves
please.
that you're a very good investigator because you're not faking anything. It's
Mhm.
true. There's stuff that never happens. Sometimes you go on investigation, nothing happens, and it just doesn't make it. You know,
Yeah.
the people don't see it, but that is the reality. Is like sometimes things just don't happen. Yeah,
Exactly.
it makes you a great investigator. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, well, that goes for anyone, you know, and it truly like last night, I'm still riding a high because we got home at like 5 a.m. We had an incredible night of activity, and like we were so pumped. Like I probably could have kept going for another 3, 4 hours if I really wanted to.
Yeah.
But the night before that, nothing. Like nothing. And that's just the reality of these situations. It's the energy you bring into it, like you mentioned earlier. And it really is about the lens in which you view what is happening, like your perspective on all of that. So yeah, I guess getting back to that investigation in your hometown, you're doing these cool investigations over on your YouTube channel, which we will link to in the show notes, guys, so you can check all that out. But yeah, what happened there? What was that case about, if you don't mind me asking?
That there's this famous haunting that everybody knows about downtown at the San Carlos Hotel of Leon Jensen, and the story goes, according to all the rumors, that she leapt from the 7th story of the hotel and unfortunately ended her life over unrequited love. There's a lot of musicals, there's little movies, things that people have done over this story because it seems to be this like trope that gets played out a lot in the paranormal where the woman or you know whoever it is has ended their life because they didn't get the love in return from whoever it is that the story holds or whatever. So like sorry, my dog was moving around so I got a little distracted.
No worries.
She's so cute. Yeah, the but there's always that trope, and I've always felt like that isn't correct and wanted to get into that location really badly and just kind of have that conversation because I know that if I had died and somebody was like, oh, it's because this guy refused her love or like unrequited love, it just feels so shallow to me. I was like, there's no way, there's got to be more to the story. So I took my 2 really good friends that I get along with, Amber and Lorraine, and we stayed the night there. We didn't expect to really get much, but right away, all of our devices were going off. I think some of these locations that I walk into, when I have the intention of just wanting to listen and get the story straight, I have a lot of activity the second I walk into these places. I think they somehow know prior to me getting there. And we got some of the best evidence I've ever gotten in an investigation there. And one specific one, when we were doing the spirit box session in the room, gives me goosebumps thinking about it. There's a male spirit. There are quite a few male spirits there, but this one that was speaking to us quite a bit, I think, is friends with Leon, or I feel like the spirits in that location were very protective of her. And she herself didn't come forward and speak much, but she did. And when she did, she really made it worth it. So we were asking, can you tell us what happened here? And we got a very clear response over the spirit box saying she is falling. And we were like, who's falling? And then it responded, Leon, in the same voice. And it gives me goosebumps because I'm like, oh my gosh, like getting something that intelligent of a response and pertaining to the exact story that we heard. We didn't do any historical digging prior because I didn't want to go in with any any biases or anything into what I was receiving. Except for my friend Amber, who did a little bit. And I told her not to tell me, like, don't tell me anything unless it comes up to verify. So, because she's really good at doing the digging stuff. So we got that first thing on the spirit box, which gave me chills. And then we started asking questions about how Leon died. Because, yes, I know that she had jumped to her death, which is very unfortunate. But I wanted to dig more into what is it that caused her to do that. And we were given a very explicit answer that had to do with abuse, like not to trigger anybody, but the spirits there were pointing to that being part of the cause as to why she leapt from the 7th story. And as the investigation went on, we got more and more evidence towards that, kind of changing the story a little bit behind this relationship of this unrequited love that people always talked about. So as it went on, as soon as we found that out about Lyon over the spirit box, we cut it out, but all of us were like crying. We cut it out of the scene because it was really intense. All of us started getting goosebumps and like we started tearing up. It was a lot to hear from a spirit, especially when just knowing that that had happened to anybody is really heartbreaking. And over the spirit box, in her own voice, she said, "Oh, beloved, it's okay." And it makes me want to cry again because it was one of those really incredible moments where it's like, oh my God, like she needed someone to come in and listen to her and get her story straight. Because I mean, it was over 100 years ago that she took her life. And for that long, people have been saying and tying her to this man who abused her, that caused her, or may have been one of the reasons that caused her to jump off this building. And I can't imagine dying and being stuck to my abuser in that sense, and having days showing my story and people talking about it and not having the truth be told. So getting that out of that experience and being able to tell people, be like, no, this is actually what happened. As soon as we started digging into the history of it, we found that there were rumors of bruises on her body with the connection of this bellboy that she was said to have had unrequited love with. So the story started expanding into something much greater than just, she was refused. It was much bigger than that. It was her also being very sick because she was a dancer and she loved to dance and perform. She was no longer able to do that because of this illness. And there was a whole nother layer to this bellhop abusing her. And it brought her to a very unfortunate fate where it breaks my heart. Even the end of her letter that she left behind, it says, signed, a lonesome and ill stranger. And to think of her still being there wandering those halls as Lyon, the version of this woman who a man didn't love her enough, so she jumped off a building, versus Lyon, this beautiful, beautiful person who had dreams and hopes and wanted to live a full life. And she was a dancer and she had all this history. There was so much more to her than just that. I think being able to go into it and tell her story correctly will help her, whatever it is that she chooses to do now. Like, I'm not sure I believe in ghosts like moving on to the other side, but I think it'll help her be in a better place from wherever she is now.
Yeah.
And I think my goal in investigating has always been that, is just to elevate the truth and get to the bottom of what's actually happening, especially when it comes to different types of groups like women and the LGBTQ community in particular.
Wow. Whew. Yeah, that got me a little misty-eyed.
It really was so moving. It was one of those things, like every time I edited it, I was crying. I was like, oh, Lyon.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go back again with some flowers and stay and have
That's
another
so
little
nice.
hangout with her.
Well, and you gave her, like you said, the work is never done on human beings, as I'm sure it isn't as spiritually either. Like, you are evolving and growing and learning, even probably in the afterlife. I would make a very big assumption there, but it sounds like you gave her agency and sort of, like you said, rewrote her story in the way that she hoped it would be remembered. Like, she was clearly a very troubled individual who, like many in life, unfortunately found no way of really coping or dealing with her situations. So to give her that space to like tell you what really happened, and that had to just, I can imagine, give her the confidence to like go to the next step of whatever is next for her. I'm hoping she's dancing again.
Me too.
Right? That's kind of what I'm like envisioning. But yeah, who knows? That's beautiful, Alex. It really is.
Thank you.
Well, I know, like, I hope you do more like that.
Thank you.
It's those are the types of investigations and stories that I love doing. And we've had a few of those in our time on our show where we believe directly connected with an individual who we may have heard a story about, but clearly it wasn't the whole story. So that's cool. That is so
And there's
cool.
so many of those in the paranormal. I feel like
Yeah.
there's these stereotypes that these spirits or these stories always fall into.
Mhm.
So I think it's good work for us to go in and be like, we got to get the story straight, give them
Yep.
back their agency, make sure
Yep.
that people know what actually happened here, because it's so much bigger than that.
Exactly. All of this is bigger than any of us, so I love that. I feel like too, what you do, what I do in the UFO world, it makes us more human than ever. Like these experiences put you so much into your shoes again
Yeah,
and
they're
make you
so
see
grounding.
oh God, yeah. Like there's nothing more immediate and human than like fear and love, I feel, in many
Yeah.
ways. And like these experiences do that for so many people. And I think, we have so many distractions in the world, such as like, let's be honest, what we're doing right now. Probably people watching us on YouTube or like scrolling through Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever, that we forget about like what's going on in front of us. And I feel like in investigating the paranormal, supernatural, I've found a part of myself again that may have detached a while ago in terms of the other things I do in my life. So that's what I take from it. What do you take from what you do? Like, how does this help you as a person? Again, big sweeping question, but yeah,
Yeah.
why do you do this?
I think I grew up as a really lonely kid and not having that sense of connection or the real sense of connection. I believe that our phones kind of have this false sense of connection that isn't as deep as like going out and just being around people. I think investigating, speaking to spirit, and the connections it's made throughout, like the places these people live, the people who are involved in the hauntings, and the people that I investigate with, has brought me a sense of connection outside of my phone. Like it's a community that I've now belonged to that I feel very happy to belong to. For me, my biggest takeaway, I guess, is being reminded of death and how that helps me live a more fulfilling life day to day, but also the connection, like real human connection, and how valuable that is and how we easily forget that, because we do hear these stories. We hear, these spirits are speaking to us about their loved ones and people they wish they still could have that connection with. And I think it's a strong reminder that you might be having a bad day and you don't want to call your aunt or uncle to catch up, but you should call your friends. You should say, hey, we need to get together more and be in person. Even if you do have social anxiety, just go sit at the park for 10 minutes and talk to somebody face to face. I think we're losing that in this day and age. And that's one of my takeaways from investigating, I think, is finding connection again.
Yeah, absolutely. Living for the Dead. Like you guys could not have nailed the title any better. So Alex, we sort of talked about devices. That's one way to approach all this scientifically,
Yeah.
evidence-based. And I will admit that when I first got involved with all of this, I wanted to depend on the devices. Like that's what I wanted. Concrete evidence that this stuff was happening. And then one day I was thrown out of my comfort zone by production, and they said, "You're going on the Ouija board," something I'd never done in my life.
Oh,
And I was
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
interesting. Okay. Like I'm down to try anything once. And
Mhm.
they also put another one of our investigators on the Ouija board with me, who was also extremely skeptical of that sort of stuff. And of course, like spoiler alert, we had incredible results from it and we were stunned. And now we basically we call ourselves the Ouija Bros. Like
I
we
love that.
literally, we're like the first to go into the space now and like try to open up the conversation to whatever we're speaking with. And the other device that I really connect with is the spirit box. You've mentioned that a few times, for those who don't know, it's like it sweeps through radio frequencies. You might catch words or sentences here and there. And meanwhile, you can't hear what's going on in the room. People might be asking questions. It can get chaotic at times, but there are those times where everything lines up and you are presumably speaking with something, a spirit, an
Yeah.
entity, an intelligence of some sort. There was one time we thought we were talking to an alien, which was cool for me.
You might
But,
be.
yeah, that's a story for another time. But
Well,
those
the
are,
guy, one
yeah,
of
yeah.
the first inventors of the spirit box was speaking to aliens.
I heard that. That's
Yeah,
crazy. Like
Frank
that's why
something.
he
He has
created
the
it.
recordings too. Yeah, he has all the recordings on his old website. You can listen to it where he's speaking to I can't remember which alien person it was, but he has it all listed there. It's pretty cool.
What do you think of those two devices?
Okay.
Yeah,
Of
the
the
Ouija board
spirit
and the
box
spirit
and the
box.
Ouija board. I do like Ouija boards. I don't use them that often. I have made a few personally. I've made a couple spirit boards that illuminate upon touch, so they're capacitive touch. It's kind of like my goal is to take it into a haunted location and maybe have the spirit interact with it without my own hands, so that it'll illuminate in the areas that it's answering me. So like yes, no, that kind of a thing. I think they're super cool. I feel like maybe I'm a little impatient with something, so it's hard for me to just like sit and wait for that to happen. I love the spirit box for that reason,
Yeah.
because I feel like it's like a streamlined way to sit down and just get answers, and like you're sitting down and having a real-time conversation, which is super cool. But I love the history of Ouija, and I love the symbology and where it's been and how Hollywood tried to demonize it, and it looks cool. I think using it is super important and good for some people who connect in different ways than I do. I think that spirit boards in particular are a way for us to maybe connect personally, and through us, like maybe channel like a higher truth, like we're going through and connecting ourselves through our own bodies, which I think is really cool. But I don't really bring one on my investigations. Like I like it. I think it's cool, but I really love the spirit box. It's like my go-to.
Yeah. Same. Yeah, I feel like, so I'm from New York. I lived in New York City for like, gosh, 12 years, I think. So like I
Wow.
have that like mentality of like go, 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 go. I don't have time. Like tell me,
Yeah.
are you a spirit? What do you want me to tell the people? Like let's
Which is
do this.
so bad. Like we're supposed to
know.
be patient.
I know.
Which
But
is
I
good.
think
It's teaching me to be patient, you know?
that is just what I was gonna say. Like, I feel like the Ouija board has made me a more patient person because
Yeah.
look, it takes a lot of time. Like, again, we'll be on the Ouija board for an hour, like 2 hours sometimes. And then, of course, when it gets on TV, it looks like we had this incredible conversation in like 2 minutes. Like,
Yeah.
again, that's television. But like, it's truly, look, if you want to talk to something on the other side, earn it. Like this isn't like you're calling your friend or texting and being like, why aren't you texting me back? Like immediately. Like you're literally talking to someone somewhere else in another plane.
Yeah. It's a
So
spiritual iPhone in a way.
yes,
Texting the ghost.
exactly. Exactly. So like I feel like when I do the spirit box, it's like New York me, and then when I do the other one, it's the other part of me coming out, like learning to be patient again. And
Yeah.
look, I do a show with all Canadians. They're the most polite people, nicest in the
Oh.
world, patient, kind, and I think that has helped me a lot
Good.
to be a better person. So yeah, so you're all for the spirit box. That's like your number one device if you had to use a device.
Yeah, I do. I
Yeah.
love devices. I feel like I need to be documenting in more than one way. Like I
Yep.
believe my senses, but I need to have it, like I need to see it light up. I need to see this also going off for me to really believe that's what's happening to me is happening.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I question
Yeah.
everything, you know?
As you should, yeah. And it's when the things start lining up, I think, when you can truly feel like, yes, I am definitely communicating. Like there's
Yeah.
no debate there really.
Yeah.
Um,
Like I want there to be no question about it.
yeah, right. Yeah. The ambiguity can be nice. And like alluring and mysterious, but at the same time, like you want answers. You definitely want answers. As I think whatever's communicated on the other side wants you to give those answers too.
Yeah.
Like if we're just gonna sit here and vaguely talk back and forth, that's cool. But like, why? Why are we doing this? So I would have to agree. Okay, here's a good question. Our second Patreon question. We are in the Halloween spirit right now. Like that's why I'm doing Spooky Skies. Halloween. Is this for you? Jacqueline wants to know on Patreon. Do you think Halloween amplifies paranormal activity at all, or is it just another day like any other? Like, what do you make of like these sort of more spooky times of the year? I mean, even Christmas has like a weird ghost storytelling tradition, but Halloween
Yeah.
for you, yeah. What do you make of that, and does it amplify anything?
I think it does. I do believe there are so many different practices, religions, and faiths that believe that the veil is much thinner this time of year.
Hmm.
And I do subscribe to that myself. I think, I follow more of like a pagan path where this time of year, I do a lot more investigating because I feel like it's easier to speak to spirit. In my personal opinion, it is. From what I've seen, I think it is as well. I personally see physically more things around this time of year. And I love that you brought up Christmas because it's Samhain and Yule for me, or like Halloween and Christmas. Those are two, I think, energetically charged times of the year because I think there's something special when a massive group of people come together on like a like-minded experience. And even if it's just like a holiday, there's a lot of power in that holiday because of how many people are like consciously coming together in that exact time. And I think that energy can be harnessed by spirit or whatever it is that we're communicating to, and it helps us communicate with them easier. Yeah, I think, yeah.
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 I would have to agree. I think again, like the power of a collective consciousness could truly change things. I mean,
Oh, for
look at
sure.
revolutionary movements throughout history. Like they wouldn't have happened if enough people weren't on the same whatever frequency, wavelength, advocating for the same thing. Nothing would ever change. So yeah, I think you're right. Like when everyone's kind of in that mood and like ready to believe, I guess if we want to use that word more than
Yeah.
ever, it can pierce that veil or make it thinner, like you said.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Whereas like people like you and me now to an extent, it's like Halloween 24/7 now.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah.
My whole life is Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah, it's your
Yeah.
whole I love it. I love it. Let's see here. Okay. UFOs. I have to. I'm a UFO
Yeah.
podcast. I guess two-pronged question. What are your thoughts on UFOs? Have you ever had any sort of experience with a UFO or something like that? And the second part of that is, do you think these things can be connected? Ghosts,
Yeah.
cryptids, UFOs. So yeah, however you want to answer that, Alex.
I do believe in cryptids, aliens, UFOs. I think all of it's possible. I kind of sit in this like camp of not believing and believing at the same time. Like I exist in both, where
Right.
I believe, like we were saying earlier, you believe that people, when they say it happened to them, I believe it happened to them. Like our senses are usually not lying to us unless there's like some mental health aspect. But I do believe that aliens could potentially be among us. From what I've seen, I think that maybe there was some kind of intervention at some point where they came down and maybe gave us some knowledge. There's just no way we're the only intelligent life form out there. I just have a really hard time believing that personally. And I've seen UFOs with my own eyes that I've been with my friends before I've seen one that I am so dead set on it being an alien craft of some kind. And the
Okay.
other one was weird as hell, but maybe my brain is kind of like, oh, it's the government and they like invented something that no one knows about yet, kind of a thing.
Okay.
But yeah, I kind of sit like in the middle where I'm like, I believe it. And I've been to Sedona and looked at the skies and seen weird things. And in Arizona, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Can't escape it out here. Like Phoenix Lights is like a part of our history. So like it's just very widely accepted. And recently people have started seeing more very like congruent things to Phoenix Lights here just within the last year. So there's a lot of documented sightings of that. I love aliens and I love cryptids, Mothman, like the squonk. I love the squonk because I feel like that's me. Like,
Love it.
I love the idea of it. I think that I do, on a deeper level, think that there's the potential of different dimensions, like maybe overlapping themselves. And I like to think of time as less linear and more maybe happening like on top of itself. So like kind of all at once, but not like, yes, we're in motion, but at the same time, we're not moving. So like there's the potential for us to be overlapping with something else at the same time. When it comes to experiencing paranormal phenomena, I also think we could be interacting with the past or the future less than ghosts in some situations. In some situations, you know, it's just like an echo of history and we're triggering it in some way with whatever it is that we bring into the location versus like a cryptid. I also think could potentially be something maybe on a different dimension. And at some point it just kind of like the vibrations just kind of did one of these kind of things and the veil was put down for a second and everyone was like, what was that? That's not normal. I think all of it's possible. I really do. I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. You know, there's a lot of talk in the UFO research community of aliens are us from the future. Like you look at these small gray aliens and they're very like nothing really stands out about them. They're very androgynous. Their
like
heads
we've
are much.
evolved into that.
Yeah, like we've either evolved or some would even argue devolved into that.
That's a
You
good
know,
point. Well, the way that the
yeah,
earth is being like burnt up right now, like who knows?
exactly. And so there's that idea that maybe it's us from the future. And then, like you said, with ghosts, it's like I often look at it like if we are communicating with it, they're just as surprised as we are. Like, what is this
Who
futuristic
are
looking?
you?
Yeah, like what is that dude? What's that on his hat? Like, what are those weird things on his ears? What's going on here? I
Yeah,
do think like it's just as weird and free for them as it is for us. So yeah, I think you're right. It's a as a friend of mine, Greg Bishop would say, it's like a co-creation. Like we're all dancing together and like we have to be in rhythm in order for all of this to work. And yeah, I find that fascinating. We bring as much to the game as the possible ghosts do too. Yeah, it's fascinating to have these thought experiments. Let me
it's fun.
see
I think
here.
about it all day long.
I know. Welcome to our lives. Okay, to kind of wrap things up, Alex. So you've been investigating all of this stuff for a while. Again, a lot of it's new to me, but I'm starting to get a handle on this sort of stuff. But there are a lot of younger people out there who probably saw your show, got super like inspired by it, and want to go out and do this stuff themselves. And there's like ghost hunting groups everywhere. Like there, I feel like every day I'm finding a new one in some small town, which is awesome. Like
I love it.
I'm yes, all for it. Do it. Start a club, start a little organization, go out there, investigate, be careful. Like I always tell people, be very careful because it can be dangerous too. Not just mentally or spiritually, but literally. You're going into an abandoned building, like you don't know if someone's like squatting there or
Dead
like
air is very real. Like there's a lot of things.
a lot of things can go wrong, so just be very careful. But that is my question for you. What advice would you give to younger people out there who want to do what you do and what I'm, I guess, stupidly attempting to do sometimes? Yeah.
You're doing a good job.
Well,
You're doing
thank
a
you.
really good job.
I appreciate that.
Best advice, I think, is to do your research. And like you were saying earlier, there's a lot of groups out there. I think finding a group is a good idea, especially with Facebook and all these different ways that we connect nowadays. You could find like-minded people, bounce ideas off of. My biggest thing that I think people need to remember is to listen to their gut. I think it's hard when you're in a situation where there's a lot going on, but just listen to your gut. If it's telling you you need to leave, you should probably leave. And if it feels like it's okay, then stay and see it out and see how it goes. But that connection to your gut and how you feel is probably your greatest tool when it comes to investigating, and really kind of honing in on that, I think, is your first step in becoming an investigator, so that you know when something is maybe being pushed too far or when you need to maybe push yourself a little further. So yeah, just be safe, do your research, find a group.
Yep, absolutely. I love all of that. Noted, 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 noted for sure. Um, awesome, Alex. Well, of course, like the biggest question of all, what comes next for you? Like, yes, like there's the TV show, there's like the stuff you do on YouTube, but like what comes next for you as an investigator, as a person? Give us all the info that you can on what you're up to, and where can we find everything that you are up to?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of things right now. I have my YouTube. It's Alex LeMay, which gets confusing because it's the ITS at the beginning. Alex LeMay. Same with my Instagram. I go by under Paranormal Alex on the other platforms. I can't even talk about it right now, but I am in the casting process with a lot of really cool people for another paranormal show that hopefully I'll be able to tell everyone about eventually. And what's next is really just elaborating on my YouTube and investigating with friends and seeing where life takes me. So you can find me on those platforms at It's Alex LeMay. And thanks for having me on this. I'm just really excited. I finally said yes to a podcast because I've been too nervous. So I really appreciate you having me here.
My absolute pleasure. Again, this is a learning process for me. Like that's why I do interviews. Is nobody's an expert on any of this stuff. And if they say they are, run, because that's not the kind of person you should be listening to. So no. We will have links to all of your stuff in the show notes, guys. So be sure to subscribe, all that good stuff. Go follow, support Alex's work. Of course, of course. And yeah, I think that'll do it. We could talk for hours and hours. But I literally have to go to a paranormal investigation. I can't believe I'm saying that.
So
And
cool. I'm so glad.
yeah. Well, I can't wait to see what you do next, Alex. And I'm so happy that we connected. And a lot of your stories really resonated with me and inspired me. So I will take that with me onto my investigations and hopefully commune with something powerful. And like you said, the most important thing I think any of us can do when dealing with this stuff is to just listen to it, to each other, to everyone. The world would be a better place, and whatever comes next is going to be better because of that. So you said it best. Listen, guys. Listen, listen, listen. So again, Alex, I want to thank you so much for coming on Somewhere in the Spooky Skies today.
Thank you so much for everything. I really appreciate it, Ryan.
This has been a production of Lionsgate Sound. Please rate, review, and subscribe wherever possible. Thank you for listening.
Spectrovision Radio.
Welcome, everybody, to a very special episode of Somewhere in the Spooky Skies. And joining me today is no stranger to the show. You know him from Rogue Planet. You know him from so many other projects as well. And while we usually talk about UFOs and aliens, we are taking a departure this week to talk about supernatural, spooky stuff, some of our own personal stories, and ones that we find extremely unsettling, weird, and creepy. And that person I'm talking about is none other than Jason McClellan. How you doing, buddy?
I am wonderful, Mr. Sprague. How about yourself?
Not bad, not bad. You know, all things considered, with what's going on in the world, this has been a fun time to kind of, like I said, shed our UFO armor and get to the heart of all these other things you and I are interested in, whether it's paranormal, supernatural, cryptids. And I don't know about you, but it's refreshing to really kind of stretch your mind every now and again and realize there's a whole world out there of other weird stuff going on.
Definitely, man. I mean, you said it. And, that's why you and I do Rogue Planet. I mean, that's the whole point of Rogue Planet. We are fans of all the strange, and we are curious individuals, and that curiosity doesn't stop at UFOs. There's lots of mysterious unknowns in the world and on our planet and in the universe as a whole. So, I mean, we love it. We eat it up, and that's why we do what we do.
Exactly. And you mentioned, all the strange. For those who haven't, go to the Rogue Planet TV YouTube right now. We did an entire virtual conference of all the strange, whether it's paranormal, cryptids, UFOs, cults, everything you could think of. We had amazing guests for that who's dedicated their time and talents to do this for free. So you can watch the entire virtual conference for free right now at the Rogue Planet TV YouTube channel. Subscribe, click notifications. But yeah, man, we're gonna talk spooky stuff today. I'm excited. I asked you to come on here for a little bit and share with us some stories that have happened to you personally or ones you find of great interest. So I guess we'll start with we'll go to our personal story second. I think that'll be a good way to wrap things up. But other than that, I have one that I'm going to bring up that's really always unsettled me and dives into the more spiritual aspects of my life personally. But I want to hear from you. What is the weirdest, creepiest story you've come across, Jason, that you'd like to share today?
Well, when it comes to ghosts or, supernatural things, there's no end to just absolute spooky or disturbing or unsettling things. I mean, there are things that are paranormal, they're outside of our normal. And, a lot of these things that just baffle your mind and, they defy explanation and leave you unsettled. So, thinking about this, when you asked me to do this, I was thinking of unsettling and something with ghosts that, it's always fascinated me. It makes me laugh a little, but at the same time, it is unsettling. And that is the seemingly large number of paranormal cases involving ghosts in restrooms. We like to think of restrooms as this safe space. That's our personal time. We go into the restroom alone. That's our time. We don't expect to be disturbed by anyone, especially a ghost. So there are so many cases involving ghosts in restrooms, and those cases, always pique my interest. They catch my eye, and I guess for today's purpose, there are two that were, just years apart, and they in Bangladesh. And I don't know if this is a normal thing in Bangladesh, but it seems to be several stories involving ghosts in bathrooms in Bangladesh. But one was in 2015, and it involved a school with children. And so in 2015, there was an 11-year-old student who, after using the toilet at a government primary school in the town of Pabna, Bangladesh, she got sick after using the toilet. She died the next day. That's pretty bad. And then, according to the school headmaster, other students started getting sick after using that toilet. Approximately 8 to 10 students who either used that toilet or had been in the bathroom, had been near that toilet, they got really sick. So, okay, getting sick from using a toilet, what does that have to do with the ghost? Well, there was supposedly a legend at the school where a legend about a ghost who lived in a palm tree outside. And I don't know how they established that this ghost lived in the palm tree. You know, maybe somebody was communicating with this ghost and the ghost said, you know, this is my house. I don't just hang out here. I live here. But anyway, the rumor or the legend at the school was that a ghost lived in this palm tree. And so that was already going around. Then the students started getting sick from using the restroom, and people started freaking out because they believed that this palm tree ghost had moved into the bathroom. And nobody wants a ghost living in the bathroom. So the ghost panic spread, and students just stopped coming to school because who wants to go to school where there's a ghost in the bathroom? So officials shut the school down. And just like they would do in the United States, I'm being sarcastic here, they held a religious ceremony to remove the ghost from the restroom. And apparently it worked because there were reportedly no more reports of people getting sick or encounters with the ghost in the bathroom. So that's fascinating. But then 2 years before that, in 2013, 100 miles away in Gazipur, Bangladesh, a worker got sick after using the restroom in a garment factory. And she didn't actually see a ghost, at least she didn't report actually seeing a ghost when she was doing her business in the bathroom, but she still accused the ghost of attacking her and making her sick. So reports from other workers started pouring in about infections caused by this ghost in the bathroom. I don't know if that's an excuse for, like, I don't know, doing other things in the bathroom, dirty,
dirty toilet seat. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe a dirty toilet seat is a ghost, like,
yeah,
something's magically making you sick. There could be other things there, but for whatever reason, whatever happened to these people, they were complaining that ghosts in the bathrooms were making them sick. And these reports weren't isolated to just a single factory. There were hundreds of reports coming in from other garment factories in the area where people were reporting these haunted toilets. And people got so frustrated that, at the management for not taking action. So they literally lost their shit and they started demolishing the restrooms at these factories because management wasn't going to do anything. They didn't want anything to do with these restrooms, so they demolished the restrooms. That's pretty intense there. But
wow.
So just like the school in Pabna, the factory managers got together and decided they needed to address the situation. So they held religious ceremonies to remove the ghosts from these bathrooms. So...
Wow. I mean, talk about kind of an interesting exorcism of sorts, I guess.
Right? I mean, talk about a shitty exorcism. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do that. But it leads me to believe if I'm ever in Bangladesh, I need to do some ghost hunting in bathrooms.
Yeah, exactly, man. That's so interesting. I just interviewed Lopaka Kapanui. He's a master ghost storyteller here on Oahu, and as he's telling me these stories, I couldn't help but notice a pattern that a lot of them take place in bathrooms. And he was telling me stories about, the faceless woman, this Japanese kind of myth and ghost story that was kind of, immigrated over to Hawaii with all the Japanese culture and everything here, Filipino culture as well. But yeah, it always seems to be bathrooms where this faceless woman is seen. Or I remember just this morning, I heard cases out of Japan again, where like a little girl ghost would be in a bathroom and she'd be sitting on a stall when you open the door and she had no legs. So supposedly, back in the day, during World War II, a bomb exploded near this school. And she was in the restroom at the time, and the building became demolished from the bomb, and it severed her legs off. And very sad. So apparently the tale is that when you go in a bathroom in Japan and go into a ladies' restroom, if you open that door and there's a ghost with no legs, get out of there because she wants your legs. And that's just, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that one really stuck with me. So that's so interesting. I'm glad you brought those to us. We'll have to do a Rogue Planet ghost hunt in Bangladesh.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good plan. And, I mean, I don't know how things work in the ghost world and what makes the rules as to where you get stuck when you're
right.
Right. I would like to think that if you're a ghost who winds up being stuck in a bathroom, that you were a really terrible person, right? I mean, you like to think that the most terrible people are the ones who get assigned to be trapped in a bathroom. Like, that would be an awful way to live out your existence as a ghost.
I would have to agree. That in the DMV, those are the two places you do not want to haunt for sure. Oh man. Well,
I mean,
okay,
I guess
so
the DMV would be okay as long as you're not a customer in line there, right?
right.
That's great people watching.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. We'll mark that one off. Bathrooms it is. Definitely the worst. Well, I did mention exorcism, and that's kind of where my story veers into. This is a topic that's always terrified me ever since, just like every other person on the planet, I saw The Exorcist for the first time. And, you know, growing up Roman Catholic, this was a big part of my life, religion and, you know, good and evil. And, you know, I'd always heard stories in church about like possessions having occurred at our church or even miracles occurring, things like stigmata and things of that nature, which was just as terrifying to me. Like, yeah, people consider it miraculous, but like, again, it's things you fear it because you don't understand it. So the one that really sticks with me, man, is the case of Annalise Michael, I don't know how to pronounce it, but this is what the movie, The Exorcism of Emily Rose, was based on. But the true story was actually extremely unsettling. The movie was terrifying. I love the movie. If anyone hasn't seen it, go check it out. Have you seen it?
I have.
Okay, yeah. It was kind of like a courtroom drama and a horror movie all put into one, which I thought was cool. But yeah, I'm kind of just going to run through it, the Cliff Notes version here. But this happened in Germany back in the early 70s. This young girl named Annalise, she when she was 16, she started having really bad epileptic seizures and you know, complaints of being sick all the time. And they brought her to the doctors, and they like couldn't figure out what was going on and what was wrong. And they kind of diagnosed her with these the temporal lobe epilepsy. And the years went on and they went on. And then when she turned 20, she became severely depressed. This is interesting. She started rejecting all of these religious symbols in their home. They were Christian, you know, almost like completely disgusted by them. She started hearing voices in her head. So these are all signs of something bad, you know, whether it's exorcism or schizophrenia, like something was really bad. And they brought her to so many doctors, psychiatrists, and they couldn't pin anything down. And her parents, they had no other choice in their eyes than to request an exorcism from the Catholic Church. So it took them years to finally get this going. The Vatican was very strict and said, no. So they do an investigation before they come in to do an exorcism officially. And like I said, it took them years. Finally, they send 2 priests to the home in Germany to do the exorcism. And that's where things just got super messy. 65 exorcism sessions with this girl over the span of 10 months, brutally trying to exorcise whatever demon or whatever was inside of her. And I mean, it's terrifying, man. We have images and photos of her during the exorcism. They're just very disturbing to look at. There's audio of her during the exorcisms being possessed, which is unbelievably terrifying. I'm actually going to play a little bit of it here for everyone right now.
Nein, je kletsen. Maar meer kletsen. Oh, zo down en Milane, down, schiane, down.
Sind wir schon 3?
Ah, wie. Was ist so der Schneide? Die müssen in eigenen Seminaren ausgebildet werden, die dürfen nicht auf die anderen Universitäten. Kapiert?
Klar.
So yeah, that it just gives me severe chills. So what ended up happening after, about 10 months of this, she was losing weight. She would not eat. It just got worse and worse. And she died. She died after one of these sessions. And she was malnutrition. She was dehydrated. And that's what they said the cause of death was. And, what do you do after that? I mean, apparently this is because of the exorcism, but the German police thought differently, and they actually arrested both the priests and the parents for negligent homicide. And the priests had to go to trial for this thing, which is a big part of the movie. And they were sent to jail. They only did about 6 months for homicide, which is pretty damn good, if you ask me. But they are priests. They seem to get away with a lot. That's another story. But yeah, man, this one just always gets me. And then this morning when I was looking at this case, there was actually some updates. During the investigation, a lot of people didn't know this, but they actually exhumed the body of Annalise, and we're not exactly sure why. The parents said it was because they buried her in a rush, in a really cheap coffin. So they wanted to give her a proper coffin. So they exhumed it, put her in a much more expensive luxury coffin and buried her. But I have a feeling it had something to do with the investigation. Like they actually had to go in and figure stuff out. But then the most updated thing here is in 2013, in the home where this all happened, it burned down. And we don't know if this is arson, but a lot of people believe it was because of what occurred in the home, and something was left behind to burn that place to the ground. I can't tell you what, who, why, but that happened. So yeah, man, again, the one that really got to me with this is the movie was my gateway into this case, but now I'm just fascinated by it and terrified because of the audio and the photos and this poor girl. Like, no matter what, if she was possessed or not, she suffered greatly because of this and lost her life. So it shows how far the church will go to try to, and they did this whole thing in secret. I forgot to mention that. The Vatican said, yes, you can do it in secret. But now it's one of the most out there cases we know of. And Germany really put the lockdown on exorcisms after that. They were like, nope, we're done. So, yeah. What do you think? What do you think about exorcisms, Jason?
I don't know, man. I mean, there's definitely, plenty of documentation on it. And I mean, until you're physically there in person witnessing something like that, that'll change your mind about anything. I mean, that's true for anything, with UFOs, with ghosts, with anything. I mean, it's personal experiences. You need to have personal experiences to truly have your mind changed about something, or to even give you enough to form a solid opinion on it. For me, I just know what I've read, obviously what I've seen on movies. It's like with I equate it to alien abductions, right? I mean, there is genuinely something there. What that is, I have no idea. I just know the people to whom these things happen, or the people who allege these things have happened. Something happened to these people. What that is, I don't know. So with exorcisms, there's definitely something going on with the people, and in these cases where real exorcisms have taken place. What that is, I don't know. I'm sure in some cases there's some faking going on. In other cases, you could be dealing with mental disorders. But other cases, they don't really fit into those boxes so neatly. So, it's just one of those mysteries, one of those unknowns. And, it's, again, we want to equate things to other things, tying it into UFOs, with the Catholic Church. I understand it's like the U.S. government with UFOs, right? I mean, they don't have any idea what the hell is going on, I think, is the real answer. And so, they don't want the world to think that they don't have all the answers. So you got to kind of keep the lid on that and not really talk about it all that much.
Yeah. Exactly. That's a really good comparison. I never really thought of it that way. Yeah, the Catholic Church thinks they're doing the right thing and that they're in control of the situation until a death occurs. And then it's like, wow, yeah, none of us truly know. And I think you're right. I think it's a case-to-case basis for sure. And the mind is very powerful. So if this girl thought she was possessed, she could probably make herself possessed in a way. But
Mind is powerful, and it's
yeah,
incredibly complex and confusing. I mean, just look at what different mental disorders do. I mean, we have we've barely scratched the surface of understanding the human brain.
yeah.
So, who's to say what's really going on? But I think you're right. Case by case basis, I think a lot of different things are going on.
Agreed. All right. Well, we'll leave it at that as our creepiest stories we came across. But I want to know, those were ones we heard about, but these are the ones we've lived. So, Jason, any stories you can share with us about weird stuff that's happened to you? I know you've traveled all over. You've seen some stuff, man. So, what are you willing to share with us today?
Well, for today, because I mentioned toilet ghosts, this one is not so satisfying. But I do have my own toilet ghost story, and it sounds ridiculous, but I promise this actually happened, and I promise that I genuinely believe that it was not something normal. So, but I have to preface this by saying, I believe I was only 4 years old at the time. But with that being the case, I still remember this incident vividly. So I was a 4-year-old boy sitting on the toilet, and my family was living in an apartment at that time, and very small apartment. And I was sitting on the toilet, and I think I had just about finished doing what I was going to do, and the ceiling fan, a voice emerged from the ceiling fan, and at least that's what it seemed like. It was coming from above, and the voice said, "Wipe your butt and get out of here." I remember that distinctly. This mysterious voice just said, "Wipe your butt and get out of here." It freaked me out so much that I leapt off the toilet, went screaming out of the bathroom with my pants at my ankles, screaming and crying to my dad. And my dad, rationally thought somebody's messing around on the roof. He tore outside. He went up on the roof. He looked all around the property, around the complex. Nobody was outside. There was nobody around. So he didn't see anybody. Certainly it is possible that someone was up there playing a joke on me, but certainly nobody that my dad saw, and he was out there right away. It was a pretty, good field of view from out there. You could see if people were out milling about or certainly running away. He didn't see anybody, but I think the rational explanation is it was probably someone we didn't see. However, at the time, it was something that terrified me, and there was no explanation for it after my dad tore out and looked for people. So that spooked me. I don't know if that's really a ghost encounter, but had to throw that in there because of our toilet ghost conversation earlier. But I will say, yes, I have had the great fortune to be on a few, actually several ghost hunts to this point, and I don't know what it is, man, but I gotta say, with whether it's UFOs or ghosts or whatever I'm doing, I mean, I guess I haven't had luck with Bigfoot yet, but I mean, I've had pretty good luck, having sightings or being able to experience things on the majority of the times I actively go looking for this stuff. So one I'll talk about right now is in 2011, my wife and I went to Prescott, Arizona, which is in sort of northern Arizona, and we stayed at a place called the Hacienda Inn. This place is well known for being haunted. It was built in 1927, and that same year that it opened, a young woman named Faith Essay, she'd recently married a much older man, and they checked into the Hacienda Inn. They were staying at the in the grand balcony suite there for their honeymoon. So they checked in there, and after they had some marital fun, the husband went out for cigarettes, and he never came back. So, it's not known whether this was his plan all along to marry this young woman, have his way with her, and then split, or if he met with some sort of foul play or something. But whatever the case may be, he never came back. So she was absolutely distraught. She waited for 3 days, and, after that time, he didn't come back. She decided to take her own life. She hung herself from the balcony, and she haunts that hotel to this day. And there are so many reports of, people staying there who see her. And we're talking apparition. I mean, they actually see this woman there, this young woman. Sometimes she's holding flowers. Sometimes they smell flowers in the rooms. The staff see her all the time. The kitchen staff will see her, actually see her, or also see effects that they attribute to her, like stove burners turning on or off. The desk staff sees her. People who stay there come down and ask the desk staff about like different random things that you hear about, like TVs turning on and off, cold spots in rooms, things like that. And they're all, oh yeah, that's just Faith. It's just like a known thing to them there. They're used to having her there. So when my wife and I stayed there in 2011, I certainly knew about this. I was actively looking for strange things to happen. So when we got in bed that night, we were hearing all sorts of things because, again, this hotel was built in 1927. It's an old building. Everything creaks. Everything squeaks. There's air blowing all over the place because it's horribly sealed. All the things you expect from an old building. But that night sometime, and we hadn't been in bed that long, I was certainly wide awake at that point. My eyes were closed, but I had taken my glasses off and put them on the nightstand next to the bed. We're sitting there trying to fall asleep, and we hear something. We hear all these other noises, like I said. I mean, you could hear people walking outside and the floorboards squeaking and all of that stuff. But we heard something hit the floor, and we could tell that it was in our room. So we both shot up, turned the lights on. My glasses were on the other side of the room. Now, had this been later in the night, had I been, kind of drifting in and out of sleep, I would say, well, maybe I rolled and threw my arm and it hit the glasses and sent them flying. But I haven't really ever done that as a sleeper. I'm a pretty good sleeper in that I don't toss and turn. And we had just really gotten into bed. We weren't dozing off, So I'm confident that it wasn't me flipping my arm on the nightstand and sending these glasses flying. They went all the way across the room. So I can't explain that. That was one of the more fascinating, experiences I've had with paranormal, just because I can't explain it, because there was a physical object that moved. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It reminds me, I had kind of a similar experience where I was home one day in my apartment in New York. I'm in the other room writing, and Jane, my girlfriend, was out of town at the time. And we had this really nice framed photo of us on a dresser in the bedroom. And I remember I'm in the other room, mind you. It was winter. There were no windows open, nothing like that. Nothing, off or nothing going on. And I'm just writing, and all of a sudden I hear glass shatter. And I thought maybe someone tried to break into our apartment or something. So I get up. I had a baseball bat at the time, and I'm like, oh, who came up to the 5th floor to break in? That's pretty impressive. Yeah. But no, I'm looking everywhere. Nothing. I go in the bedroom, and the photo of us, framed photo, mind you, is still upright on the dresser, but the glass completely shattered in it. And It was weird. So I'm like, we'd had other stuff happen where we had phantom smells in the apartment as well. These moments where you just smell something so like putrid or gross, and you can't explain where it came from, anything like that. But this was like super scary. Like the glass just shattered for no reason. Like, oh my God.
That's scary.
So yeah,
That's cool.
I know that feeling of literal objects just doing something you can't explain or understand. So yeah, wow. Anything else really stick out to you in your times doing ghost hunts or anything like that?
I mean, ghost hunts are fun, man.
Yeah, they are.
You know, I've like I said, I mean, I've encountered quite a bit of interesting things, many interesting things, and that's why, you know, I think it draws more people and gets more attention than like UFO hunting, because UFOs, you know, it's you're lucky if you see one, you know. It's not like it's something that repeats really. You know, and there's not much to it. With ghost hunting, you know, they're fun little toys you can play with, and you know, just different things that you can do and places you can go where, you know, they tend to have more recurrences of these strange phenomena. So, you know, I've seen things move. I've seen you know, unexplainable things happen, like gigantic heavy metal doors swinging violently and slamming. You know, phantom footsteps, you know, flashing lights, just, you know, odd occurrences. And it is fun for people like us who are drawn to the unknown, to these mysteries. Yeah, it's creepy and I can't explain it. But at the same time, that's what we're looking for. I mean, we're after this stuff, and it always makes me laugh. And I have to remind myself when I'm out looking for this stuff that, hey, man, this is what we're looking for. This is, you know, what we're attracted to. If we see something like really scary, like an apparition or something, am I going to turn around and run, or am I going to go towards it? You know? Because I've never understood that response from people who are out actively ghost hunting or trying to get, you know, more data or more information and capture this stuff on film, things like that. When these scary things happen, they hightail it out of there. You know, no, this is what you've been waiting.
That's why you're here.
Because again, with ghost hunts, with UFO hunting, like, it's most of the time it's really boring. Nothing's happening. And you're just waiting for something to happen. So it takes a lot of patience. But when that thing actually happens, really you're going to turn and run? No. I mean, I understand that impulse. Like, I'm a wuss and, you know, I'd like to get out of there too. But at the same time, this is what you're waiting for. This is this type of stuff you've been looking for. So when it happens, go to it, not away from it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's just like a mindset you got to get yourself into when you're actually doing that.
Yep. Yeah. And as of this recording, the LA Dodgers just won the World Series, and it always brings me back to baseball too. I remember growing up, I was afraid to swing when I was up to bat, and I was known to be like, "Oh, Ryan, he's going to strike out again and again. He's not going to swing," and that's because I was there to do something, but I was afraid to do it. And then I'll tell you, man, like that one time I finally connected and hit a home run, it was history. It was like so long to that aspect of it. I was now hitting home runs left and right. And you're right. You got to embrace it. And you're there for that reason. I'm not there to strike out. I'm there to win the game. So I think there's interesting parallels between those two for sure. And you're right. We crave these things. So when it happens, be thankful. Don't be scared. But I guess I'll share mine with you. I'll try to make it brief because this did scare me, even though I was there for a ghost hunt. But yeah, I'll tell you this one quick. And I'm sure some of my viewers and listeners have heard this one already. But this happened to me back in 2017. I was in Nova Scotia in Canada. I was there to do a lecture, and it was cool. Really nice event. They flew me in. I got to go to Oak Island and go on the island and check that mysterious place out. And but the big thing for me was going to my first ever ghost hunt. And I was with Micah Hanks and mutual colleague Greg Bishop, who's a UFO guy. And they decided to bring us all on this ghost hunt at the Queens County Museum in the town of Nova Scotia. And you know, I didn't know what to expect. I'd never been to one of these things. You know, they had all the gadgets and gizmos. They were ready to get them going. And I was pretty skeptical. and I always have been of the paranormal, which is funny because I'm a UFO guy. And me and Micah were kind of just having a good time and like being like, oh, this will be fun. And I remember distinctly leaving a group I was with at one point because everyone kind of went off on their own in the whole complex, which was huge. And I was just having a good time looking at the history of this area. You know, they have the indigenous people of the area, the Mi'kmaq, and really cool old arrowheads and everything you can think of in the integration of settlers and blah, blah, blah. But there was this one room in the museum that was called the activity room. And this is for kids who the parents could leave them in there to play while they go and look at the museum. And we got in this room and we started using one of these spirit boxes, this thing that goes through frequencies, radio frequencies. And you catch words every now and again, and it's supposed to string together to be a communication with the spirit. And again, like these things are whatever. You can either buy into it or not. And I didn't really at the time. But I noticed at one point when we were trying to communicate with something in that room, we heard, and again, this thing goes through radio frequencies like in milliseconds a piece. You're never supposed to hear like a full transmission or frequency for more than a few seconds. And we heard the sound of a child like whimpering or crying. At least that's what we kind of contributed to, but it was constant, which made no sense because that would mean that it would have to have been on a million different frequencies at the same time. So that was interesting. And I asked the person in charge of the ghost, and I'm like, it sounds like a little girl, like upset or something. She's like, yeah, this is the activity room. This is where all the kids were. So she might be scared or, upset. So maybe we should all like get down to her level. You know, we're all these grown adults and towering over her if she's a spirit. So we all get down on the ground, make ourselves, a little less threatening, I guess. And, we start communicating again, and we started getting really clear messages on this thing. And again, I'm still under the idea that this could all be coincidence and everything. And we turn the spirit box off, and then we just kind of sit there for a little while in silence. And I'm kind of looking throughout the room at everyone, taking it in, being like, oh, I think they're the one who probably believes, that person doesn't. And I was still very skeptical, but I remember sitting cross-legged. I was in like a corner of the room. And all of a sudden, it got super cold in that corner. And again, I'm making excuses. There's probably a draft above me, something I don't know this building or this room well. And once I was in that cold spot, I felt my legs, like my knees, go down. And it felt like there was a weight in my lap, like something had sat in my lap. And that had never happened to me before. I've never felt anything like that. But my knees just hit the ground. And then I felt like someone was hugging me, like putting their arms around me, and I could feel their fingers clasped on the back of my neck. And that was it. Like I had had enough. I like flung back, and I felt like that weight lifted off of me and rushed out of the room. And what was interesting is in that exact moment, I look in the doorway of the room, and Greg Bishop, my very skeptical friend, was in the doorway, and he moved to the side as if something had just ran past him. And I remember getting up and going up and being like, dude, what? I saw you like react really weird when you were in the doorway. What was up with that? And he said, I just felt in that moment I had to move, like something needed to get out of that room really quick. And that gave me chills. So this was one that I will never forget. It wasn't about something I saw or smelled or heard over these spirit boxes or whatever. It was literally something I felt. And that's what stuck with me most. I don't know what it was, who it was. I'm assuming it was a child of some sort who wanted to be comforted or to kind of comfort us and say, it's okay, we're your friend. But that was amazing, man. I'd never felt anything like that before.
Yeah, that's intense. That's intense. Yeah. Physical contact.
Yep, and it stuck with me. I mean, I now am a firm believer that it's very possible that there's energies out there, residual energies, hanging out, just trying however they can to communicate with us. And the thing that always sticks with me is children when it comes to ghosts. Now, that in itself is tragic. No person should die that young, and often it's probably because of an illness or an accident. And children ghosts are often said to be lost. They don't know where they are or what's happening, where are my parents? And that's heartbreaking when you really think about it. You know, they're so innocent. They haven't even lived life and it's gone in an instant. So I think there's something really special to be said about child ghosts too. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. And, just thinking about already, based on the lore, all the ghost stories and tales we hear, seem to be difficulty communicating.
Yeah.
Ghosts aren't very good communicators, but, with that already being an issue, then bring children into it and children trying to both navigate, not being part of this world anymore, part of the living world that we know and that they were used to, and also not understanding whatever needs to be done, to bridge that communication gap. It's got to be challenging, especially if they're navigating it by themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess we'll leave it at that, man. I've kept you way longer than I anticipated. This always happens when we talk. But no, thank you for sharing those stories with us today. But before we go, tell us about the Rogue Planet show, the podcast you're doing with Amy Shira, and everything else you got going on at Rogue Planet.
Yeah, so we recently launched a new video series on Rogue Planet, simply titled The Rogue Planet Show. Ryan, you'll be a part of that, very much so.
Yes.
And, like we talked about today, it's going to encompass a lot of what we do at Rogue Planet, including all of our various interests, which include UFOs, but include so much more. So we will be doing some of those ghost adventures that you mentioned, Ryan, and some other things too. But we also have fun. It's more of a casual show. It's us getting to hang out with each other and with all of our friends who also like these things. And it's a good time. So we just started that. And also Amy Shear Title and I are revamping, bringing back our show that started out as a podcast, but it's just going to be solely a video series now. It's called the Punk Rocker Moonstomper Program. And that is also a show with Amy and I sharing our mutual love of random things that we do, like punk music and ska music and space and booze and video games and all sorts of things. So yeah, look for that soon, probably before the end of the month.
Awesome. Well, I'm clearly a fan of all those things as well, if you can't tell from the t-shirt. But dude, I love it. You even got the Less Than Jake singer to do your theme song. Is that right?
Yes. Krista Makes was kind enough to do our theme song for Punk Rocker Moonstomper Program. So
so jealous, but also, very proud. That's so cool, man. Yeah. Well, hey, let us know where we can find everything before you go, if you could.
RoguePlanet.tv is always the best place to go for everything Rogue Planet. And like you mentioned at the beginning, the Rogue Planet YouTube channel is filled with stuff and getting fuller by the day. So yeah, that's just youtube.com/RoguePlanetTV.
Perfect. Well, Jason, thank you for joining us today on Somewhere in the Spooky Skies. And also have a very happy Halloween, brother.
Same to you, Ryan. Thank you.
My name is Ryan Sprague. When I was 12 years old, my father and I stared up into the night skies, and we saw something extraordinary staring back. And whatever it was sent me on a search to find answers to the UFO phenomenon and beyond. And that search continues somewhere in the skies. Coming to you from Spectre Vision Radio, the Somewhere in the Skies podcast features conversations, interviews, and roundtable discussions with scientists, scholars, historians, pop culture figures, and prominent UFO researchers. We also hear directly from you, the listeners, about your personal UFO sightings and encounters. Lastly, we bring you fascinating and engaging case histories. Each week is something different and truly unique. Somewhere in the Skies doesn't seek to just entertain. We seek the truth. We bring new questions and theories to the table. We bring new voices to the discussion. And we attempt to possibly find some answers to those mysteries that lay somewhere in the skies. New episodes are every Monday through Spectervision Radio on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
I'm going to do a brief intro for both of you, for any of our viewers and listeners who are not familiar with either of your work here at Somewhere in the Skies. Sarah, you've been on in the past. So introducing my co-host for tonight, I knew I had to have someone come on with me to have this conversation with Mitch, because this is new for me. I don't cover these topics much on the show. I am a UFO podcast, but we're going to see why this topic has so much to do with UFOs and the convergence we're seeing play out in today's world with UFOs, the occult, and everything in between. So first, I want to introduce Sarah. Sarah Lyons is a leading occult author and practicing witch. She and her work have appeared in Newsweek, Vice, Teen, Vogue, BuzzFeed, and Bust. She is a recurring guest on the CW television series Mysteries Decoded, and has consulted numerous documentarians and filmmakers over the years. Her first book, Revolutionary Witchcraft, was published by Running Press in 2019, and her second book, How to Study Magic, releases on November 15th. So Sarah, welcome back to Somewhere in the Skies.
It's good to be back, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And nice repping the Mysteries Decoded fam.
Mysteries Decoded.
Mysteries
Mitch,
Decoded.
that was a TV show both of us have been on. We won't go into the behind the scenes of that. That's for
that can be an off the mic. No, just joking.
Exactly.
I had a great time.
It was fun. It was fun. Well, let's introduce our guest for tonight. Mitch is no stranger to a lot of you out there, but for those who aren't familiar with his work, Mitch Horowitz is a historian of alternative spirituality and one of today's most literate voices of the esoterica, mysticism, and the occult. He is a writer in residence at the New York Public Library, contributing lecturer at the Philosophical Research Society in LA, and the Penn Award-winning author of books including Occult America, Daydream Believer, and Uncertain Places. His book, Awakened Mind, is one of the first works of New Thought translated and published in Arabic. He's written on everything from the war on witches, which we will definitely discuss tonight, to the checkered career of professional skeptic James Randi. And he hosted and produced a feature documentary about the occult classic, The Kabbalion, directed by Emmy nominee Ronnie Thomas, and shot on location in Egypt. Mitch, welcome to Somewhere in the Skies for the very first time.
Great to be here, y'all. Thanks for having me.
Of course, of course. So I want to say off the bat, I've been following your work for a while now, but I know a lot of people in the UFO world, they might be new to you and your discussions. And I think a lot of that came from an event that you recently spoke at. I want to get this right. This was in New York City, and it was an inquiry into anomalous experiences and the phenomenon, which was hosted by J. Christopher King and James Iadali. And I was so jealous I wasn't able to make it to this event when I saw the speakers list. But before we even get into the occult and all the crazy amount of questions Sarah and I have for you, man, tell us a little about this event and maybe a little about what you spoke of, if you don't mind.
Sure. It was a very special event for me. It was about 2.5 weeks ago from when we're all speaking. It was the first time I've ever addressed a conference that was dedicated exclusively to the UFO thesis. And I introduced myself as the in-law in the room because I care very deeply about the UFO thesis, but it hasn't been a specific area of research for me. Primarily, I document metaphysical experience in history and in practice. And I grew increasingly interested in the UFO question because I started to consider whether there were connections between UFO experiences and psychical phenomena, and whether it part of what may be going on, maybe our minds, our psyches, which I see as a compact of intellect and emotion, traversing different intersections of time. And that could be part of what lay behind certain anomalous experiences, whether it's UFOs or poltergeist experience, Bigfoot. And I started to think, I've always regarded the UFO thesis as indirectly related to the occult, but the uncertain places that we live in today are such that I think these conversations are starting to converge. And the organizers took a chance and reached out to me, and they just opened up the mic to me. What I spoke about, and the talk is up on YouTube actually on a couple of channels, is called Anomalous Experiences and the Crisis of Skepticism. And I spoke about the manner in which the seeking community has pursued both the UFO and ESP thesis, how these things may be converging, and the paucity of real intellectual excellence on the skeptical side of things, because the skeptical side of things has, to a great extent, become such an entrenched polemical camp, reliant so heavily on its golden oldies, so to speak, and using the same phraseology, using the same sleight of hand, not really immersing itself in the material in any way that justifies the title skeptic, which is a noble title. And we need skeptics. Blake wrote, "Opposition is true friendship." We need people who are going to point out mistakes and accidents. I used to walk up to the speaking podium terrified of getting something factually wrong, even just a date or something of that nature. And I've realized over time, look, I'm human. There is going to be a Thursday morning where I'm going to get something wrong. And if and when I do, and it's more than just a verbal typography error, call me out on it. Call me out on it. And when I write about ESP research, for example, which I care really deeply about, I footnote it very heavily. I have a massive chapter on ESP research in my book, Daydream Believer. I posted a piece recently at Boing Boing on the career of J.B. Rhine, who's a pioneering ESP researcher. All told, at the end, it had 46 footnotes. I encourage people, go into the footnotes. If I'm exaggerating, call me out. If I'm being overly shorthanded about something, if I get something wrong, call me out. And the skeptics community is incapable of engaging at that level, because to them, to engage at that level is to validate the question, and they don't want to do that. They want to invalidate there being a real question, a debate, an exchange. So that was the other part of the talk.
Right. And, I think sort of the, I don't want to say the impetus, but the backdrop of what you talked about was kind of framed around what has been happening in the past few years when it comes to the UFO topic. I mean, if you had told me 5 years ago that this topic was going to be in mainstream media, we were going to be having serious debates about it, the New York Times would be covering it, I would have thought you were crazy. But then that all changed on one day. None of us saw it coming, which is usually how these things happen. And the world kind of changed overnight, at least for us in the UFO believer, I guess. I hate using that word believer in so many senses, but it just changed. So what did you make of that? As someone who kind of peripherally always looked at the topic, it's now front and center. What do you make of this whole 2017 New York Times post ufology, I guess?
It's really wonderful, and it's really incredible. And Helene Cooper, Ralph Blumenthal, Leslie Kean just performed amazing work. That they got that into the Times is extraordinary on so many terms, just absolutely extraordinary. And the coverage continued. They wrote other pieces in 2017. They wrote other pieces in 2019. And I remember very vividly, I was attending a panel on UFOs in summer of 2019, of all places at the Guggenheim Museum in Manhattan, not widely known as a fount of occult ideas. And the place was packed, and the panel was wonderful. And afterwards, this very thoughtful curator who assembled it, Troy Therian, came up to me and he said, "Let me ask you a question. At what point in our culture do you think it's going to become intellectually embarrassing to dismiss the UFO question? You know, it's just swamp gas, you're imagining things, you're drinking moonshine, whatever." And I said, you know, honestly, right at this instant, right now, no one of any real intellectual substance or seriousness could deny the validity of the UFO question or the prospect of engineered phenomena captured on some of the videos that we have and that these aforementioned reporters have explored. And it's funny, I remember not long after that, there was a very long piece in the New Yorker about Leslie and Lou Elizondo and UFOs. And I thought, okay, this is all just going to be the red carpet leading up the steps to the guillotine. You know, where's it coming? Where's the axe? Where's the blade? And there was no blade. There was no blade. And the reporter, whose name escapes me, but he really deserves credit, he did something I've never seen done before in an opinion shaping so-called mainstream journal. And that is, and this was really remarkable and fruitful and made for exciting reading as well, he held the skeptics to the same standards as, again, you know, we don't like to use the term believer, but the skeptics to the same terms as the advocates, we'll say. And it was remarkable because not only was it truthful, but he examined the manner in which the skeptics are boxed into their own world of denial, and they've painted themselves into a corner that permits almost no room for flexibility, which is why their arguments on a given issue tend to grow more and more vociferous and more recycled as time goes on, because they've allowed for almost zero flexibility in their position, which is a really bad place to be intellectually. And I came away from that article with a point of view that the reporter himself was questioning of what some of the advocates had to say, but he was also questioning of what some of the professional skeptics had to say. And he made the observation, and I've never seen this before, of how the skeptics themselves work a kind of dog and pony show, and they have certain tropes, certain personal traits, certain ways of couching their phraseology that are trying to influence whomever the listener is. And one could say, well, gee, that's not news. I mean, that's just kind of human nature. We all do that to some greater or lesser extent. But I had never seen the skeptics subjected to being x-rayed side by side with the advocates. And I thought to myself, this is not going away. You know, this is not just the, you know, UFO summer of love. This is really changing our culture. And so it has. So it has.
Yeah. I mean, to the point where we have a new office opening in the US government, and, you know, make of that what you will. I know a lot of people don't, you know, put any stock in what the US government has to do or say about this topic. Having been part of a quote unquote cover up for some 50 years, if you do believe that. But you're right. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle.
Right.
We've had congressional hearings. It's crazy.
Right. And if I may, just to add something to that about the government office, DOD office, NASA office, seen from one perspective, the advocacy of exploring the UFO thesis has come under duplicitous and dishonest characterization by the government. And we know this through FOIA requests and other things. And so seen from one perspective, there's good reason for those of us who care deeply about advocacy of exploring the UFO question to feel skeptical of the government's involvement. But at the same time, one mustn't be too rigid about that. Gary Nolan, the immunologist from Stanford, who's done a lot to study the ET question, he was also speaking at this same conference, and he was asked a question from the audience about rejectionists in the government purposefully putting out misinformation or things of that nature. And Gary said something that is so important and it warrants amplification. He said, look, within the intelligence world, within the defense world, within NASA, you've got a complex of factors going on. You've got people who are veritable whistleblowers who want to get this information into the public eye. And yes, you've got people who are dedicated to rejectionism or for whatever reason, disinfo. And one has to remember that there are whistleblowers, and there are whistleblowers in finance, there are whistleblowers in government, there are whistleblowers everywhere for as diverse a number of reasons as there are human beings. And you got that same dynamic playing out where there's people who want to forward the debate, who want to move the ball down the field, and there's people who want to disable the debate. And we're going to see both going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just jump in there, like I think there's a tendency to say like the government, and then that's this blanket entity, when really like the US government is a bunch of often competing ideological and political like messes and like agencies with their own agendas and their own ideas about a lot of this stuff. And so it's like not very it's not very precise to just talk about it as like one entity. And I've seen this a little bit about now the kind of new skeptical thing that I am seeing is not people saying, well, there's no one's seeing anything in the skies, this is all something else. They're saying it's drones or it's new technology, and this is all a ploy to like hype up fear to bring us into war with China or bring us into war with Russia or something like that. And I understand where that skepticism is coming from, because it's not like lies like that haven't happened before, but it's just so it's so intellectually lazy to me. Like it's not, you can tell that the people who are making that argument haven't really looked into the UFO phenomenon, like what that is when we're talking about it very much, and like how weird it is and what a complicated thing it is. And I just think it's like there's a lot of intellectual laziness when it comes to this topic, that it seems very simple at the top, and then once you get into it, it's so much weirder than you thought it was.
That is such an important point. And I feel like what you all are doing on this podcast and what I saw in practice at the conference is just incredibly refreshing, because I think that a toll has been taken socially on the ufology movement because of past and possibly present cover-ups. That's real. And it's very understanding that when you feel that people are fucking with you, it gets you into a constant defensive crouch. Mm-hmm. But, as Sarah was pointing out very rightly, there's a complexity of factors going on in any human situation. If you have a personal problem, there's a complexity of factors. There's a complexity of factors behind a social problem, and there's going to be, if any, a complexity of solutions. So, like, for example, when the social media companies are concealing their own in-house studies of posts or patterns that tend to feed violence, we know about these things because of whistleblowers. The Wall Street Journal did a terrific series about how Facebook, now called Meta, has suppressed its own algorithmic research into the manner in which certain of its posts were fomenting violence, specifically against Muslims in India. And that's a deadly, deadly problem. That's a huge problem. And we know about this because whistleblowers from the inside leaked this info to a Wall Street Journal reporter, and he ran with it for a 5-part series. There are going to be other instances where the reporter is excessively cozy with the prevailing powers and things that should get said or should get framed in a certain way, maybe don't. Julian Barnes in the New York Times had this piece that we've alluded to, I guess now it's about 10 days ago, where he said, well, the sources I've spoken to say it's all space junk, and this is going to, well, not even space junk, drones or what have you, and this is going to foment debate and so forth. So there are times where a reporter's voice cuts one way, cuts another. Usually it is a pattern, but there's such a multiplicity of people involved in this at this point, both inside, both outside, both within media, within the questioning community, everyday people. And there's a lot going on. There's a complexity of things going on, and we mustn't get too rigid.
Right.
The
And
UFO phenomenon, a lot going on there.
Right. A
New
lot of
slogan.
people and a lot of motives.
Yeah.
Right. Well, let's talk about some of those complexities and motives. I know Sarah literally just got back to New York from the Hudson Valley. And the Hudson Valley is just like one of those places, both for the occult and for ufology, that just has such a rich history. So I'd love to get both your thoughts on this. We have this rich history of the occult there, which Mitch, I'd love for you to touch on if you don't mind. And then we also have this crazy UFO wave that happened in the 80s. And then we also had Whitley Strieber's event happen not too far from the Hudson Valley. So for me, I'm just like, there's got to be some geological or geographical reason for all of this stuff to have maybe imprinted itself in this one area, or maybe it's sheer coincidence. I don't know, but I'd love both your thoughts on the Hudson Valley and everything going on there. Mitch, I guess we'll start with you, man, if you don't mind giving us sort of the occult angle there.
Sure. I mean, there is such a rich occult history there. When I was writing my first book, Occult America, I went into the writing expecting to spend a lot more time on California, because everybody sees California, and rightly so, as the engine of religious novelty, the springboard of the new age, and so forth. And that's very, very valid. But what I discovered, to my surprise, more and more, was the centrality of upstate New York, specifically central New York State, and the Hudson Valley to the development of a new kind of occultism in the modern world, specifically for a couple of generations in the early 19th century. And this area, specifically of central New York, was called the Burned Over District. And it really was connected arterially to the Hudson Valley, especially since you had to go through the Hudson Valley to get up to the Burned Over District, depending on where you were coming from. And that was the birthplace of so many new religions: Mormonism, Seventh-day Adventism, the spiritualist movement, as well as social movements, the suffragist movement, the perfectionism movement, America's first experiments in communal living, or the practice of voluntary communism. And it was just an unbelievable place that kept producing all of these radical movements, one after the other, for the first half of the 19th century. And a lot of folklore went back very deep in the Hudson Valley, that it had once been home to an ancient tribe of Israel, older than any of the oldest Indian tribes, and that this tribe got wiped out in a conflagration with the Native Americans. And this very mythos, and I use that term in its highest sense, appears in Joseph Smith's Book of Mormon, published in 1830. That was a book and a movement that emerged from the Burned Over District. And depending on your point of view, you could either say that the Book of Mormon is echoing local folklore or confirming local folklore. It all depends upon one's perspective. But there are so many such episodes. And then, of course, in the Hudson Valley, you had in the town of Poughkeepsie the presence of Andrew Jackson Davis in the 1840s. He was known as the Poughkeepsie Seer. He popularized mesmerism across the country. He helped popularize spiritualism across the country. And although he never uttered an explicitly political word, his vision was a very radical one, because he would go into these trance states and travel, so he said, to the afterlife. And the afterlife was filled with all kinds of different people, Catholics and Jews and vanquished Indian tribes and people from other lands and eras. And without directly saying so, Andrew was undermining the idea, so widespread at that time, that salvation is only available through one doctrine or one congregation, one church. And Americans took to it. They really took to it. So it's continued, obviously. I was just interviewing Whitley Strieber the other day for a program of UFO-themed films that's showing at Anthology Film Archives right now, actually. And we talked about his Hudson Valley cabin and his experiences. But the thing I now realize that I neglected to ask Whitley, and we've known one another for 12 years, I've never been asked him this question: why the Hudson Valley? What is going on there? So since Sarah has been there most recently, maybe she can respond to the question I didn't ask.
Yeah,
Whitley.
please.
Well, what's so funny is that the people that I was staying there with, I have a friend, a couple that live up there, and they see UFOs like all the time. Like they're UFO magnets, especially it's a husband and wife, and the husband like literally is a UFO magnet. He just sees UFOs all over the place. And like it's so casual to them. We're getting ready to start a fire and like a bonfire. And he goes like, oh, it's overcast, but maybe we'll see some UFOs tonight. Like as if it's just, birds, migrating birds. And I mean, I think that that's something I think about a lot with how weird the UFO phenomenon is as a whole, not just the Hudson Valley, is like that it can be attracted to a single person. I have this other thing kind of with that maybe this is a little too heady and a little too weird, but I think that whatever the phenomenon is definitely has a sense of humor, because both of these people are artists. He works in advertising and graphic design, and she is an illustrator. And I think it's like, of course they're appearing to you guys because no one would believe you if you came forward and showed these pictures, because you would know how to Photoshop this. But I know that you're not lying to me because I'm seeing them too when I'm around you. So it's just like, to me, that's like a weird sense of humor that it has. But I don't know. It's interesting that to me, I want to go back to something you said, Ryan, that you brought up something like geological, that there might be something in the land itself that, is causing it. And I think that that's not a wrong impulse, but it is a little bit of a materialist impulse, right? That you want to find there's got to be quartz deposits under there, right? Or there's got to be some sort of like electromagnetic field. And there might be, like, I'm not a geologist, I don't know, but there is something I think to be said for when you get enough people in an area over a very long period of time praying or doing magic or thinking in a certain way. I think that creates kind of a morphic field. And Mitch probably can speak about this more than I can, but it's hard to categorize a vibe. It's hard to put a vibe in a bottle, but it's definitely a real thing. And I think that, when you have a place that was very sacred to indigenous peoples that were there before, we don't have to get into like the whole Hiawatha myth and like the rule giver and all this kind of stuff, but it was a very like sacred place even before settlers came. And then afterward, it's obviously maintains this very sacred, very religious kind of fervor. There's something to be said, I think, for like, ideas can catch like pollen, and just attach themselves to people and blossom and grow in this way. And I think that that's a region where that's been very rich over the years.
That's fascinating. And I've asked some of the same questions myself about California in the 20th century. What is it about California, especially Southern California, that has made it such a proving ground for new spiritual ideas that are frequently spread out across the world? In 1888, when Madame H.P. Blavatsky published her Occult Cosmology, The Secret Doctrine, she said that humanity was poised for another step forward in the evolution of consciousness, or the psychical evolution. And she said it is in California that the change will begin. And this was 1888, when California, although it was thriving agriculturally, it was a cow town, and you had ranches and you had mines and you had groves, but it was very much an agricultural area, not the area that you would have picked out in 1888 for, that's where it's all going to go down. You might have said Paris or something of that nature. And she's saying California, and her protege Annie Besant specifically felt that Madame Blavatsky was talking about Southern California. That was her takeaway, at least. Again, long before this really developed into this New Age Mecca. So it's very interesting what Sarah's saying about a morphic field, or something. I mean, there are studies that contend that like mindsets, particularly meditative mindsets, will wield an influence over a given area. My friends in the TM movement call it the Maharishi effect, which they've sought to study. When you have a certain core of people meditating within a geographical zone for a certain period of time, their studies have sought to document decreases in crime and other maladies. And so it's an interesting question, especially if one considers the UFO question in conjunction with psychical research. Is it possible and I'm speaking in shorthand here, but I explored these issues a lot in different articles and inquiries into ESP research. Is it possible, if our psyches are capable of moving among different intersections of time, or what we sometimes call dimensions? And there's evidence to this effect, even if the vocabulary is kind of metaphorical. Some of these sightings could be a result of things that people are experiencing within different intersections of time, altogether real, as this conversation we're having right now, not necessarily or not always extraterrestrial, but actual, but time-based, dimensionally based, versus what we refer to as extraterrestrial. And can that effect amp up if a given pool of people are engaged or are sympathetic? These are interesting questions.
Right. Well, and that brings to mind, that famous cover of Passport to Magonia, these different masks that the alien wears throughout history and culture. And I know both of you are, I hate using the word students, but definitely, I guess, fans maybe of Mr. Jacques Vallée. Mitch, I know you've spoken to him on many occasions. Sarah and I had a conversation about him in the past on the show as well. But I'd love to get both your thoughts on where does his, and I use his ufology as kind of a big sweeping thing. Where does that land in terms of, you have science, you have data, you have repeatability when trying to investigate UFOs. And then you look to the other side and you've got this whole interdimensional or consciousness aspect to all of it as well. Sarah, I'd love your thoughts first, having really looked into the work of Jacques Vallée. What do you think? Are we dealing, can we look at the UFO phenomenon strictly from a scientific basis and I guess kind of a interdimensional or mystical basis? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm going to ask a question about science later, but I certainly think you can look at all of this from a scientific perspective, and I don't think that it's I don't think it's wrong to want to apply like the scientific method to all of this, but it is, to me, I think that some people are very rigid in that people feel like they can only have like one ideology about something, and it's like, that's it. And because there's this part of it that cancels out another piece of this belief system, I can't hold both of them at the same time. And I think that like we're complicated and we're able to exist under kind of many different paradigms at the same time. So I'm able to accept the scientific method as valid a lot of the time, and then also see that it has limitations, and where those limitations are, other things might come in. So my experience with a lot of this comes from spirit work. I'm a witch, I'm an occultist, I work with spirits as my primary like field of working with magic. Like that is how I understand a lot of magic to work. Also with mental stuff as well. But I think that it's almost like a way for me to square the circle, right? It's like to me, it's actually while it's a very complicated answer, it's a very simple answer to me, almost, of like, how do we put Bigfoot and UFOs and ghosts and spirits and all of this stuff into one category? Well, it's spirit phenomenon, and and like plants and animals have different species, there's different species of this, and it looks differently depending on region and culture and time and this kind of thing, because maybe they evolve and change, maybe they don't always want to be perceived, they have motives of their own that we can only kind of get to, but we will never really know all of their motives, right? And that to me is the most kind of straightforward answer to what we're dealing with. And people might want to call that interdimensional or an egregore, or different type of terminology for this. I kind of see it sort of as the same thing. I don't think that cancels out what I'm saying, but I think that Jacques Vallée's work is the work that has corresponded the closest to my understanding of spirits and how spirits work. And so I get excited when I hear him speak and when I've read his work, because it's putting into, I think, a more, intellectually rigorous and scientific language around spirits that is very difficult to do. And I think that is why I'm a big fan of his work in particular. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's because maybe this is going into a different category of like what I think UFOs are. But I think that is, to me, the the simplest way to kind of, obviously spirits have a material interaction, because otherwise what are we doing here? Like, why are we doing magic with them unless there's some sort of material effect at a certain point? But they obviously do not exist in the material world, or else we could have measured them at this point, right? And it's that feedback loop that I think is very interesting and that his work touches on so much.
Interesting. Yeah, Mitch, what do you make of Jacques Vallée's work?
Oh, it's been a huge influence on me. I don't know that Jacques was absolutely the first person to propose the interdimensional thesis for UFOs, but he certainly put it out there in a way that made it part of the discussion, made it part of the exchange. And I find it alluring. I find it alluring. Part of the reason why these queries can be so confounding is because we can track phenomena, we can even statistically map it, but we don't have a sense of causes. We don't know what pipes these things are moving through. And so right now, because of a convergence of ideas emergent from quantum theory, Bell's theorem, which measures the effects that faraway objects elicit on one another, and I would also say important findings that have come out of academic psychical research, theorists are trying to model concepts of reality that might explain what's going on. And so one of those models, for example, is string theory, where everything is moving on these undulating strings and that there are different intersections of time, which actually comports really well with quantum mechanics, and stuff that's going on in another dimension or intersection of time that we don't normally see might be affecting stuff that goes on in the world that we do normally see. And so then when you're considering UFOs, one of the big questions is, if these things are extraterrestrial, how do they travel across such unfathomable distances? And we have some models for that as well, like so-called cosmic wormholes, bends in space-time. I personally would say that we as a human community have better theoretical understandings at this instance. And again, these are just concepts of reality, not reality itself. It's just efforts to figure out what's going on. I think we have better theoretical models for interdimensionality than we do for extraterrestriality in terms of the time needed to travel these unfathomable distances, even at light speed. And so I just think that the interdimensional model is better developed than maybe the cosmic wormhole model. And I think that that's a scent trail. Yeah, it's a scent trail. I had the great pleasure once of watching Close Encounters of the Third Kind with Jacques, and he is the character. There's a French UFO scientist in the film that's based upon him. We're going to be showing that film at Anthology Film Archives. And he said that when he was on the set, he told Spielberg that he favored the extraterrestrial thesis, the interdimensional thesis over the extraterrestrial thesis, and Spielberg agreed with him, and that was a long time ago. And I would say the interdimensional models have gotten better, but we're still just on we're on our knees, peeking through a keyhole. We just don't know. But I do think Jacques has pointed in the direction of something important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I love that we can have such differing theories on what these things could be, and there probably isn't just one answer.
Exactly.
Sarah said phenomena, and I think that's very important. We're clearly not dealing with one thing, whatever UFO, a government coined term,
Exactly.
Is,
And
right?
if I may, it's so important to amplify that, and this touches on what Sarah was saying as well. It's really important in the search to grow comfortable with paradox, to grow comfortable with dangling questions, to be able to sustain a question, and not to get into this thinking of a magic bullet theory. There's just one thing out there. And frankly, that's what some of the lesser skeptics do. They find one potential solution and they're certain that they found the whole thing. So the placebo effect, for example, is nothing but endorphins being released into the body, or nothing but immuno-boosting enzymes being released, or something. And all that may be true, but that could be one of a dozen things that are going on, or that could be what the prayer appeal looks like what the spiritual appeal or what hopeful expectancy looks like in the body, and it might look like 12 other things too. So we really get trained in the Western world to think in terms of opposites. There's true and there's false, and to a degree that really comes out of Aristotle, and that can be incredibly restraining, because there are very likely a complexity of factors going on in any situation, and including intimate situations. And the wish to find that magic bullet is kind of a cultural habit that we're in the groove of.
Yeah, I wrestle every day. I've been chasing the UFO for half my life, and I think deep down there's a part of me that doesn't want to know what it is. And that's not because, I enjoy the journey. Yes, I don't, it's not so much the destination, but I also think, if I did get those answers, either I'm not going to like them, they're going to be so far more complex that I'll never truly understand them, or, at the end of the day, they are just going to be aliens from another planet. And that's going to be, while exciting and obviously paradigm shifting, in some senses, it won't be as complex and as exciting as I had hoped. So I do wrestle with that a lot. Well, I want to kind of open the floor, Sarah, to you, since I'm here to talk UFOs with Mitch, but there's so much more to this book, Uncertain Places. We literally just talked about the first chapter for about an hour. So we'll move on from that, guys. You can get the book to read more about the UFO question in Mitch's perception. But Sarah, what do you want to ask at this point with Mitch? Anything, please.
I've got so many questions. Okay, one of the things that you say in the book and also in the lecture that you gave is that we lack a good skeptical apparatus for this type of phenomenon, and for I mean for a lot of things too. Like I think about this a lot, like coming from the world of magic. I sometimes feel like when I'm with family and we pass like a tarot card reader in the street, I'm like, I don't know them, don't, like, this is a scam, blah blah blah. But then like I will, if a friend of mine or someone that I know gives me a reading, like I believe that with the utmost certainty, right? Like, so it's like there's a skepticism that comes from me because I know what I'm talking about, so I can smell that. And it doesn't come from the skeptical community, right? Because they don't, it doesn't seem like they even really have a desire to know what they're talking about when we talk about UFOs or magic or astrology or any of these things, New Thought. And I was going to ask you, if we lack a good skeptical apparatus, what would a good skeptical apparatus look like to you?
Wow, that's a wonderful question. A good skeptical apparatus would consist of people who have dedicated commensurate amounts of time to the phenomena that they're writing or speaking about as the participants themselves. And that's a really, really tough thing to do, but people do it. There are skeptics of certain ideas who are as deeply versed in their target subjects as the participants. There's a philosopher of science, Paul Feyerabend, and he pointed out that horrible as it was when the first tracts of demonology were getting written by church authorities in the medieval period, and horrible and catastrophic as the consequences of these tracts were, because they were used to target and torment accused witches. Those people were, it had to be said, deeply, deeply ensconced and immersed in what they're writing about. And the implications were tragic. But by contrast, today, any given scientist who chooses to speak on the topic, and he or she certainly doesn't need to, doesn't know the first thing about astrology, its history, potential principles, even statistical tables that have been attempted to correlate some of its principles to people's lives, and so on and so forth. And there's an abiding ignorance within a lot of the skeptical community today. And that abiding ignorance is a vacuum that gets filled with sarcasm, rhetorical questions, sneering, sleight of hand, changing of subject, indirect addressing of issues. And it's just it's a piss poor intellectual culture in many respects. And it could be so much better. So if they really cared about the subject, which they don't have to, it would first and foremost require immersion.
What about the flip side of that, Mitch, when you have the danger of belief getting mixed into all this? I spend half my life interviewing people who've seen UFOs, who've claimed abduction experiences. And do I believe every one of them? No, I don't. And I've made that very clear. I'm very open about that. But there is a core mystery going on. You can't account for every one of these people having a traumatic experience as a child to explain away their abduction experience, or sleep paralysis, or misidentification of something in the sky. But then you have these kind of cult-like personalities crop up in these fields to take advantage of people as well. Or you just have fantasy-prone people enabling one another. And I struggle with that every day, being involved in this topic and kind of being a voice for it. Like, I try to be as respectful of those who give me their stories and push my own personal beliefs and judgment aside. But at the end of the day, I'm like, oh man, like, am I adding to a problem that shouldn't be there? Or should that problem be there? If that makes any sense. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it's hard to avoid, and I try to watch for that in myself, of course, probably very fitfully. We tend to arrive at convictions through an emotional process, and once the emotions are cemented, unless that individual has something really dramatic and traumatizing happen to him or her, it almost never gets dislodged. And very frequently, if a person who's possessed of an emotional conviction experiences some sort of countervailing trauma, they usually slide all the way to the other side, which is why you have like a Marxist becoming a conservative, and it just makes no sense at all. I remember once I was talking to the conservative activist David Horowitz, who I'm not related to. And David was a member of the Black Panthers, and then he became a hardcore Reagan supporter, and now he's a hardcore Trump supporter. And I said to him, David, I'm trying to understand your thought process. Wasn't there ever a time when you were just kind of in the middle, like you decided the Black Panthers weren't for you, and you sort of were like supporting Walter Mondale or something? And he said, I didn't give a shit about Walter Mondale. I wanted a revolution. And I said, no, I dig that. I understand that. But there had to have been like a weekend or something where you were midstream. And I couldn't get through to him. I really couldn't get through to him. And we all tend to be very emotional about our points of view, almost like lovers in a certain way. We have a point of advocacy. Maybe something traumatic happens where that point of advocacy gets dispelled, and then we go all the way over to the other side, absolutely convinced, well, if Karl Marx was wrong, then Ayn Rand must be right. And it's like, well, what if they both had problems, but you can take this from this guy and this from her? And it is really a conundrum of human nature. It's a terrible conundrum of human nature. And I think one of my intellectual heroes is J.B. Rhine, who with his wife, Louisa, opened the parapsychology lab at Duke University in the early 30s. And J.B. worked really hard on himself to try to elude that emotionalism. That was also part of the reason, and I'm critical of him for this to some extent, it was part of the reason why J.B., although he amassed enormous statistical evidence to demonstrate the ESP effect, he resisted theorizing causes, and he never assembled a theory. And that might have been a mistake, because our scientific culture, if you want to participate in it, really demands theories. What's the cause? How's it traveling? Where's the path? Where's the pipes? And he resisted doing that because he didn't want to extrapolate from his data, and he didn't want to get into this kind of believer category so much as he wanted to document things that occurred. And that may have been a mistake, but it grew partly out of a virtue, which is that he was trying to avoid this orthodoxy. And I have to be really careful about it myself. It's hard to see. It's easier to see in other people, obviously, than it is in me.
The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week. But if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
I wanted to ask also, and this is kind of, I have my own ideas about this question, but I think it's a kind of a series of questions, but I think it's good to just like have it out there, like have this, like have almost this soundbite out there. I don't know, but do you think that people in the skeptical community are dedicated, because they're certainly very dedicated, right? Do you think that it is a dedication to science or materialism? Is there a difference? And if there is a difference, what is that difference?
That's a great question. I would say certainly there is a difference. Science is really just a method. It seeks replicability. Materialism is a philosophical belief that matter creates itself, that everything is motor skill, cognition, chemical, biologic, as we currently understand those terms, and everything occurs within this box of Newtonian physics. And if there are exceptions to that, such as we see in quantum mechanics, don't get carried away with the implications. There are no implications, and it flies in the face of what the founders of quantum mechanics themselves believed, all of whom I would say believed in a perceptual basis of reality, that perception interacts with reality in concrete ways, in ways that are felt in the human experience, in ways that can be documented. Otherwise, what are we doing measuring all these funny little particles that are moving in surreal ways, And so I think skeptics tend to start out with a materialist basis. And in justice to them, I start out with a spiritual basis. I define spirituality as extra physicality. I've believed in extra physicality ever since I've been a kid. So it stands to reason that when you believe something, you go off looking for evidence for it, depending on your mindset. Some people are less interested in that, some people more. I'm sort of an evidence hound. And likewise, the materialist goes off looking for evidence of his or her own mindset. The problem with the materialists today, as their voice resonates within the skeptical community, is, first of all, they have conflated materialism with science. And for them, materialism is a secular religion, essentially. And to question that religion is to engender an emotional response that's the equivalent of questioning the religion of anybody with fundamentalist point of view. So there's a lot of sentiment, and there's a lot of emotion, and there's a lot of reactivity within the skeptics circle. And it's almost all emotion, because when you get into these debates, they will just flip over the chessboard if the debate is going against them. It doesn't matter. If you find an area of parapsychology that they agree with you on one day, the next day they'll reverse themselves once they get rehabituated back into their circle on social media or whatever it is. And it's impenetrable. It's just an emotional dedication to winning a debate. It's a contest of the lowest sort, and that's what one finds frequently.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love that. We have some really good listener question, Mitch, if you're willing to stick around for some of these. But
anything, sure.
Cool, thank you. Most of these came from our Patreon members who get priority to ask our guests questions. So we're going to start with those. They go to the front of the line. I like this one. Ben on Patreon asks, this is for Mitch and Sarah. The more woo corner of ufology feels that humanity is headed towards a lifting of the veil as science and metaphysics converge. Because of this, do either of you think magical practice changed at all? By that, I mean, have you noticed any change in its results or effectiveness?
I'm having this moment where I'm like, I think that my magical practice has gotten better, but I think I've just been doing it for a while, and I've gotten better at it because I've been doing it for a while. So maybe, but now I'm like, did something happen? Like, did something happen, and maybe I'm getting better for some other reason? No, I mean, I will say personally, I feel like I've gotten better at magic over the years, and by better, I mean, I think I've come to a better internal understanding of it, and I think I've witnessed better results in my life. But I think I've just been practicing it, and so it's, like an athlete or a musician or something like that. You get better at something the more you practice it, and so you learn what things work for you and what don't, and that kind of thing. And so I can't speak to that. I can't speak to that for myself. And when it comes to other people that I know who've been practicing magic, I haven't heard, people going like, "Oh my God, I like summoned a demon last night." I haven't heard anything crazy like that. But I do want to just touch on the whole like lifting of the veil thing, because I get a little bit skeptical when people say, we're about to come into a time of a great consciousness shift, or we're about to, the revolution is around the corner, or like this kind of thing. Because I think it's kind of not, things don't really happen that way in history. Things don't suddenly like happen. It's that the conditions become right for something to happen, and then they either do or they don't. Like something sparks that off or it doesn't, right? And the conditions for one thing or another occurring kind of ebb and wane, right? And I think that the idea itself of the veil, like we're still kind of in Halloween time, so we can talk about this, but the idea of the veil is a kind of 19th century idea. The idea of like a separation between our world and the next, and that there's this thin thing that separates that. And it's kind of a Christian idea, right? This idea of like God is up in the heavens and we're down here, and there's like the material world is here and the spiritual world is up there. And indigenous people, both in Europe and around the world, like, pagans, whatever, they really didn't see the world that way. Like they really saw the world as like fully spiritual, fully material, like at once. And it was it's not that the veil became thin at certain times of year. Maybe your perceptions of it become better, but the stuff is always there. It's, it's more that like this half of the year belongs to the dead, one half of the year belongs to the living, and like that particular cosmology. But there's not, it's an animistic worldview, right? So there's no veil, it just is. And it's, there's no, so I push back on that idea of saying that like, we're about to, like the gates to the other world are about to be open or not. It's really just about if we notice it or not, in my opinion.
The observer. Yeah. Mitch,
yeah, those are incredibly important points. And I really like how Sarah framed that. One of the things that I get concerned about in the search is the manner in which concepts like veil or hierarchical concept, heaven is up here and hell is down here and so forth, or even concepts like attachment, non-attachment, personality, essence, we get cemented into thinking in these conditioned terms that have just come down to us, that are decisions or observations made by somebody else once upon a time. And we feel like we almost have to think or frame our search within these terms. Not that I'm inveighing against generalities. We have to use generalities sometimes just to speak to one another. I use metaphors all the time. I might use the term energy, and I'm speaking in terms of a metaphor perhaps, but these terms can become a kind of narrow corridor, for all of us. And one of the things I've really attempted in my search recently is to dispense with having to think in terms of those categories, however hallowed they may be by dint of repetition, even very ancient categories. And before we went on, we were kind of off mic, but you're very welcome to use it. We were talking about an essay in Uncertain Places where I question the imperative of forgiveness. That's another of these concepts that by dint of repetition seems to be always fortifying and wholesome and helpful for the individual. And I question that. In terms of it being a milestone or a North Star of sorts on the path in the search. And yeah, it is very important that we have to use generalities sometimes just to communicate with one another, but we mustn't allow those things to become a kind of narrow corridor. And in terms of magical practice changing, I'm very dedicated to the New Thought tradition, or positive mind metaphysics. I contend that thoughts are causative, and I think that popular literature had an incredible instinct for transpersonal insights that didn't become more common until a long time later. And I go back to that popular literature a lot, and I really admire its pioneers. I do find, though, that popular literature too gets us into a narrow corridor, which is you have to think from a perspective of having already received that which you want. You have to think from the end. You have to get into the emotional state before you can enact the creative agencies of the mind, or the reality selecting agencies of the mind, as I would prefer put it, and that harkens back to the whole question of the psyche traveling among different intersections. And I thought to myself, well, the problem is, and this has historically been true, a person who's staggering under the weight of grief or depression or anxiety or fear, and sometimes that person may have very good reason to be feeling those things, is that person locked out from the royal road to the psyche because he or she at a given stretch of life is just unable to assume the feeling state of the wish fulfilled? Or is it possible that the more and more we come to validate and understand and document these aspects of thought, maybe the very conviction of possibility frees us up? And it could be that an impassioned conviction itself animates some of these agencies, and we don't necessarily need the prescribed methodology. The methodology might very well work, but there might also be cases where the individual just can't access it because they're grieving, for example. And maybe the impassioned wish is enough to set off some of these energies. So that's an exploration that I make in Daydream Believer.
All right, here's another one from Fred on Patreon. He asks, "This is so cool. Love Mitch. Maybe it's an obvious question, but do you consider ufology or parts of it occultism? There's no question the contactee movement is esoteric, but as a researcher who over and over goes through old cases and witness reports, it always ends up with me thinking, this is magic, this is occult, this is symbolism at work, and I love it." Yeah, Mitch, you want to take that?
My thinking has grown more and more in the direction of a convergence, especially right now. I mean, this past several months has been very important for me in that regard. I used to refer to UFOs as indirectly related to the occult. In fact, I think I say that in the introduction to Uncertain Places, a book I probably completed 12 or 18 months ago. And since that time, I've come to feel that indirect convergence, for me at least, has grown fuller, has grown more vivid. Because if we're talking about experiences of the individual that go outside of common observation, that open us to phenomena that violates our ordinary sensory or physical apparatus, you start to touch upon very congruent conversations. Now, if I'm wrong about all this extra dimensional stuff and the UFO phenomenon maybe is ET in nature, then that might bring it a step back. But there could be, again, as we've been discussing, a complexity of things going on. So for me, especially right now, there's a convergence of those topics.
What do you think, Sarah? Are UFOs occultism?
I mean, yes. It's funny. I think I said this the last time that I was on the show, that I kind of mentioned this earlier in the podcast, but to me, the occult is like a way of seeing the world. It's one of many ways that I see the world and I understand it. And part of that understanding is seeing the world as kind of a matrix of like spirits and energies and intelligences. And that's to be what UFOs are. So they're of course part of it. And I I'm wearing my Venus t-shirt today because UFOs are from Venus, right? But I think that, nice. But it's like, there's obviously a feedback loop there. There's obviously something going on where maybe the UFO of today was the god of yesterday or the spirit of yesterday or something like that, right? The fairy of yesterday. And it's in part because it's just how I see the world that I'm going to roll this into that in a way. But I also think that and going back to what I was saying about how people want to write off the UFO phenomenon now as this like purely materialist hoax by the government to like drum up war fever or something like that. Like that totally discounts all the weird anomalous events that coincide with UFO experiences, right? Like that totally discounts or just doesn't even like know about, how it can persist through generations, or how there's certain like animals that follow UFO encounters, or how there's certain weird screen memories or rashes or different, all these other things that kind of coincide with a UFO encounter that to me are just so much a part of magic. That when you do magic, it's not always, I do a spell and then the next day this thing happens exactly how I wanted it. I do this working and then the next day the same symbol that I used is like on the truck outside my apartment. And then this, these synchronicities kind of happen, and it's the same rhythm is being played in both. And so it's hard to discount that for me. Yeah.
Here's one from, let's see, Rick and Bruce on Facebook. They actually asked an identical question. Talk about synchronicity. Have you ever had a personal experience that has unequivocally convinced you that ceremonial magic was real? Mitch.
I have had an experience which I write about in Daydream Believer, and I also write about it in my book, One Simple Idea, and this has to do with mind metaphysics, but we're talking about causation emanating from the psyche, so I don't necessarily see ceremonial magic off in one camp, new thought off in another. It's the individual seeking avenues for causation emanating from will or psyche. I describe an experience in detail in both books where I was in a spiritual group and I was given a job to go find these pink heart-shaped buckets for a winter camping trip that we were taking. And this was in the pre-digital day. Well, it wasn't pre-digital, but digital culture was less developed. And I'm going to really, really condense it, but I made a Herculean effort to find these little pink heart-shaped buckets. Could find them nowhere. I went to plan B, plan C, plan D. And just about when I was able to give up, I discovered a brand new cache of them in the unlikeliest of places, at the unlikeliest of moments, with an emotional component attached to it that was beyond anything you could measure on an actuarial table. And it convinced me that something is lawful there. It was an extraordinary experience. I don't collect experiences. I don't have a whole lot of vacation photos that I show people from the other world, but that was really, really far out. And I documented in detail in both books.
Love it. Yeah. And it's such a personal thing. That's what I love about, someone can give me a UFO story and like have a video with it. And the story will be 10 pages long about how it changed them and what it looked like and what they were feeling. And then I look at the video and it's a star or it's a dot in the sky. And it truly shows, that these things it's what meaning you give to it and what role it plays in your life. I think that's pretty cool. How about you, Sarah? As someone who practices, literally every day of your life, anything really stand out as like, I'm on the right path or I'm not on the right path, or anything really kind of shift you?
Yeah, I mean, I like what Mitch said there of like, I don't collect experiences. Like I don't have like a Rolodex that I can go through and be like, this ritual was particularly good, right? Like I did a good magic that day. Because I think it is, again, it's not like it's a part of my life, right? So to me, it's like I'm on the right path so long as I'm like sane and things are going well and I'm happy and like, it's fulfilling me and it's working, right? Like, so there's a part of it that is like, it's working as long as it's working. But I did do a really long, like month-long, like working where I was like trying to get a very particular outcome from this thing. And it was like every day, the same time, I did like the same like ritual. And I got that phone call at the end of it. Like, and I get, it really was like, the next day I woke up and I was like, oh my God, like the email's here. And I think that one of the things I love about magic is that I sit here and I'm like, yeah, magic's real. It works. And I've never gotten over that feeling of the astonishment when it really works. I've never not felt that like, holy shit, magic works kind of feeling when something that clear happens. And that's one of the things I love about magic the most is that that kind of constant wonderment doesn't really go away.
I love that. Very inspirational. Magical thinking. I think that's, keeping that in mind.
Magical thinking, not magical thinking. It's
exactly.
like, yeah.
Exactly.
Magical thinking with a K.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, I know you're partial to the
Yeah.
K, Mitch. We have these perceptions of what the occult is, what magic is from the outside perspective for those of us who haven't studied it or practiced it. But this is an interesting question. Brian on Facebook asks, any perspectives Mitch or Sarah have regarding the seemingly conflicting theories of demonic entities? in terms of versus Moody's model of our post-mortem return to spirit. Put another way, if we're all supposedly eternal beings of light on a path towards spiritual perfection, what the hell are demons and why?
You know, if I may, this is another one of these areas that I think we as a seeking community need to be very careful not to get hemmed into, again, a narrow corridor based on definitions that have come down to us. The term demon in its original Greek is a neutral term. It just means a spirit, an extra-physical entity, like a genii, to use the Latin plural. And it was only in later biblical antiquity and post-biblical antiquity that the term demon got this horrible rap as being something necessarily evil, because it was an entity contacted outside of the framework of church authority in loosest terms. And the term demon, of course, does appear, at least in the Greek, in a maleficent sense in the New Testament. It wasn't exactly the case in the Old. And then these things got really cemented in post-biblical antiquity, to the point where you use the word demon today, and it's frankly not a heck of a lot different from what witch sounded like 100 years ago. And we need to free ourselves up from this a little bit. I mean, look at the diffuseness that you find in humanity. We go on social media all day long. There's all these people with their anonymous handles spouting off angrily about just everything. We're constantly coming into contact with negative entities, and they're called users, you know, and we're encountering them everywhere. And yet this discussion only seems to come up to people on the path when, you know, you invoke the Ouija board or, you know, something of that nature. Be careful with that shit, you know. No one ever says that about, you know, the commensurate and much greater problem just in human relations, ethics, relations. These things are omnipresent. But I wouldn't get, I just don't want us to get cemented into using terms like demons to mean something maleficent, because it's again, it's something, and this is apropos of something Sarah was saying earlier, it's a term that was really set into cement in the early Christian era. And we who come here to the pathless land not to get cemented into those things sometimes find ourselves almost by osmosis just using those reference points. And I would say the individual has to be very, very free and conduct his or her experiments.
I couldn't have said it better. No, I couldn't have said it better. I think the only thing I'll add is that I think, you know, when we talk about, with anything with magic, like demons, these things that conjure fear, not just with that, I think in any kind of thing, if you are extremely afraid of something, I think it's worth asking who put that thought in your head and who benefits from you being extremely afraid of that thing, right? Because some fears are very valid and good. Like it's good that we're afraid of certain things, right? It's good that we're afraid of a burning house or oncoming traffic, right? But demons are one of those things, and magic in general. I mean, like, I not to plug my own book, but it's like when I was writing my book, one of the things that I think I kept trying to put into it is that people think that they're going to start this stuff all wrong, and then it's going to be The Exorcist, and then they're going to become possessed, and their life's going to fall apart. And it's like, that's very unlikely. Like, that's just really, I've seen that very few times actually happen. I've heard of that very few times actually happening. And I think that some of this is really put into our heads so that we don't investigate this power that we have, and like don't investigate the world, or we're supposed to be afraid of it somehow. And I do believe that I don't think the world is just love and light. I think that there are malignant forces in the world, and that can be spiritual, or it could just be like humanity. But I think that it's worth investigating why, if you're so afraid of something, why are you afraid of it? Who gave you that idea, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess that kind of bleeds into one of our last listener questions here. Dan Zetterstrom through email asks, was Aleister Crowley as dark and problematic as he was made out to be? Mitch, I see you laughing. What do you think of that?
No, I appreciate that question. I think I know Dan's name from social media. As far as I'm concerned, Crowley was a brilliant performance artist, provocateur, magician, translator. I personally would not have sought him out to work together or to become pals. back in the day. I think there was a cruelty in the man. I think he could experiment with people, attract colleagues or collaborators, and just as quickly and as easily dispense with them. He said some things that were alluring and wonderful. He said some things that were horrible and ignorant. His aesthetic was incredible. I mean, if it wasn't for Crowley's aesthetic, I don't know, maybe I'd be wearing a mustard colored sweater right now, you know, and you must give the man tremendous credit as an artist. I mean, the aesthetic that he set sail in our culture has proven so remarkable. He was a great man. I would not have sought him out as a friend, colleague, teacher. I think there were personal failings that were too great.
Interesting. Sarah, what do you think of Aleister Crowley?
Well, I think to the question of whether or not he was problematic, I just want to say I don't love that word. Like, I think it's kind of, just to put it out on the record, like, I think it's kind of a cowardly word when we say the term problematic, because it's like, well, what was the problem? Like what's the problem? You know, like, and I think it's like, just name what you think is wrong with the person, or name what is the issue, right? Because it's like problematic how to whom, right? The short answer is yes. I think Mitch said it very clearly. He was a very cruel guy in a lot of ways. Like, he really hurt people. He left a lot of destruction in his wake. He also left a lot of, positive influence in his wake. I have found his writings very beneficial in my own life, and I've found, some of the magic and some of the philosophies that he's left behind very positive and very influential in a good way in my life. I think it's made me a better person, to be honest. And so, can a cruel, anti-Semitic bigot leave behind something good? Sure, I guess, sure. Right? Yeah.
Look at Wagner,
Yeah, it's the history of the world, I guess. It's possible for someone to be bad in one way and beneficial in another way. That's just the complexity of human life. And I think that means don't discount it. Don't only look at him as a good or a bad person. I think that Crowley is a guy that a lot of people wish was very simple. I think that people wish that he was just evil, or he was just good, and people will really go to the mat for one of those things. And I think he is just an extremely complicated figure of the 19th and 20th century that deserves deserves all the biographies that have been done of him, and honestly more, because I think that there's a lot to be dove into there on the man. Yeah.
And if I may add, reading the Book of the Law is a book that I frequently go back to, and that really opened up a lot for me. And I think that book, as a colleague of mine once says, comes from a very powerful source, a very dynamic source. The fact that he kind of downloaded this, so to speak, in handwriting over a period of 3 days is extraordinary to me. That book has cast a huge influence across our culture, and it's been a very intimate and important influence for me. So again, we have to be willing, as Sarah was saying, to sort of do the dance and realize, there's a lot of different complexities going on. But I'll avail myself of his work and anyone's work who I feel had moments of splendor.
Yeah.
Seconded on the Book of the Law. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a gorgeous book. It's a gorgeous book, and I recommend everyone read it, to be honest.
Okay. I have not read it. I'm going to have to give it a look. I just know, of course, as a ufologist, all I know of Crowley is the lamb image, the very famous lamb
Pretty
image
wild.
that keeps me up at night. That's a story for another time. Maybe
Pretty
we'll do
wild.
a Patreon episode on that. Well, that's it for listener questions, guys. Mitch, I've got a couple of closing questions for you before we wrap up, if that's okay. Awesome.
Absolutely.
I kind of wanted to know your thoughts. We're now living in this new discourse in ufology when it comes to the government and everything like that. And military government institutions, they seem to be wrapping their claws around this topic. And Sarah, I think, really said it best. They're taking advantage of this mystery, of this phenomenon, in terms of national security. How can we maybe up the military budget? And yeah, maybe that is a big aspect to it. But besides that, what do you hope for when it comes to the UFO topic moving forward? It's now front and center like never before. And I think a lot of us were really taken back by that. And we're like, okay, do we even have a voice in this anymore? Or is it just Tom DeLonge? Is it just Neil deGrasse Tyson? Is it just Avi Loeb? And nobody's wrong or right to be kind of the poster child or whatever for a mystery like this or the paranormal. But yeah, what do you hope for moving forward with this topic?
Well, I'm very interested in extraphysicality. And my search is really the search for extraphysicality and the manner in which I and others can expand their sense of human agency. And if the UFO phenomena has a psychical component, in terms of the extra interdimensionality that I was talking about, my hope is that it helps wedge open a little more in our generation the extent to which we place stock in the extra physical capacities of our mind, capacities that are not necessarily bound by time or localism or linearity. And if we do that, I think that represents just a deepening of this question of who we are and what we can do with who we are. So that, I would say, is my fondest hope at this moment as the UFO thesis goes mainstream.
I'll ask one more, throw you a curveball here, Mitch, before we go. I'm a big fan of cursed films on Shudder. That's kind of where I discovered your work. I was like, oh, this dude knows what he's talking about. I got to ask, are there any films that you truly believe are cursed? And kind of a side question to that, do you have a favorite UFO or alien themed movie? So any actual cursed films, and second, favorite UFO or alien themed movie?
Well, I think a film is so deeply enmeshed in the experience of the viewer. I remember my friend Michael Muhammad Knight asked the question of whether a film can serve as sacred scripture, and he began his conversion to Islam at age 15 after seeing the Malcolm X movie, for example. I remember as a child being profoundly touched by Close Encounters. I was not a Star Wars kid. I was a Close Encounters kid. I have, and we'll just have to tuck this away for a future episode, been very touched by the movie Rosemary's Baby in a variety of ways. And so I don't really think of films as being cursed, but I do think they can awaken things in people that are very powerful. And the director of the series, the writer-director Jay Cheel, who's brilliant, I think he always had to contend with the fact that he was given a kind of framework within which to structure the series. And so he had to perform very creatively and very brilliantly, in my estimation, within that framework. And I guess I share his point of view that, when the term cursed films is used apropos of that show, it's being used with a certain archness, with a certain wit. It's making reference to the fact that, we culturally think The Exorcist is cursed or what have you, but it's a way of telling the whole story behind the film and its sources, including weird things that happened on set. Jay's done some really brilliant forensics, explaining how horrible accidents have happened on set, and the story behind these things are, as enthralling and contain more pathos sometimes than the movie itself. So I think that covers your question of favorites and can a film be cursed. And thank you for watching it. It was such a pleasure to work on that because Jay, the director, is someone who did not come to the series initially as someone predisposed to belief in the mystical or the extra-physical, and he involved me in it very early on because he wanted to have a voice that would discuss those things, and that was really meaningful. And he's just done so much to make that series now in 2 seasons really epic.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope there's going to be more. I definitely do.
Same.
Well, on that note, Mitch, where can we find everything you're up to? Do you have anything coming up in New York or abroad that you can tell us about? And obviously, where can we find the book?
Sure. Well, the book Uncertain Places is anywhere you buy your books. It's in audio, digital, and print. It's on sale officially on November 8th. Best place to keep up with me is social media because I'm terrible about updating my website. I just don't have time. And so I'm on Twitter at Mitch Horowitz. I'm on Instagram at Mitch Horowitz 23. I'm giving a number of Zoom talks, and I'm giving a live talk here in New York City. I really ought to know this date, but I just take it hour by hour here because there's a lot going on. But I want to give you the talk because anybody who's in the New York City area, I'd love for you to come out live. I'm giving a live talk at Film Noir Cinema in Brooklyn, and that's on Thursday, the 17th at 7 p.m. Film Noir Cinema in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. And I'll be talking about Uncertain Places, signing the book, and I'm looking forward to that because I have a lot of affection for that place.
That's awesome, Mitch. Well, man, this again, I can't thank you for coming on. We've
you.
definitely embraced you here in the UFO world ever since you came on the scene, and I know you've been doing a lot of work for many years. So I know this is just the beginning of our conversation. I'd love to have you and Sarah back on to discuss more of these things in the future. But I got to
Delighted.
thank you
Absolutely.
for
Anytime.
awesome.
This was wonderful.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you for
Really.
coming on Somewhere in the Skies.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
That was wow. I don't even know like how to respond to half of what Mitch said. It's just so much to think about, so much to ruminate on. But yeah, how do you think it went? What did you take from that conversation?
Mitch is just really such a gift in this field. I really think like I know that we have this whole conversation about how like we need to like create our own paradigm, and we should act. I was going to say this to him during the interview, but he had this wonderful line in that talk that he gave about like we shouldn't apologize for being believers anymore. And like as much as I believe all of that, it is genuinely so good to have someone on our side who like is so intellectually rigorous and really speaks this language, and it does the work and does the research, and is like, I truly think that he's just such a gift that we have. And so it was awesome to be able to pick his brain on all of this stuff.
I know. I had like 50 more questions. We'll have to get him back on.
Yeah. And it's also, I just really am happy to be here for this like time in history, not to be too dramatic, of like, seeing New Thought and occultism and ufology like converge finally. It feels good to see that happening, and that we're all kind of talking to each other finally. It's a genuinely like heartening thing to see.
Yeah,
and be a part
absolutely. I know you're finally getting like the jocks with the drama kids and the nerds, and it's all coming together.
It's the Breakfast Club. It's the goddamn Breakfast Club over here.
And we're all nervous. Well, I got to ask before I let you go. You have a new book coming out this week as of the airing of this episode. So can you tell us a little about the book and where we can find it? And what kind of inspired you to write this one?
Yeah, so my next book is called How to Study Magic, and that's what it's about. It is coming out November 15th from Running Press Books, and it should be available wherever you get your books. I was inspired to write it both for people who are already in the occult world and people who are outside of it. For the people who are in the occult world, I wanted to write it because the question you get asked the most is, how do I get into this stuff? And the answer is different for every single person. It totally depends on who you are, what you want to study, what effects you want. And so you never really have a satisfying answer to that. And to people who want to study magic, there's really not, like I said, there's not a satisfying answer to how you get into this stuff, quote unquote. And so I wanted to write a book that deals with magic not as like a singular thing, but as several different paths that you can follow. So I have chaos magic, I have witchcraft, I have grimoire magic, I have ceremonial magic, and I have paganism. I give people history on all of these practices, how they feed into each other. I talk about my own personal experiences with them and like things that I do or don't like, or like, these are books that I like, these are books that I don't really care for, that kind of thing. So I give book recommendations at the end of every chapter. I give people a piece of magic from those traditions to practice to see how they feel about it and feel it out. And I give some general help at the beginning and end on how to assess sources and how to actually like if you're looking at a book or watching a video, hearing a lecture, a podcast such as this, how do you check up and see that we weren't just bullshitting you this whole time? So I really tried my hardest to make it as accessible as possible. And if anybody out here listening to it has a great urge to study magic but doesn't know where to begin, I wrote the book for you, so go get it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it. Again, that comes out November 15th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Second question. So Halloween, obviously, we all watch our go-tos every year. Mine is the Michael Myers franchise because I'm a simpleton straight white male and loves his slasher movies. But I also really like Hocus Pocus. So the sequel came out. I succumbed to Disney Entertainment and I loved it. But you recently, as a witch, were interviewed for Newsweek about Hocus Pocus 2. So you got to tell me, what was that experience like? What was the article about? Yeah.
What's so embarrassing is I haven't seen it. So it's like, what's embarrassing is that they were like, what were your thoughts on Hocus Pocus 2? And I was like, oh, I could totally give my thoughts on Hocus Pocus. Like, but it was because they didn't ask me what I thought, because people thought that headline, the first headline title that was like, it's a mediocre film, was like what I said about it. And I haven't seen it, so I can't judge if it's mediocre or not. But what they asked me about was like, what did I think about the backlash to it, and did I think it was accurate or not? And I kind of I took a bit of an intellectual jump, and I figured it would probably not be too dissimilar from the depiction of witchcraft in the first one. So I was like, correct. I think I can talk about how accurate it is based on
correct
that
on that. Yeah.
Like a Disney children's movie, I think I can guess about what's going on here, right? So it was but I liked that they included both of my quotes, because I felt like the second one was the spicier one, about the kind of backlash to the film. But it's so funny because I genuinely haven't seen it. So if you loved it, that's awesome.
I did. I absolutely loved it. It was just so cool that I saw your name pop up with Hocus Pocus 2. Never thought I'd see the day, but
it was, I mean, I love the first one. First one's one of my favorite Halloween movies, genuinely. And I love the Michael Myers franchise. I think it's one of the strongest horror franchises, if I do say so.
Did you see the last one?
No, I haven't seen the one.
Okay.
We don't have to talk about that one. So that's
we don't. No, I did a whole episode on that.
I just mean more like the I genuine, like Halloween is that's my Miracle on 34th Street. I watch that every year. But I watch that every year. I love Halloween 2, Justice for Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. And you know, and also, you know what? Controversial opinion, Justice for Halloween H2O. Halloween H2, I think, kind of is cool. Like it's got something going on that I like. It's like definitely a 90s slasher, which, you know, people can have their problems with, but I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I just saw it for the first time, actually. You got Josh Hartnett in it, 90s
I asked for a second glass now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fun film. Guilty.
It's fun.
Oh my God. And like, talk about a definitive ending in terms of beheading Michael Myers and then
it's like
cut to black.
They ended
Spoiler alert, everybody. Spoiler
alert. Sorry. Spoiler alert for a 30-year-old movie. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's my disappointing answer. That's my chaos magic answer. Is I fooled you all into thinking I had seen Hocus Pocus 2, but it was but trickery.
I love it.
I adopted the paradigm that I had seen it. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Think it and it will be. I got to ask, last question, of course, Sarah, where can we find everything you're up to?
You can find me on Instagram is where I'm the most active. I am at City Mystic on Instagram. I am still on Twitter, Sarah-Lyons, and you can find me there. You can find my website, sarah-lyons.com. And what else? So I'm going to be doing my book launch for How to Study Magic. It's going to be the 21st of November at St. Vitus here in Greenpoint. So if you're here in Brooklyn, come on by for my book launch. That's going to be 7 p.m. November 21st at St. Vitus. What else do I have going on? I am currently in the process of making a movie. So if anybody likes me on this, if any producers liked me on this podcast and want to sponsor a female horror director, get in my email. So, which you can find on my website. So I'm doing that right now. I am working on it. I've got a couple other projects that are percolating right now, which I'm posting about mostly on my Instagram, like I said, but also on Twitter. And yeah, there you go.
Love it. The work never stops. Sarah, I got to thank you once again for coming on Somewhere in the Skies.
Ryan, thank you so much. This was wonderful.
The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
E ala e kahiki ku, e ala e kahiki mo, e ala e kuaihelani.
Lopaka, thank you so much for joining me on Somewhere in the Skies.
Oh, no problem. It's an honor because I've seen it advertised, posted all over the place, so this is very cool.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's cool to be here, man. I mean, this has been my temporary home for about 5 months now. So I have to thank you first and foremost for having me here, but it's been an incredible experience. I've been here a few times now, but having the luxury of time on my side, I finally was able to just ingrain myself into everything here. It's such a cultural, supernatural melting pot, I guess is a good way I'd put it, of different cultures and beliefs and mythologies and folklore coming together, which I think is unlike anywhere else, at least here in the United States. So I guess let's kind of start from the beginning. I'd love to hear the origin story of how you came to be the master storyteller that I know you as, amongst many other things. But how did your journey start with ghost storytelling, with your mentor and everything in between? Give us the story.
Yikes. Really it started when I was about 6 or 7 years old. I was having some health problems, and I was adopted into this Portuguese family. And so the deal was, after the adoption, that my biological mother would not have anything to do with me, like she'd stay out of everything. But about at 6 or 7, when I started to go use the bathroom to do number one, there was blood. Blood was coming out. And so it turns out I had to be hospitalized so they could clean my kidneys out. And in the process of that, they had to contact my biological mother for the medical records. And I vaguely remember being in the hospital and seeing her coming toward me in like this Chinese top that the women wore, even though she was Hawaiian. I remember crying because I didn't know who that was. And my adopted parents telling me that, this is your real mom. I'm like, ah! And I could, even at that age, I could see it hurt her pretty bad, because she cried and she left. And then it kind of went away into a bit of a remission, and then when it came back, it was really bad. So I think I spent at least 4 or 5 months in the hospital. And so I made friends with this kid. His name was Scotty Boyd, and he was well known back then. He was on this bank commercial And they filmed him sitting on a fence at a ranch on the Big Island, and his father was playing the ukulele, and Scotty was singing this Hawaiian song. And so everybody knew who he was, so I was surprised to see him in the hospital. And I didn't know why he was there. And so I remember the one thing he'd always do is he'd always wake up before me and he'd say, friend, wake up, let's go. And so he never knew my name, he just called me friend, and so we always went to play. And this was for a while, and then one evening after dinner, I'm laying in my bed, and I see the doctor come into our ward at the Children's Hospital, along with his parents and a couple of other family members. And I remember the mother looking at me like with this death stare, and she closes the curtain like this. And I hear the doctor saying something to them, and then I hear crying and moaning and wailing. And, so I'm like, oh, wow, what the whole, what's going on? And pretty soon they all leave, the doctor, Scotty's parents, and the curtain's still closed. But the way the ward was lit, I could see Scotty's silhouette, like, just lying on the bed like this. And I see him sit up, and I see him kick his legs over to the bed this way. Then he comes around to the curtain on my side, and I see his little, part of his shadow, like from up to here. He's like, friend, hey, let's go play, friend, let's go play. It's like, okay. So I kick my legs over this way to get off the bed. And every day while I was there, my adopted father's mom came to visit me every day. But usually she came during the day, but this was strange because it was in the evening. As I'm trying to get off the bed, I suddenly hear her voice from behind me. She says, don't get off that bed. I turned around, I said, why? That's my friend, I'm going to go play. She says, no, you stay on that bed. Don't get off. I said, why, Grandma? She said, didn't you pay attention to what was going on? That boy died. He just died. That's his ghost. If your feet get off this bed and it touches the floor and you go play with him, you'll never come back. You stay on that bed, and no matter what you hear, you don't do it. And so for a couple of more minutes, I can see his shadow and I can hear him saying, friend, come on, what's wrong? Let's go play. And the whole time I'm laying there like this, and I'm looking at my Grandma Lucy, and she's going just like that. And then it stopped. A short time later, this 11-year-old kid who was in our ward, somehow he went downstairs and he got a bottle of Coca-Cola. And so this was in the early 70s. Late 60s, early 70s. But I always joke about it, but that's when Coke really was the real thing. Mm-hmm. And so a bunch of us snuck down the stairway, and we were all taking sips of Coke, and it was bad for me because of my kidney condition. And I got sick. I remember throwing up. I remember having to be tied to the bed so they could do the intravenous thing. And then, from what I was told, they had to do an operation. And so I overhear the doctor and the nurse talking to my adopted parents. I guess I'm coming out of it. And I overhear them say, we lost him for a couple of seconds there. But he came back. But what I remember of the experience is lying on the operating table in this dark room, and we're the only spotlight. And just outside the perimeter of the spotlight, I can hear 3 people arguing. I can hear my grandmother, I can hear Scotty Boyd, and I can hear the voice of this woman. And the woman has to do with the story that Grandma Lucy told me one day about when she was a teenage girl living in Wainaku on the Big Island, and she had a crush on this guy named Philip. And so a bunch of them were like walking through this riverbed. It was dry, and the river is famous for drownings, because when the waters are running, it's torrential. It's really bad. And everybody knows that in that river, when the greenery, the foliage around the river is greenish yellow color, and the water is still, and it sort of has that same sheen of that same color. They say that the Mo'owahine, the lizard goddess, is home, and that you're not supposed to go in there. But she said, we weren't worried because, no water, it's dry, but they come upon a circle of rocks that's got some river water in it. And they're looking around it like this, and they notice that around it are like, golden necklaces, rings, earrings, pocket watches. And so Grandma Lucy says she and her friends and her sisters just start gathering all the stuff. And that boy Philip she had a crush on, he's like, no, what are you doing? It's like, we can take this home to our mom and maybe, pawn it for money. And Philip says, no. He's like, don't you know this is what belongs to all the people who drowned here? And some actually got, sucked out into the ocean, and they're probably stuck under some rocks. You're like, you don't take stuff that belongs to the dead. And so they didn't, and they decided to leave. And as they're walking up the bank of the dried river, Grandma Lucy says one of the girls in the group, she's like screaming bloody murder, like hysterical, just screaming. And they turn around and they said, in that circle of rocks with what was left of the river water is this tall, dark Hawaiian lady, no clothes on, long hair, and she's pointing like this, but they don't know who she's pointing at. She's like, oh my God. Turns out she's pointing at that guy, Philip. And so Grandma Lucy says her eyes became like cat eyes, like slits. And then first her tongue was red, and then it became black and scaly. And so they took off, and they knew who that was. That was the woman of that place. And she says later on, toward the end of the month, she finds out through the grapevine that when the river came back, that they found that boy Philip's body, like further down the stream, like toward the ocean. And that his lips were swollen over, like somebody was literally trying to suck something out of it. And that there were claw marks all over him. So they weren't sure if it's because of his body, how it hit the rocks, or if something actually... Right. So as I'm having this operation, what I remember is being on the table, spotlight, right outside the perimeter of the spotlight. Like I said, I hear Grandma Lucy's voice, Scotty, and then the voice of that woman who was in the river that Grandma Lucy told me about. And they're all vying for who takes me. And Scotty Boyd says, he's my friend, I'll take him, we can go play. And the Hawaiian woman's voice says, I will take him. He'll be mine. And then my Grandma Lucy says, no, he's mine. For life, I take him. And some unearthly voice says, for life then. But in Hawaiian, it said, no laila keola. It is life. And supposedly, according to the doctor, that's when I sort of came out of it. And so after that, nothing was ever the same. I began to see, hear, feel all kinds of things.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only imagine you had a brush with death at such an early age, and communicating and kind of tapping into something that people spend their whole lives trying to do and find. Yet it hit you at such a young time in your life where you're still learning and growing, and wow, that's very powerful. I mean, a lot of people don't ever get that.
Yeah.
Well, that I knew there was going to be a good origin story. But how about how you came to do what I know you as and met you through, and that's your tours and your ghost storytelling. I know, I remember reading Glenn Grant's work very early on, right. Even before I'd learned about you. And my girlfriend is the one who said, oh, you know who Glenn Grant is? Well, here's Glenn Grant 2.0, the reboot and the updated version. So yeah, can you give us maybe a little, an idea of how that came to be?
So I think I want to say 93, late 93, I was working at a hotel in Waikiki, and the front desk people were talking about this history professor from the university who did a ghost tour in downtown Honolulu. And they're talking about all his stories and, the fascination with it. And the following Wednesday, coincidentally, I remembered it, so I went on that tour. And the funny thing is, everything I heard him talk about was everything I'd basically learned growing up, more so from my mom. And I thought, wow, how is that possible? But he had, he backed it up with, historical references, documented accounts, photographs. And so I was fascinated. And the following Wednesday, we're at hula practice. I was a hula dancer for my cousin, Keone Nunes, and it was all male halau. And during one of the breaks, he says, oh, by the way, he says, a friend of mine, my really good friend, Glenn Grant, he does this ghost tour out to Waianae, so, we're going to be part of it. We're going to be the cultural part, and we'll present hula. And he said, it'll make sense because, it coincides with the history of where we're going. And so that's how I got to meet him, because we did that part of the tour. And that went on for a while, and then one weekend, it was a Thursday, that Keone called Glenn Grant at the last minute and said, he can't do it. He's got to go to work in Washington, D.C. And Glenn says, well, I don't know you're part of the tour because I leave that up to you. He says, well, my cousin Lopaka and Kaylee, they come all the time, so he knows it. And so, I just got thrown into the fire, and Saturday came, and I did my cousin's part of the tour. And I think it was the following Monday or Tuesday, he called me at home. He said, listen, you're pretty good. And he says, don't say anything to your cousin, but, would you mind if I gave you some work here and there, would you mind? I'm like, yes, sure. So he had me do things like when his history class was studying the Massey trial, he had me portray one of the detectives on the trial and speak in character. And so he'd do things like that. And then finally, I guess he wanted to do more things or other things than just the ghost tour. And so that's how I ended up becoming sort of like his apprentice to take over those ghost tours. And what was unique about his training is that there was no note-taking. I couldn't write anything down. It had to be like from mouth to ear, which again surprised me because that's how I learned everything from my mom. The first night I sat down on the floor, like right in front of her, and I'm like, pen and paper pad. She's like, what is that? I'm like, I'm going to take notes. She's like, no, put that away. Like, I talk, you listen.
Which is, I'll interject here, that is the Hawaiian way of passing on history, right? Before the westernization sort of began here, it was oral tradition, right?
Yeah, no written language. And so the famous phrase is, mai kahana ke ike, from watching you learn. Crazy.
I can't even imagine, growing up, like, I had to write everything down. Well, that brings up a good point, too, is the history of Hawaii is based solely on that oral tradition, which these stories are a big part of. But is that a lot of pressure for someone like you to have to remember names, dates, times, incidents, everything in between? Like, how do you go about doing that?
It's just a natural part of our life, and that's what we spent most of our time doing, my wife and I, is, just online researching documents, buying tons and tons of books, going through oral histories and making sure we get the dates, the times, the names correct. And then I have to take all of that and put that together in a story, so it all makes sense. And so no one in the audience thinks, well, that's just made up. Oh, wait, he said it happened in 1814. Okay, it must have happened. And so I thought I was a stickler for detail and the correct information. But my wife, who does a lot of the research, she's like OCD about it. But, it works in our favor. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's get to some of those stories. I know, besides just your tours that you give, you've written a few books as well, and one of those involved Morgan's Corner, a part of the Poly Highway, right? Am I correct? And it's beautiful, but it's also very eerie to be in and look at. So would you mind giving us a little idea of the history of Morgan's Corner, what it means to you specifically?
Okay. Well, the history of Morgan's Corner has to do with the history of the Morgan estate, which was owned by Dr. James Morgan. But because he lived on a corner, a hairpin turn, a lot of times there were accidents, so he'd have to go grab his bag and, walk to the corner and help out. And Mrs. Wilder also lived on the house on the opposite corner. And so when she was sick, he'd go over there and, make sure she was fine. And that story is that, I believe it was in the 50s, that some robbers broke into Mrs. Wilder's house and they tied her to the chair, and when they gagged her, I guess it was either too tight or too much material in it, so she choked. And so these men were sent to prison, and they were spared from hanging because right about that time is when they abolished death by hanging. And so they just lived most of their natural lives in jail, and somehow, and I'm not sure when it happened, but somehow Morgan's Corner became the place where if you parked your car late at night with your boyfriend or girlfriend, and if you waited, you'd hear tapping on the roof or scratching. And we know the famous story because there's one like that practically in every state. boyfriend, girlfriend doing homework, car won't start. Boyfriend says the classic words, "You stay here, babe. I'll be right back." As she's waiting, she hears it, tap, tap, tap. And then long scratch across the roof as well, and tap, tap, tap. And so it goes on all night, and she falls asleep. And when she wakes up in the morning, it's a police officer knocking on the window. And she rolls the window down and says, "Officer, where's my boyfriend?" And all he says is, "Ma'am, come with me." Opens the car, helps her out like this, walks her to the squad car. And all the while she's saying, "Officer, where's my boyfriend? Did he come back yet?" And as he's about to put her in the backseat of his squad car, she just happens to turn around and she's losing her mind. Hysterical, bloody murder, screaming. Because there he is. There's a branch that was hanging over their car. His feet are tied to it. And his body swinging back and forth. Fingernails scratching the roof. His throat from ear to ear, dripping blood. Tap, tap, tap.
In terms of Morgan's Corner on the Poly Highway, the Poly Highway itself has a very sordid history and a lot of stuff that goes along with that. Would you mind touching on that? Not only is it a terrifying thing to drive on, I try to avoid it every time I'm here because I hate heights. But yeah, could you give us maybe a little bit of your knowledge of the history of how the highway came to be and kind of what happened after it was built or while it was being built?
One of the more recent famous stories is the Poly at the Lookout is where the conclusion of the Battle of Nu'uanu happened. And it's where Kamehameha the Great faced the combined forces of Maui and Oahu, who were about 9,000. He came with a fleet about 20,000. And so by the time the battle concluded, people were just trying to get out of there. And there was a path going down this way. And I guess it was gridlock, so people began to accidentally push each other over the cliff. And then, of course, Kamehameha's warriors did the rest, just pushed them right over. There's that. And there's also this thing where you can't bring pork over the Pali. And so the story goes that the goddess Pele met this guy who her family told her was not the right guy, but she got involved with him anyway. And because of their disagreements, they had a tempestuous relationship. She was unsuccessful at killing him. And so their deal was that he would stay on his side of the island, which is the windward side, and she'd stay on her side, which is the leeward side. And so, the ancient TRO is that none shall cross into the other's path. And so this is why you're not supposed to bring any sort of pork from the windward to the leeward side through the polytunnel. But more specifically, that road at the Lookout, that's where you can't bring it because you're breaking the pact. So in 1997, my late boss, Glenn Grant, convinced a Japanese company, they convinced him to be their spokesman, but they specifically wanted to film the commercial at the Lookout. And so they didn't really tell him what the product was, but when he's at the Lookout and they're about to roll camera, the guy walks up to him with this big bag and takes out this slab of pork in a package and says, "Okay, you hold this up like this, and then you say these are words." And he looks at the script, he's like, "I'm not saying that." He goes, "Oh, so much money, you should say it." No, this is disrespectful. They asked him why. He said, "The marker over there where you want me to stand, it's not good because I'll be still in Pele's territory holding up the slab of pork," and he explains the legend. And so they're arguing back and forth, "Holds the pork, no, holds the pork, no." Finally, eyewitnesses say that this wind, you can hear it howling, like it's waves crashing on the shore. You can hear it coming up the side of the Pali. It comes over, it sweeps through the whole area, decimates everything. But when it gets to Glenn Grant, it just rips the slab of pork out of his hands. And everybody sees the slab of pork going like this. And it shatters the lens of the $1 million high-definition camera. Just and the whole Japanese crew is like, "Oh."
Man.
The thing about the tunnel is when they were building it, the way the workers were situated on the top, there were some lava tubes. that they didn't know were there. So some of the men actually fell into the lava tube, and it was so deep and so tight they couldn't get them out. So there's some workers entombed in the side of that tunnel at the pulley.
Oh, wow.
So tour bus drivers, everybody has said that during certain times of the year, they're coming out of the tunnel and there's some guy covered in red dirt like this, thumbing a ride.
Like I said, if it weren't scary enough just driving on it because of the sheer height and steepness, and you've got the, you know, the mist coming through, it's stuff like that.
Yeah.
It just amplifies it, you know?
Just makes it worse.
One of the other places that I love going when I come here is Kaniana Cave.
Oh, yeah.
On the west side, right? Yeah, and again, you know, I post things on Instagram or Facebook or whatever as the tourist, being like, this is the legend that happened here, and I'm always wrong. And thank God for someone like you who can tell me the actual legends and stories. So, Kaniana Cave, it's this deep black void in the middle of a mountain, right across from the ocean. Beautiful, but it's got a pretty interesting history that's not so much beautiful, I would say. Would you mind running us through that?
Well, you know, during World War II, the Navy commissioned a few divers to go through Kaniana Cave, you know, diving tank and whatever, to find out where it comes out. And so the person told me that a lot of times it was really hairy because they would have to train themselves not to panic when they were in deep, dark spaces. But it basically came out on the windward side. And so I remember the gentleman telling me this account because his father was one of those divers. He says, so, you know, what's the history of the cave? Because he says, I was thinking about trying to do it myself. And so the story goes that the shark god Kamohoali'i, who's the principal eldest brother of the goddess Pele, is swimming in his shark form through that area. And when he looks at the beach, there's a beautiful woman. He falls in love with her, appears on shore as, you know, a tall, muscular man of some sort of, you know, high status. And he's walking around describing the woman he saw, and everyone says, oh, that's Kale, and she lives over there. And so they meet, they fall in love, and they lay together, and they have a son. And at that point, Kamohoali'i tells Kale, I must now tell you that I am Kamohoali'i, the brother of Pele, the king of sharks. He said, I have to go back, but while I'm gone, as you raise this boy, you will call him Nanaue, and you will not feed him meat. I fear that if you do, he may begin to develop a taste for some other kind of flesh. And, you know, the woman says, okay. And so, in the culture, the boy stays in the women's house and eats with the women till he's about 7. And then they gird him with the loincloth, the malo. And then from then on, he stays in the halemua, in the men's house, and learns everything from the men. And so at that point, Nanaue's grandfather begins to feed him meat, because only men could eat meat. And one day at the beach, Kale's sitting there, and she's watching her, you know, Nanaue just frolicking in the waves, and she sees something weird on his back, and she says, "Oi!" And he comes, and she turns him around, and there's a little indentation of a shark's mouth right in his back. And from then on, she has him wear like a shawl or some sort of cape. And so, as he grows up, he's very competitive. But his mom tries to keep him at home, tending the garden in front of the grass hut. And some kids are walking by from another village, and he sees them, and he says, "Hui, iha no oko. Where are you folks going?" And the kids merrily say, "Ikai mako. We're going to the ocean." And Nanaue says, "Maka'ala. Ayapaha kamanoi lela." He says, "Be careful. There might be sharks." Later on in the afternoon, same kids coming. There's one less. They're wailing and crying. And I guess Nanaue affects sympathy, because he says, "Oh, waha ia. What happened?" The children say, "Oh, wa make ke kai, wa pau ke kahi a mako I ka mano." One of us has been eaten, finished by a shark. "Ah," Nanaue says, "wa ha'i mua wau ia oko, maka'ala." He said, "I've told you before to be careful."
cautionary tale.
But one day he's in a serious digging contest, and he's intent on winning, and his shawl flies up over his head, and everybody's horrified to see the gaping mouth of a shark. And so they beat him, they bound him, they tied him to a stake, took him up into the mountain, and they were going to bake him alive in the underground oven. And at that point, he calls for his father to come and save him. And so this tidal wave appears out of nowhere, rushes up the valley, peels out the flames, grabs Nanaue back into the ocean, and no one sees him after that. And so this story begins to circulate in the early 1900s about travelers walking by the cave late at night, and when they peer in, there's a fire, and an old bent man with ratty white hair is tending it with a stick like this, meat sizzling over the fire. And he invites the traveler in and gives them their fill of meat and gives them ava to drink until they're drunk. And then he changes into the shark and he kills them, but he doesn't consume them. He lets the body lie there until it becomes putrid, and then he eats them. And so that's only one of a myriad of stories associated with that cave.
See, and if I had known that before I went in there, man, it changed everything. But it's so there's just something about it. It draws you in, which is part of it.
Yeah.
You know, you get this almost magnetic feeling of I want to go in and look deeper, and that's what they want. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why he dragged people. It's just.
Oh yeah.
One of the most terrifying stories that I have heard coming out of Hawaii actually derives in Japan. And again, that's the beauty of this place, is it is this supernatural melting pot of different folklore coming together, almost like smuggling certain supernatural phenomena into another place. And for me, it's the Faceless Woman.
Oh yeah.
This just terrifies me. Faceless Woman at the Drive-In, I know, is one of the more popular ones. But yeah, what can you share with us about the stories of the Faceless Woman?
We know the famous story from Japan on the Akasaka Path, where the traveler sees a woman on the side of the road crying pitifully, and when he goes to help her, she turns around and reveals she has no face. And then runs down the road and sees a soba stand on the side of the road and telling the proprietor about what happened. He says, "Oh, like this," and he has no face. The great thing about our melting pot culture is that, a lot of people brought their religion, their food, which is what we're all about, but they also brought their ghosts. And so in 1959, I believe an article was posted in the newspaper. We say posted today. Actually, it's published. About several reports regarding a woman with no face who's haunting the bathroom at the old Waialae Drive-In, which has since been demolished in 1994. And so everybody knows they went to that bathroom, they saw her in a white summer yukata, and she just pulled her hair back and revealed she had no face. And just everybody from housewives to longshoremen, to politicians, to people working in the Attorney General's office have all told me their own experience about this no perabo. So there's something to it, especially when it comes from people who are not educated or designed to believe in this kind of thing. And they tell you the story, and their eyes are tearing up. So they saw something happened. So my story is, I'm doing the Ghost Hunters bus tour, and Glenn is doing his thing. Friday, Saturday nights, they had dinner and movie at the old store. And so we're at the Kahala Times, and I'm telling the Faceless Woman story, and we're walking back to the bus. And an elderly Japanese woman, I saw her standing a little bit in the back of the group, and she had her blue coiffed hair and wearing a bowling shirt and Bermuda shorts and these Zori slippers. She's watching me like this, and she's going. And so as I'm walking to the bus, I see her walking up toward me. I'm like, "Good evening, how are you?" And she says, "Story is all wrong." I said, "Oh, is it?" She said, "You a couple minutes." I said, yeah, but I gotta go. If you can make it quick, or we can meet somewhere else. She goes, no, I don't have time. I said, okay. She proceeds to tell me that she and her friend who grew up together, their thing as little girls and, teenage girls was their wedding, how they were going to be dressed. And, she said, "Oh, I fancy kimono and everything." And her friend says, "I only want a white summer yukata with embossed bamboo designs, very simple." And so they graduate high school. She doesn't hear from the friend, and suddenly she hears that the friend married some guy from Japan, and that they had 5 kids, and he died young, about late 20s. And after he died, the friend realizes that this guy is from a well-to-do family in Japan, but he came here to make his own life, his own money. And so now she's left with all this inheritance. And hearing this story, she's like, wow, oh, she's doing good. And then one day she's walking up Wailea Avenue, and there's her friend across the street wearing a very nice kimono, you know, the collar down in the back and the obi and the slippers. And she sees her friend, and she walks across the street and goes up to her and says, hey. And the friend goes, how are you? You're not hot, wear that kind of kimono in the middle of the day over here in Hawaii. No. Oh, why? Why you wear them like that? Because I can. And you know can. And walks off. Later on, she finds out that that friend of hers is supposed to distribute the money evenly amongst her kids, but she keeps it for herself. And so the kids they're just mad. They go to the family accountant and, you know, we want some of the money and then we're going to leave. We're going to move to California and never come back. She's stingy. And they do exactly that. And the accountant takes the rest of the money. And so back then they had something called tanomoshi. It's where everybody contributed to this money pot. And then on credit, you could take whatever you needed. And so she was part of that group. And when she went and she showed up, everybody at the tanomoshi looked at her and said, oh, you cannot be here. Oh, why not? We heard about what happened with your husband and your kids and how you dishonor the name of your husband and your kids. And they told her, you have to leave. You have no honor. You have lost face. And no one sees her after that. And so this woman concludes by telling me that where the Wailea Drive-In is now is where they had a house. And she said one night down the road they can hear someone crying pitifully. And she said, my husband, for a Japanese guy, he's about 6 feet 3 inches tall. Big. He jumps out of bed, put on his Bermuda shorts, his watercress boots, and he's yelling, Orosai! And so I run after him. He's dragging me down the stairs, like holding his leg like this. He's like, let me go. I gotta go yell at that lady, tell her to shut up. She's waking up the whole neighborhood. And the woman says, no, you cannot. Why? Look, she is yokai. She's not human. And so up the road, they see a woman walking slowly like this in what looks like a white kimono, long black hair. And at the top of the street, she turns around and floats back down until she's right in front of the woman's house. And the woman said, and that yokai, look at me. It's my friend, the one I told you about. And she looked at me and she said, Etsuko, look, I am no longer human. I have lost face. So the lady says right then, her friend, the face disappears. And it's just an orb of flesh. And so she says to me, you see why your story is wrong? It's nothing to do with the one from Japan. Everything to do with my friend. That's why she haunts the drive-in theater.
Is that I would assume the drive-in's gone.
It's
at
gone.
This point.
Yeah. So there's like a public storage building.
Okay.
Which it's just creepy.
Yeah, I can imagine. Have you been in there?
I haven't been in there, but I've heard all the stories about them seeing shadows on the security camera, storage lockers that are secure just flying open, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, speaking of, the cultural, supernatural melting pot, the Philippines play another big role here as well. And I remember going to an event of yours at the Honolulu Museum of Art, and you telling a story about possessions. Now, this is a whole other level. I'm used to hearing about, the possessions of The Exorcist and these very Catholic or Christian versions of these stories, but Do you have any cool stories about possession that you could share with us?
Oh yeah, there's one. So I get a lot of phone calls for a lot of things, like how to put curse on someone. I get that call. I'm like, what are you calling me for? A curse? And it's always for petty reasons. And then a while ago, I got a call from a nice Hawaiian couple, and they claimed to me that their daughter was possessed. And I said, I'm not an exorcist, so I gave them a couple of phone numbers to people who I thought were qualified. And so a few months later, they called me back, and they said, we called the people, the number you gave us, but it turns out an exorcism is a lot of red tape. There's a lot of channels they have to go through, and they were telling us actually has to go to the Pope before it's approved. And over the phone they said, and the priest, the numbers you gave us, those guys they're mean. They're very mean, and they're supposed to believe in God. I said, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. They said, would you please just come to our house and just talk to our daughter? I'm like, I told you I'm not qualified to do an exorcism. And I said to them, and even if I wasn't sure I would do it. They said, no, just please. I'm like, all right, and I always regret it later. And so I get to the house. It's in the west side of the island called Kapolei, and newer developments, and nice Hawaiian couple. And we meet in the kitchen because they let me in through the back door to the kitchen. And the story is when I get to the kitchen, you can tell they're nervous, and they point up the steps, and there's the first landing, and the steps go this way, the second landing, and then the hallway. And so they point up the steps. They said, it's the first landing, that door right there to the left. Just knock on the door. Our daughter is in there. So I'm walking up the steps, and I turn around like, you guys aren't coming? Like, no. So knock on the door. Door opens. Beautiful young Hawaiian girl. Doesn't say hello. Plops herself on the bed, and she's on the laptop like this. And, there's awkward silence. And so finally I say, so your parents tell me that they think you're possessed. And she's like, yeah. So I'm like, so why do they think you're possessed? And she's like this, and she sits up, and she goes, and back on the laptop. And so what she's showing me is that her entire room is decorated with everything Twilight from that movie. Wallpaper, pillowcases, sheets, blankets. The wallpaper itself is colored in a deep violet color. And so I'm looking around, I'm like, are you serious? Your parents think you're possessed because of Twilight? And she's like this, she says, well, that and the other thing. I said, I don't mean to be maha'oi, to be nosy, but what's the other thing? And she says, I came out to them. I told them who I am. I'm a lesbian. And I have siblings who are, gay, lesbian, transgender, and I just thought to myself, man, that sucks. And I looked at her, I said, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, that actually breaks my heart. So I took out a business card, put it on a table like right next to her door on the inside. I said, listen, anytime you want to talk about it, we can talk about this. It doesn't have to be what your parents are talking about. My wife and I will come meet you, and you just say whatever you want. We'll buy you dinner. And her demeanor changed, and she says, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I introduced myself. I said, hi, by the way, I'm Lopaka. And she says, I'm Sienna. I said, thank you, Sienna. And I went downstairs, and the parents are in the kitchen. They're like this. Did anything happen? Did she physically assault you? Did the room smell like sulfur? Were there things floating around? Did you hear voices? I said, no. I said, she's perfectly fine. Normal, everyday college girl. You guys probably need to go get some family counseling or therapy. I mean, if you have a pastor or anything like that, or somebody certified, that wouldn't be my suggestion. And I told him, I said, Sienna's just this totally normal girl. At that point, the wife nudges the husband out of the way, and she grabs me like this, and she pulls me closer to her, and her demeanor is, she's dead serious. And she says, no, you don't understand. The thing that's possessing our daughter is Sienna. Her name is Carolyn.
so I've been on the island for a few months now. I've seen a few full moons come and go, and a lot of us, when we think of full moons, we think of werewolves, but not here in Hawaii. Full moons represent something completely different, something that is integral, I think, to the fabric of the islands, and that's the night marchers. And I will tell you right now, man, there have been some nights where there's full moons were out, and I thought I heard things, but I don't know. I can't explain it, but I'd love to hear. Could you tell us a little about the history of the night marchers and what they're said to do here in modern day?
Yeah. The night marchers have particular moon phases. The four common ones are as the moon is going dark, Kane Lono Mauli Muku. And those are all different types of night marcher processions. And the way it works is that in our history there were chiefs, we call them ali'i, that were so high-ranking and so sacred that even when you were around them, you couldn't be clothed. If those high-ranking chiefs had kids, their kids could not eat from their same plate. And so when these high-ranking people went to go do number one and number two, it couldn't be buried in the earth. They'd had to put it in a bowl or a calabash of some kind and sail it out to like the horizon and then dump it for fear of sorcery. And so when these people came out during the day, everybody had to prostrate and lie face down, hands behind the back of their neck like this. And if the sun cast their shadow on your body, you'd be killed. If they happened to be wearing clothing that brushed up against you, you'd be killed. And so these high-ranking people were merciful to the commoners and only came out at night. And so their warrior procession walks in front of them and sounds the conch shells, sounds the drums, carry very red, bright torch lights so you can see them coming along the mountain ridge. And so when all of that is happening, that's sort of their warning to you that, hey, we're coming this way, so don't be here. And sometimes today, people don't see all of that. And there are a lot of stories where a night marcher procession comes upon a bunch of people like at the last minute, like right on top of them. And so that's basically what it is now. They're doing the same job they did when they were alive, taking the same path. And so sitting here in Kapiolani Park, we are very near one of the more active night marcher processions that comes right here and goes to the private girls' school right back there.
Yeah, I remember going on one of your tours down towards Waikiki and walking and then learning we were in the actual path of what the night marchers probably went through. And that, again, was a moment where I just, I got chills, like thinking, wow, this could have been the very place where that happened. It's just incredible. It's incredible. I was wondering if you could tell us maybe the story about Peter Gregory.
Oh, no, hold on.
Yeah. If you're willing to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So why are child ghosts unique, and what happened to young Peter Gregory?
The child ghosts are unique in the way that they passed, because in our history, between 1853 and 1854, we had a smallpox epidemic. And it wiped out thousands of people. A lot of them are kids. And you can just imagine the suffering of those little... not being able to understand why. And questioning, why is this happening? Mom, Dad, what did I do? And a lot of times when they finally leave, that's the most prevalent thought on their mind, and that's basically what keeps them around after the body's passed away. And so at Kwaihau Church, there are a lot of graves of children who didn't survive past 9-10 years old, and their pictures are on these porcelain things on the headstone, and their eyes are just so soulful, and and so the story goes that at the church every Christmas, the old Hawaiian ladies, during that week of Christmas, they take presents to all the graves where all the children are buried and, decorate them with Christmas lights and little Christmas trees and small presents. And the security guard who told me this story said he was the one that would always help them every Christmas. Just bring a wagon or hold the presents. All the whole Hawaiian ladies would decorate the grave. And so near near the preschool building, the Adobe building, is where Peter Gregory Nahola is buried. And his headstone is right up against this golden shower tree. And when I taught there, the kids would love to sit around his grave and, they would talk to him. And so he only lived to be 9 years old. And so on that night, the security guard tells the ladies, he says, listen, I just took a job with the government, so this is my last night. The new security guard will be here tomorrow night, and just introduce yourselves to him. And so that's what happens. The next night, the ladies putting the presents on Peter's grave, and here comes the new security guard. Oh, aloha, how are you? We're the ladies from the church, and this is what we do every Christmas. And the security guard says, you, and you, get the F out of here right now. And they're stunned. They're like, what? He says, yeah, I don't care about your stupid tradition. Just get the F out of here. And they're stunned. They don't understand. And to emphasize his point, he kicks one of the presents, and it spins furiously. And one of the sharp corners of the presents catches one of the old Hawaiian ladies, like right here. And now they're swearing at him in Hawaiian and probably cursing him. And so when they leave, that security guard goes, showed them. When he comes back for his second round, 3 o'clock in the morning, and he comes upon Peter's grave, and the decorations are gone, he chuckles again to himself. Yeah, I showed them. He turns around and walks away. And as he turns to walk, he stops like this, because this little Hawaiian boy with his hands on the man's hips is looking up at him and saying, why, mister? Why did you do that? The security guard looks down at the little boy and says, what do you mean, why? And when he turns back around to go the other way, that same boy is right there. Why, mister? Why? The security guard thought he would be funny and, flood that kid's eyes with his flashlight. But when he did that, the kid wasn't there. But the flashlight beam shines on Peter's picture on the headstone. And he realizes this is the same kid. And he says after 17 years of being in the military and not fearing any man, here's something that he couldn't handle himself, like physically grab it. And he was struck with fear. And so he began to run. And he said this black tornado whirlwind thing chased him across the graveyard. And he said in it were all the voices of the kids going, why, mister? Why? And he said, I know it was small headstones or whatever it had to be, but it felt like little hands grabbing onto my shoes and my socks and my ankles. And finally, when he got to the other end of the cemetery, he's all beat up, his clothes are torn, and he falls into this fetal position and says, no, leave me alone! And this flashlight shines on him, and he looks up, and it's a police officer who says, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. The people who live across the street here at the Elder Hostel, they're complaining about children screaming in the graveyard. Have you seen any kids? Security guard says, no, I haven't seen any kids. The officer looks him up and down with the flashlight and says, what happened to you? When the ambulance comes and the security guard is sitting in the ambulance, and he finally explains to the police officer what happened, the officer looks at him and says, you idiot. You never go to a Hawaiian church and piss off the old Hawaiian ladies. They'll put a curse on you. He said, but for the graves of children, you never desecrate them. Ever. That's just stupid. Good for you. This story is told to me by that same security guard who was a jerk that night. The surprise for the old Hawaiian ladies is the following day when they come to Peter's grave to secretly decorate it, there's already presents there. And there's one card on it that simply says, so you never have to ask why. The name of the security guard is on it.
My first time meeting you in person was at one of your tours down in Honolulu, and we went to Iolani Palace, probably one of the most visited places on the island. And we had an amazing tour, my partner and her mother and I. And I remember distinctly when we walked up to the palace, I knew nothing about it. I didn't know the history. And you began singing Aloha Oe. And it stopped me in my tracks. It was beautiful, first of all. But while you were singing it, I looked up into one of the windows of the palace. Distinctly, I remember up in a corner, and I saw what I believe was a figure, someone looking from a curtain, closing it, and walking away. And it kind of gave me chills, but I mean, I didn't want to interrupt you or doing your prayer. And it wasn't until after that you told me that that was the exact room that the Queen stayed in.
Yeah.
And I was speechless after that. I think for the rest of the tour that night, I was very quiet, which I didn't want to be because I had so many questions for you. It was my first time meeting you, but I was just like, something hit me in that moment. And I didn't realize that that was where the Queen actually stayed, in the palace.
Yeah.
Would you mind giving us a little history about the Queen and why she was in that room specifically? And did I see the Queen? I mean, what I know you can't answer that 100% proof positive, but yeah, could you give us a little history about that?
Yeah, so she was definitely a woman before her time, and she, as she writes it in her diary, became queen against her will, because when it was offered to her, she didn't want to do it. And that's because her brother, who was the king before her, came back from San Francisco on the USS Charleston, and 2 blocks away from the palace was the port. Now it's all landfill. And so when the ship arrived, his body was in a casket. And so you can imagine the shock. And so when everybody realized that, the businessmen who were the ones that were going to overthrow her and accuse her of treason told her, you have to take the throne right now. She took it. And so when she designed her constitution, these American businessmen didn't like it because she was going to allow things that they didn't think would benefit them. And she was going to allow, I believe she was going to allow women to vote and all citizens of the kingdom to vote. And so the short story is there were revolutionists who had a cache of weapons that belonged on the other side of the island, but somehow it mysteriously appeared in her garden, and she was accused of treason. And so, short story again, rather than see these Hawaiians lose their lives, she abdicated the throne on the condition that the circumstances surrounding her being overthrown would be investigated, and that the findings would be in her favor, that she did nothing wrong. But it didn't happen that way. And so while she was in prison, she was in that room on the 2nd floor up in the corner. And she had a bed, she had water, bread, and she was only allowed to go out at night, but escorted by a guard. And so you can imagine the humiliation of now being a prisoner in your own palace, you know. And so a lot of people have felt her, have heard her, and even more people have seen her while they're in that room, or sometimes when they're just walking by and they look up and, you know, there she is. But the song I sang that night was the song that she composed while she was in there, while she was in prison.
I definitely think I experienced something.
Yeah.
And
well,
I hope I did.
I know you did. You probably did see her. I'll tell you that. But for me, when I go up in that room to the imprisonment chamber and I see the quilt that she made herself while she was in prison, I'm done. I can't be in there.
Yeah.
You know, I just have a hard time. I can look at it for a second and then I have to leave. You know.
Storytelling, ghost stories in particular, it's not just about scaring people. That's a big aspect of it. It's enticing, it's fun, but why do you do what you do? Is there some overall goal or some meaning to it that you try to bring through telling these ghost stories?
You know, it sounds strange because, you know, I am known for telling ghost stories, but my goal is to change people's lives in a way that they, when they leave the storytelling event, it sort of makes them pause and start to re-examine, wow, you know, if I'd have done this or said this to this person, would they not have ended up like the ghost in that story?
Yeah.
You know, and just people take a look at themselves and just say, you know, I should start treating my son a lot better so he doesn't end up like that kid.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I've always looked at ghost storytelling as cautionary tale.
Yeah.
I've said that a few times tonight, but I think you're right. It when you can put yourself into that situation, you have to learn something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and also to make people look at their mortality. Wow, what am I going to do while I'm still here?
Yeah.
You know, so that doesn't happen to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, the beauty of that, of ghost storytelling or looking into the paranormal or the supernatural, we can all find something in common in such a divisive time in our history right now. We're all gonna die.
Yeah.
You know, and we have to face that and embrace that and know, hopefully, that it's just kind of the beginning, I would think.
Yeah, it's just, death has to happen so life can begin anew. While you're alive, while you're still here, make it a point, your family, your friends, make it a point to tell them how much you love them. It's important, because don't wait until you're on your deathbed to do it. Do it now.
One fond embrace, aho ia until we